up through her front end. I'd like to maybe see her take just a little bit more athletic stride and mobility out of her front skeleton. Young lady's heifer that's kind of pushing against the halter back there. Stopped and parked. She's hard to miss. Tall fronted, deep bodied, great balance, and she's got a really nice look here from the side. I just wish she was operated just a little bit more mobility off either end. A female that'll get a little bit lackadaisical there and really start to get lethargic out of her front skeleton. Perhaps this is because she's just a little straight in her shoulder. Heifer that follows her next, one that has got a lot of extension up through her front end. She's bold-bodied, pretty dimensional as an individual as well. I don't know if she fits this class from a birth date standpoint, but moving past that, a heifer that maybe we could see just a little bit deeper body to accommodate the added frame that apparently she has. A nice deep-sided heifer that comes next, got a sound hind leg on her, got a tendency to run downhill. I read her a little lower at her chest and sternum than maybe where she is at her flank. Heifer that follows her is a deep-bodied, practical female, very sound-structured. Then we conclude the class with a heifer that's got quite a bit of dimension. I like how opened up this heifer is throughout. Just wish she was more ladylike in the way that her shoulder laid on the base of her forerib.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. Some results from our Charolais Heifer Show. Your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Carly Rathman from Lynn County 4-H, coming from Class 3. Your reserve champion heifer calf comes from Emily Frazier from Wise County 4-H and Class 2. In our Angus Heifer Show, Class 3 was led by Kaylee Langford from Stevens County 4-H, followed by Abigail Koenig from De Leon FFA, Kylie Byler from Bangs FFA, Tatum Martin from Dallam Hartley County 4-H. In fifth was Lane Van from North Zulch FFA, followed by Allie Hamilton, Jack County 4-H, Kaylee Miller from Navarro FFA, and Cole Gilbert from Columbia FFA.
I just switched things up a little how I pulled him here, and the only reason why is because I just think this one surfaces. And does she do so without faults? No, but is she just the best one? Yeah, she's the highest quality when we study her in terms of your set and up through her front end of her skeleton. And the one that's the bloomiest and neatest in her rib shape. I like her size in relation to her age, her extra boldness and power. She comes with a little extra shoulder, and that maybe don't tie that forerib as pretty today, but it's just because she's so pulled apart in terms of her build. And to me, that was maybe the easiest place to go and the easiest place to start. The heifer here in second. Again, one that similar build just in general in terms of power, in terms of spread of rib, in terms of dimension as your class winner, but just doesn't come together quite as neatly in terms of thinness as neck, quite as neatly when you balance that one up and study her head. But she is a little smoother in her shoulder, maybe just a little more square as we study her from the front end of her skeleton to the ground than your class winner. But just like I said, I just like to tidy that one up or freshen that one up just a little bit through the front third of her skeleton. The littlest heifer in the class here is third, and I do think this is one of the higher quality ones in the class. And again, athletic when asked to go, where do you lie from here on out with your priorities? And I do think this one will stay the freshest, the most moderate, and you study her skeleton and her angles. It's plenty good enough when you study that one from a balance perspective. She's just going to be small. There's nothing wrong with having a couple small or a lot of small cows around. Again, a few of them here on down the road. This is the next best one, the burliest in terms of her bone, the burliest just in terms of dimension and spread of rib. Again, just a little plainer and a little coarser as we study that one and through her joints and you study through her head. But still one, just in terms of sheer power and dimension, she surfaces amongst these other three. Heifer that comes in next of the remaining pair, the most moderate one. And again, still fresh, still female-like about her head, female-like about her muscle tone and in power. Is she stout enough? I think she is. I think her roundness of rib, the way it comes out of her top's good. She's not the biggest boned one. You don't expect that one to have the most spread in the world in terms of just dimension. But to me, she just balances up as the more moderate, and leg-to-body ratio is just a little more admirable to me than the two that remain. This one, if you study from a three-quarter angle, you like her wedge. You like her wedge of hip. She's big and square in her hip. She presents a nice top line from the side, still pretty and neat about her head and neck. As we study this one, though, she's just a little more upright as we study her up through her angle, through her shoulder and her knee, and that's being picky. I deem her functional, but if we could just tidy that one up in her chest floor, pretty her up, and like I said, either give her just a shot more body depth, and in a perfect world, I'd actually like just to make her half a frame or a frame score smaller. Heifer that rounds out the class, kind of built from the same mold as the one in front of her, fresh and bloomy, fresh in her hair coat. The young lady does a nice job showing that heifer as well. Again, athletic when you ask her to go. As we study that one, she's a little green in her makeup right now, so you can't tell if it's just her being skinny. But again, we could just moderate that leg-to-body ratio ever so slightly. Give her just a touch more body or a touch more base there down there to the lower portions of her ribs just to balance her out just ever so slight. Very, very nice class winner and one that was super, super powerful.
Got a great class of Angus females over here. We lead off with a heifer that's just stout and rugged in the way she's constructed at the ground. Big-footed heifer, very progressive in terms of her bone work. I'm really drawn to the fact that heifer is extremely long out of her hip and plants her hind leg with just so much conviction. And it's kind of the same story up front, as she's really long-fronted as well. Now, if we could change her, I think that we see her maybe get a little coarser in the way her shoulder hooks up to the front side of her forerib there. Probably could change her just a nickel in that regard, give her a little longer step off either end. She's such a long-bodied heifer. At times, she maybe comes up a footprint short, but still think that heifer's sound in terms of her general makeup. Maybe could just see her just shorten up just a shade in terms of her center body, and she'll kind of pull down in her loin when she tempos up here on the go. I like the practicality of the heifer in second. I think she's got all the hallmarks of a great Angus female. She's deep-bodied, easy keeping, looks like she's one that'll be just an excellent cow out on grass. Relative to my stout pick to win, she's probably a little closer to average in terms of just bone work. I'd like to change her feet a little bit. She's getting a little longer on her toe shape there. Maybe could make her just tougher and more durable there at the surface and tidy her up a nickel through her chest. boy, there's some cool pieces. The heifer in third. I know she looks small, but in the context of this class, but I actually think she's more realistic in terms of performance. I think if you go home, your keeper heifers are going to be this size. She's one to me that's really bold-bodied, big hip, dimensional. She's got the power that certainly suggests that that'll translate to some generating potential for this female. She's a little tight in her throat latch, and consequently, it's kind of the same stories we get back up there to her flank. Just like to see her a little easier keeping as an individual. Like that for the comes in 4, long-sided, deep-bodied, very refined in her teats. I think all those things bode well for her in terms of longevity. You know, if we could change this heifer, I'd like to alter her from a structural standpoint. You know, she just doesn't release her hock and pastern with quite as much flex and agility, but certainly like the dimension and the length of body of that heifer. There's a lot of just, I guess, performance to date on this heifer that comes next. She's deep-bodied. I think she's one that's got some height of shoulder. Like a lot of cattle that maybe we see with more elevation up front, she achieves this by being tipped forward in the angle to her blade. She's another one maybe we could make a little bit more flexible at the ground. Bold-bodied, dimensional, and powerful brood cow prospects, how I'd characterize this. Next heifer here the young man brings. I think from any of you appraise that heifer. She's just downright stout. Probably see her shoulder laying onto her body in a little rounder fashion. It's the same way in terms of her hip and muscle rounding up, a little coarser made there. Then the heifer that comes next, another big-bodied or big high-performing heifer, probably compared to having a little bit more condition around her tailhead. I'd like to see her sweep back a little bit more dynamic in her flank. Then we conclude the class with a heifer that's moderate in her frame, really bold and opened up at the top side of her rib cage there. She's another one that's establishing some white tissue there around her tailhead. Certainly like to halt that fat that's starting to get there in her flank, and she's just a little frailer in her make.
Thank you, gentlemen. You just heard Class 4 in your Angus show, led by Maddox Sewell from Munster FFA, followed by Peyton Alexander, Somerville County 4-H, Pecos Worrell from Harper FFA, and Brianna Pressure from Boss County 4-H. In 5th, Benton Bowman, Midland County 4-H, followed by Cole Gilbert, Columbia FFA, Aniston Bray from Lamar County 4-H, and Amanda Hoffman from Samuel Clemens Cibolo Creek. In our Charlet show, Class 7 was led by Naomi Browning from Clearbrook FFA, followed by Keston Garrick from McLennan County 4-H, and Aston Collier from Mart FFA, followed by James Schumott from Redwater FFA, Katie Williams from ARP FFA, followed by Emily Hammock from Weiss FFA, and Emily Hammock as well from Weiss FFA.
I think this is a class where I don't think there's a right answer when you go and try to place these things second through fourth, because honestly, just in terms of build and power and moderation and in the way that they're put together, they've got pieces of balance that are different. but they're challenging to sort, and they're challenging just to what you want to prioritize, because I do think all four of these are relatively the same, just in terms of being moderate, stout, good-bodied, fresh-built cattle, and they just have some different pieces there from second through fourth that you could talk yourself into and out of stuff. But I'd take all four of them home for cows. I think the easy thing to do is just to find this one, and she does. She comes with a little more chest. She probably comes with just a little more maturity than the heifers there behind her. But she's the balance of kind of show heifer and show heifer look about her head and neck, with the pieces that most of these other heifers have in terms of boldness. And she still probably is the boldest in her ribs. She's still probably the neatest in terms of the way her muscle hangs on her skeleton. And I think just of these initial four, she's the one that's probably the most stable and the neatest in terms of the way that she holds her skeleton on the go, up high and down low. The heifer here in second, I just think if you could just take this one's head off, I think this one's the second best one. And I'm not just going to beat one just because she's got a little square pull or just a little square build there up at the top point of her head, because her angles are good. The way she gets out and goes is good. Yeah, she gets underneath herself ever so slight in her hock, but I like the way her tail head sets in her. I like her freshness just in terms of top line and the way she handles her top when you go, and yet just so athletic when we study her in terms of her movement there at the ground. So again, just balance that one up in her head. She's a little dingier in her hair coat than the heifers here in third and fourth, and I think if you just take that out of the equation, she's the second best one to me. The heifer here in third, and there was times I thought she needed to go for it just because she's not enamoring anywhere, but she's very middle of the road. I think just in terms of being a cow, being moderate, having a functional hip design, not a big square show heifer hip design, but yet still neat about her head and neck. And I think in this bottom pair and in this trio, she's not the most enamoring in terms of bone, but I think her functionality and her build is very, very nice. Just gives up a little extras and a little extra punch to the heifers on either side of her. This heifer in fourth, and again, at no point did I even think this one I needed to go fourth. And in my head, I had all three of those heifers in fourth at one time, and just trying to park it out. You know, on the standstill, I gravitate towards that one because the young lady does a great job of just presenting that one. Her tail head set in her when you get her on the standstill. The way you have her head set into her neck is very, very unique. When we ask that one to go, of these remaining three, she's probably just a little more rigid. You could see maybe just a little out there up on her front end when you ask her to go. And then she wants to roll up just a little in that tail head and kind of roach her hip just a shot forward. Again, at the ground, she's square-toed, she's flat-boned, she's functional down low. So again, that's a moderate, good-built, good-looking cow that just has some pieces and some pet peeve areas that to me make that bottom trio tough. So again, a bottom trio that I don't think one deserves to be last. I think, and again, I'd take all four of them home for cows, so every day of the week. So my commends to those exhibitors for a tough class and a hard place to sort. What's her birthday? August? Young lady brings a real good looking single entry in this class, and one that's got a little more frame, and with that frame, I don't think she's just blessed with the most rib, but it's proportional. I mean, you study her in terms of roundness of rib and how her muscle hangs into her skeleton, and her angles and her functionality are really, really good. So you've got a big stout cow or a big cow, and again, she's at that stage where that calf's probably not helping her in that regard when she's still growing and you want the baby to kind of go ahead and expand her. But I could see this one, once you get that one further along bred, her balance is so nice, her angles are so nice, that one will come together here in the next few months for the young lady, as long as she just don't get too big on her. But again, a nice single entry that's very functional and very attractive in terms of her skeletal movement and build.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 9 in your Charlotte show, a single entry from Emily Fulp from Crawford FFA.
Well, over here in our Angus side, folks, I think we got a remarkable set of females representing this first division. If you don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. But I'll tell you, this has been, it's been tough. It's been thought-provoking. I've got some kind of ambivalent feelings out here because of, I think there's several heifers that are good enough to win this division, and so I feel bad that we only get to pick maybe one or two that are going to get to take a banner home here today. But at the same time, I'm kind of envious of some of these kids because I'd love to have some of these females and see what they could do in a breeding program. I think there's a lot of them that can really make a big mark. We'll talk about this heifer out of that first class. She's one that I'm just enamored with in terms of cow power. What I think is so cool about this heifer is she is definitively the leanest and the most honest condition of all the cattle out here, and she's distinctively the most powerful. She's definitely the biggest, the broadest in her pin set. She's got the most natural thickness through her quarter. And then for a heifer that's just built with so much brood cow power, she's still really long and extended up through her front end. And she may have my favorite hind leg of the set. She uses her hock with a lot of flex and reach and conviction, and I really appreciate just the type of power that she represents. Now, she's not blessed with as much hair coat as maybe a couple of these other heifers out here, and so as a consequence, maybe she just doesn't look like she blends together quite as smooth up front. She does have just a tick of shoulder, but I think that it kind of comes with the territory of all the power that she has. She didn't look just quite as smooth in her bottom line because she's not as hairy, but boy, I think that one has got the power to really generate this next generation here. It just comes down to, you know, if we could maybe where you want to draw the line at from just a smoothness standpoint. Heifer that wins the second class, boy, she can cast a silhouette from the side that's hard to miss. Her neck is extremely long and extended. She's chiseled out in her throat latch and her jawline there, and a heifer that's just so progressive in the sweep to her bottom line. I like that a lot about her. I think a heifer that maybe's got just a dab of tailhead, but more than anything, she's one that gets just a little straighter off either end. Maybe we get in front of the cattle, we see she's starting to establish a little white tissue there at the floor of her chest, and maybe doesn't read just quite as powerful as the heifer in front of her, but she's one that's about as photogenic from the profile as what you can make them. So certainly wouldn't argue if you like that one the best, because she's a really nice heifer and a strong lineup of cattle. Heifer that wins the next class to me is one that kind of grows on me the longer she's out here. I just think she balances up highly effectively from the profile. I think that she just proportions out with so much symmetry here from the side. She's got some altitude and some height up front to kind of match the fact that she's equipped with a little bit more general hip height. The sweep to her bottom line's really good. From her chest to flank, she's about as proportional as you can make them. Really got a very cool set to her hip and hind leg posture, and I talked about how I like to breed cattle for that trait because I believe it's pretty heritable in terms of my experience. Heifer that maybe isn't wild or eccentric up through her front end, but her neck still attaches really high out of the top side of her shoulder. I'd like to tone her back just a little bit in terms of condition. She's already getting just a little bit of tailhead fat there. Probably not overwhelming for width, but got more than enough for a breeding female. So she's one certainly that I think's in the mix of things as well. Heifer wins the last class, really stout boned and long and extended up through her front end. She's a female that is a little bit more tempo dependent in terms of her structure. As they push the pace on the go, you notice as she comes up maybe a footprint short, she'll start to settle and break down in her loin. Her tailhead will raise up in her just a little bit. When she's walked at more of a deliberate pace, I think she's able to fill her stride because she's really soft in her pastern and ankle there and got some spread to her toes. So I like that about her. Her combo of being big boned and really long and extended up front, I think gives her some intriguing breeding value. She maybe just doesn't piece it together quite as composed as some of these other heifers out here. So there's a pair of them I like awfully well. I was back and forth. I think you could go either way. I'm going to use young lady out of class number 3 for champion. We're going to follow class 1 for reserve.
Again, a pair of females in this particular class, and I do think there's one that obviously surfaces rather quickly, just in terms of the way that she's presented, her balance, her look, her quality, her neatness of lines, and yet still having that shape to her rib and that shape of muscle. And And at this age, staying so fresh just in terms of her build. Everything's pretty symmetrical as we study that one. In terms of distance from top of shoulder to chest, top of her hip down there through her flank. That's just very, very proportional and yet athletic and functional when you ask her to go. You know, in a perfect world, you can see she kind of gets underneath herself just a little to help her reach that stride, and she does it rather handily. If I just change her ever so slight, we could just shorten her up in terms of her toe length and maybe just give her a shot more depth of heel. But I do think that one, and just in terms of flexibility, look, balance, and those pieces, for a big bred to look that fresh and that nice and that balanced and symmetrical is very, very nice to see. The heifer here in second. No slouch. Still, again, functional in terms of her build, bold in terms of her rib shape, plenty of dimension as we study that one. She got stuck in a class with one that's just a little sweeter necked and a little more to her. So very nice heifer here in second. Maybe just gives up the balance and the freshness and the neatness there of the heifer that wins the class.
Thank you, gentlemen. In our Angus Heifer Show, your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Kaylee Langford from Stevens County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf comes from Cade Landers from Runnels County 4-H. In our Charolais Show, Class 8 was led by Kylie Goforth from Rowlett FFA, Brianna Chavez from Travis County 4-H, Mackenzie Schneider from Lexington FFA, followed by Lexi Hughes from West FFA. Class 10 in our Charolais Show was led by Creed Vineyard from Wise County 4-H, followed by Presley Chabert from Bastrop County 4-H.
Again, I think this division, just in general, just looking back on it and what was in these classes, obviously, I think a full division of Charolais, just in terms of power, body, mass, nice cows. A very, very nice set of cows come through this division in terms of just substance and ones that are built right from a functionality standpoint. Then when we get out here in this division, I'm not going to re-talk them. There's a couple of them out here that probably fit together the best, just in terms of balance and look and freshness and bloominess at this stage in the game. And within that pair, I think there's one that excels that even just a shot more. And we talked about these in class and some areas you could change them. But again, big picture, this was a nice set of cows in this division. So let's give these kids a round of applause.
In our Charlet show, your champion junior heifer was exhibited by Creed Vineyard from Wise County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Kylie Goforth from Rowlett FFA.
I think a very easy place to start in the young ladies' heifer. And honestly, I think of some of these breds and these older heifers that we've seen, she's obviously like the neatest and squarest just in terms of her foot shape, depth of heel, toe, the way that she's built in terms of her foundation at the ground, I think just helps everything else. She's fresh and neat about her neck. Not blessed with just like a fresh look to her skin or fresh look to her hair, but you get off this one in terms of balance and eye appeal and length of neck, length of body, length of hip, the way that she gets out and moves. I think she just kind of handles this class relatively easily. That young lady's got a cow that'll probably raise some stuff on down the road. I really like that foot, just the size of foot, the circumference of foot, the way that thing's used there at the ground. Very, very nice. Young man, nice heifer here in second. She's moderate in her build, smooth in terms of her lines and the way that she transitions. She's not as stout, she's not as powerful or as big-bodied as the heifer there in front of her. That's why she's second here today. You just got into a clash here with kind of a racehorse there at the top end, just in terms of substance and in terms of balance. But again, a very, very nice class winner in this particular lineup.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. It's Class 13 in our Charlet show, led by Casey Randall from Harris County 4-H and Levi Williams from ARP FFA. Now in the ring in our Charlet show, a nice single entry, Class 14 from Corbin Hunt in Hallsville, FFA.
Young man brings a very fresh single entry here into this class, and you can tell he's done his homework at home in terms of, presentation and hair and skin health and the way that thing's presented. You can tell that young man's still been working that brush here into March, which you don't have but a few more months here in Texas, or a few more weeks before the heat hits. And I just to commend you on keeping her so fresh just in terms of her appearance, her balance and her lines and her squareness of hip. Are all things that are huge. I think in terms of her body, it's really, really good. I mean, if we could alter that one just a little bit. She's a February. She's a big bred. She's getting further along. And I do think if you just kick that one on grass, we wouldn't argue that she's extremely, extremely functional. For show ring aesthetics, is she perfect in her angles? I don't know, she don't have the most massive foot or bone. She's not the most dense just in terms of her skeleton there. And maybe you'd just like to lengthen her out just a little bit in her stride out of her front end. But that's being picky of one that's so good looking and so neat and so fresh and so presented right. That to me, I think on down the road as a cow are those pieces that you'll breed around. Yeah, and is she going to stay stable for a cow for the young man? Absolutely so. So very nice single entry in this class as well.
We've got a nice class of Angus cattle here. I like the top trio quite a bit. I find a pair of them that are a little more appropriate for my taste from just a frame size perspective. Of that pair, I think the heifer that leads off is just a little fresher and more honest in her condition. Still got a long time left for these heifers in terms of their show careers, and I value the fact that the winner is just presented a little leaner as we get through the floor of her chest. I think she's a little leaner over her tailhead, and then I think because of that, she actually uses her hind leg with a little bit more athleticism out here in terms of just flex and total range of motion. I like how that heifer's neck sends really high out of the top of her shoulder. Now, I wish she was just a little stouter and deeper at the base of her jaw. She's got a tendency to maybe duck her pins and then tie up just a little higher in her flank, but that's a good one to lead off in that class. There's no total body volume and mass in the heifer that comes in second, and I just think she looks like a whale of a cow because she's a female that generates performance but does it with moderation and length of body and width. And this is the kind of performance that I like to see out in the cattle industry, not big frame cattle that are going to be hard doing, and that's one thing I really appreciate about this heifer. She's very refined in her teats. I just like to tone her back a little bit in terms of her condition. You know, she tempos up here on the go. She'll start to step maybe a little outside of herself and pull in just a little bit there at her hock. Maybe a heifer we could tidy up through her chest. I was really tempted to use this heifer in third. I think she's the biggest hip, the most dimensional, and then she's actually the heifer that I really appreciate from a structural standpoint. Very loose spined, got a very, very functional set built into her hock, effortlessly hits her step. You know, that's a long-bodied heifer that's still very comfortable out here. Just for my taste, she's a little on the big side of things. I'd like to tone her down a little bit from a frame perspective. Got maybe just a nickel of tailhead. Good heifer that comes here in 4. Kind of got all the hallmarks of a great Angus female. Big-bodied, easy keeping, the type that looks like she'll even look better melted down on grass. On the end of a halter, she comes across maybe just a little bit on the generic side of things, a little bit more pronounced in her forward chest. I read her a little thicker and deeper at the base of her neck. A heifer that follows her, young man in the cowboy hat brings one that's got some cool pieces, really extended up through her front end, very fresh at the top of her neck. Big, stout, articulate hind leg on this female as well. You know, she's maybe one we could see her just collect herself with a little bit more total balance. You'll notice on the go, she'll want to roll up in her spine. She naturally drops her pins and pairs up a little narrow at her hock. Heifer that follows her, another really moderate frame female. This one's got more spring to her rib and dimension than the female in front of her. Starting to cake up around her tailhead, reads a little bit more fragile in her bone work. Heifer that follows her is one that I don't know this heifer's pedigree, but to me she reads like a first calf female or out of a first calf heifer. Just the refinement of her head and neck. Unfortunately, that translates at the ground as she just reads a little bit more fragile in her bone work. Then we conclude the class with a female that's certainly deep-sided and easy keeping. Like to see her plant her hind leg with more conviction. Heifer that's maybe a little smaller in her rear foot size and ankle.
This single entry pair is just quite interesting. You know, I can honestly just say this she's getting it done. That's a big, stout, burly bull calf and first calf to come out. And obviously, I would say that calf's got some value just in terms of mass and look and balance and still just so rugged in terms of his design. That cow's doing a very nice job raising that calf. And I'm assuming at his age now, he's probably on a little feed too, but that doesn't hurt nothing. That thing wedges up and does some things that are slightly old school in that Charolais deal, just in terms of performance and ruggedness and mass, but he does it with kind of a modern look. Now this cow, and I think what I like the best thing about it is she looks like a cow. She looks like she's going to be a cow. We know she's going to be a cow. But again, her foot, again, squareness of toe, depth of heel, the way that she gets out and reaches and stays within herself with a big udder like that, nursing a calf like that, is very, very intriguing. No, you know, there's some aesthetic things that you'd change about her, you know, maybe a little bit in her chest, but That's probably because that calf's working down on her fat and working down on her forerib, so it don't balance like one that isn't with calf. And you could maybe tone her down ever so slight in her tail head, but when you've got an udder like that and you're handling a bull calf like that 3-4 times a day, you don't expect them little pieces to be perfect at that age. I love her size. I love her moderation. I love her shape and her look at this point, and there's no doubt she's raising a heck of a bull calf.
Thank you, gentlemen. You just heard a nice breakdown from Mr. Stewart on a really nice pair in Class 15. Single entry by Lindsey Franklin from Fannondale FFA. In our Angus show, Class 7 was led by Hadley Howe from Somerville FFA, followed by Kaylin Kaiser from Dublin FFA, Emily Gowan from Troy FFA, followed by Jamie Deal from China Springs FFA. In fifth, Bo Woodall from Dawson FFA, followed by Carly Hoffman from Samuel Clemens Cibolo Creek. In seventh, Corbin Milberger from Victoria County 4-H. And Zoe Parrish from Waller County 4-H. Reminder, all exhibitors, if you're a champion in a division or breed, if you're a reserve champion or grand champion in a division or breed, you must take a photo at the backstop. Trailer releases will be given after the breed concludes. As we start to wrap up the Charolais show, know that you will get your trailer release after the breed concludes.
I think another satisfying division here in the Charolais show, and honestly, 3 different ones. I know we had a couple single entries, but I like all 3, and I'm just going to be forward to say that on these class winners. Still a nice second down there to one of these, but these 3 are nice, and I think each 3 of these, they bring a totally different thing to the table, and that's what's challenging is trying to weigh those odds and see which side of the fence you want to land on. this heifer that wins that first class, and the younger one here, and we talked about her in class. I love her foot design and shape. I love her substance there at the ground. Again, agility when you get her and get her out on the move is very, very good. You know, she's not blessed with as fresh a hair coat. She's not blessed with as fresh and neatness in terms of how she just connects some of those pieces because she probably just doesn't have it. You know, I mean, that's just part of it. Some have hair, some don't. But the fact that she's still so fresh when you look at her, I mean, and you can tweak on her a little and say she's not maybe as bold in her forerib than the two behind her, and she's probably not, but it fits her. She's long-necked, she's attractive, her balance is real good. I really like that one out on the go just in terms of agility and the way that she gets out and moves and handles herself. And there's no doubt that one there. And in the future, I think that's one that could raise cattle on both sides of the fence, both bull progeny and female progeny, because she's got enough look and enough balance and danks her the right legs for a show heifer running gear, but she's got some punch and some size and some go to be able to raise a bull. The heifer here in second, probably built from a little different mold than she is. She's smoother in her transitions. Still one that's very good looking to look at from the side. And again, so fresh and so neat and so presented right. The young man has done a great job just keeping her fresh and keeping her the way that she is. And you know, because of that, she's bolder and neater, just maybe in her rib shape and how she holds her top line into her, than probably the both on either side of her. And again, this one reads to maybe be a shot more Cavanescent in terms of her bone work and her foot size. And, you know, we talked about that one in class. And do I think she's functional? And I think her angles are good enough? Absolutely. So I think it's going to make a tremendous female that raises some good-looking progeny. And again, and she does it with some freshness. In a perfect world, is she as stout-footed or is she as big-footed as the two on either side of her? No, but her skeleton don't read that as well. So still a very, very nice class winner there. And then obviously this pair, and to me, she's kind of the wild card here because, you know, aesthetically, you don't expect her to look like an April or a February. You expect her to start looking like a cow, and she's absolutely doing that. And again, we talked about that one, skeleton, her foot size, the way she's built at the ground, very, very intriguing. You know, would we change some areas of her aesthetically? Yes, but it's probably because she's with calf, was in calf, and those are the areas you'd want to try to change her. I think the more that calf's on her, the more her chest will come up in her. But I love this one's size. I love her agility. I love her angles. I love her looseness. I love her flatness of bone. And of the most thing, I just like her size, you know. But at the same time, does she have as neat a chest? Does her tail head tuck in her as nice as those two in front of her? No, but she also carried around a big stout first calf, bull calf on her, you know, for quite some time before she calved. And the bull calf's very, very nice. Is he without problems? No, but is that thing valuable? I would say absolutely so. Big, burly, stout, big-footed, and one that's got some look. So she's obviously a little further in production, right in the game. And I'd say for a cow-calf pair, still very, very fresh in terms of the way that she's put together. So 3 different types of females, several different ways you could go in this division. I'll select the 2 I probably like the best.
On our Angus side, we got a great class of cattle here. The heifer that leads off is very captivating from the profile. I love the angle that her neck shoots out of the top side of her shoulders. She's really clean and chiseled out there in her throat latch and her neckline. And then a female that's still very dynamic and just the sweep that she's got to her bottom line as well. Heifer, for me, that as we study her, she's starting to deposit a little extra condition through her chest, and that's actually pushing her frontal base width to maybe be a little wider than I'd like to see, but still like that heifer's hind leg from a functionality standpoint. I like the size of the heifer in second. To me, she reads more appropriate from just a cow standpoint because I think she's a little stouter in her bone work, reads a little bit more moderate. I think she's going to have an outcome as a mature cow that's going to be easier to manage from a maintenance requirement. Now, the end of a halter, she's a little plainer about her head, maybe got a tendency to run downhill from the top of her, I guess, the hip as we study her to the top of her shoulder. Young man's heifer that ends up here in 3, big-bodied, easy keeping. I think a female that's just got so much depth and just a sappy middle type of heifer here. Still very refined and sleek about her head and neck. She's starting to wear her condition, maybe just a little staler as we study her there around her tail head. Heifer for me that I'd like to just see a little more gas left in the tank. I think she's one that we'd like to trim up in terms of condition. This heifer that comes next is one that is extremely long and extended up through her front end. She saw a suit from there back, a lot of stretch in terms of length of body. Heifer that's maybe actually a little bit more progressive in her bone than the female that stands in front of her. The longer she stands, the more she'll want to start to come over in her knee just a tick. I'd like to see her blend to the point of her shoulder a little smoother onto the base of her forerib there as well. A heifer that comes next is maybe just a female that's really strong in her top line, very composed. I like the angle that her neck comes out and it attaches out the top side of her shoulder blade there. A female that if I could change her, I'd give her just a little more functional set to her hock. She'll start to kind of plan on maybe just a little stiff out of those rear two and a little more limited in her stride. Heifer that follows her is another low maintenance kind of mature cow, a female that's really long out of her hip, pretty stout in her bone work as well. Maybe drops out a little below her sternum relative to her flank line. As a consequence, she maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well. Female that follows her, the young lady in the turquoise, brings us a heifer that's got some spring to her upper rib cage and actually some spread to her pin bone. I like that about her. But maybe we could exchange some of that extra outer rib for more depth and sweep to her bottom line. I think that aid her balance a little bit from a practicality standpoint. Heifer that follows her is another one that I like awfully well in terms of having some strength of her top, being pretty long striding as an individual. We get directly in front of the cattle. She maybe's got a tendency to pull in a little bit there at her knee and just reads a little flatter in the projection to her rib cage and pin set.
Thank you, gentlemen. In our Charolais Heifer Show, your champion senior heifer was exhibited by Lindsey Franklin from Fannindale FFA. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Casey Randall from Harris County 4-H. In our Angus show, Class 8 was led by Brax Friedrich from Stephenville FFA, followed by Cutter Murray, Perrin FFA, Pecos Worrell from Harper FFA, followed by Peyton Crowder from Venus FFA, then Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H, Cody Barnett from Decatur FFA, Olivia Fine from Brazoria County 4-H, Jalen Urbanowski from Burleson County 4-H, and Mackenzie Scott from Eastland County 4-H.
I think the Charlet show has been very, very good, and I think it's been tough. And in a perfect world, we've seen a lot of good Charlet females come into the ring that, presentation is everything in the show ring, and there's been a lot of them things we sent back that were moderate and good-bodied and stout and built right and did the right things. And I think when you get them back out here and we study our class winners and we study our division winners, there's similarities in these heifers, but I don't think there's, to be honest, I don't think there's any two the same in that regard. And so with that being said, it's just the cards that were dealt. And this is a breed that transitions. There's some calf on east side of things. There's some big power cows, obviously, in this breed is what they're mostly known for. And then, again, there's the kind that stay fresh and neat and work as show heifers and then still go on and do the right things as cows. So, when it comes down to it, there's just some little differences, that maybe separate. And I don't know if I just have that one that I just say I got to hang my hat on, just because everyone brings a different attribute to the table. And I think every one of these division winners has a few pieces about them that say, hey, this is the reason why you can win this division, or this is the reason why you may be second or third. And so I think when you break that down, we talked these things extensively in class, and so there's some differences in bone, there's some differences in terms of substance, there's some differences definitely in terms of maturity. But what I like about this division is you do see three females at three different stages of life here. And to me, it's just trying to weigh out those differences and where you want to project. Do you want to project the calf out? Do you want to project the cow to what she looked like as a calf and know that she was still productive? Give some stuff the benefit of the doubt. And you've got one there kind of in the middle that does some stuff in terms of freshness and neatness and lines and angles and functionality that are really good too. And I do think, as a whole, these three division winners, from a skeletal standpoint, from a balance standpoint, from a muscle and dimension standpoint, they each have their own, and I have enough. I'll go through and just speak some little things about them and what I like about them, and then I'll pick you a champion in reserve. The calf that wins that calf division, and again, I just think in terms of body shape and neatness and squareness of build and wedge shape is very, very good. And again, for a calf, I think that was the best one just in terms of the way that she's built at the ground, from her feet, her toe spread, her neatness. It matches her joints. And again, one that's very, very unique just in terms of boldness of rib, three-quarter angle shot of that calf. You know that thing's going to be a stout cow. You know she's probably not going to be the biggest cow, but be right-sized in that regard. She fights the little girl ever so slightly, and it's like she almost just a little afraid to step on her or swing and do something wrong. And, for as massive and as wide, bold, and good as she is in that forerib, we could probably tame her in just a little bit there in her shoulders, but it matches her. She's stout and broad-headed, but she's nice-necked. That thing just puts together some pieces of balance and some neatness just in terms of wedge design that guarantees you that one's going to make a dang nice cow, and she does it with a little extra look. Heifer wins that second division. Very fresh at this stage in the game. Very fresh in terms of her build and her look. And again, you asked that one to get out and go in terms of functionality is very good. And she's at that point of production, where there's some things that could hinder her movement. And I do still think she gets out and goes. She maybe gets underneath herself just ever so slightly. And because of that, we talked about some things in class that I would change about her. Not that I want to even mention it again on the mic, because that's just tearing down things of a very high quality, that one that you could do. And we could change that area, and to me, you change it ever so slight, and then she'd maybe just win this division for fun. But aside from that, it pulls some things from me, and it makes you wonder, where do I go with that one? Because I do think that's a contender as well. The cow-calf pair we just got done talking about, and I'm not going to reiterate a lot of things on her. Again, foot shape and size is good, and I think in terms of neatness and freshness and udder design and big stout bull calf, she's doing all the right things from a cow standpoint to make her know she's going to be profitable for the young lady. She's already probably done it in her first calf crop. So, in terms of just making a cow and being at that game from a production standpoint and that point of her life, there's some certainties with that one as well. Aesthetically in the show ring, you could change a couple areas. And again, I'm not going to reiterate those pieces. But again, that's just one out here that's also a contender just because of where she's at in her production life, what she does and puts together. And I think, again, one that's definitely in the hunt out here. So I'm going to study these for a second or two longer. Priorities with me is probably what'll pick this division winner. And then I think it's just as tough to find a winner as it is a reserve because there's 3 different type of females, but 3 very good, very high quality, very built right type of females at the same time.
On the Angus side, we got a pair of females on opposite sides of the spectrum in terms of frame size. I started with the heifer that I still think is just a little stouter at the ground. I think it's important since she also is accompanied with just more general hip height. The heifer that, despite her extra frame, I still think that she's a deep-sided female that's got enough fleshing ability to accommodate that. If I could change her, I just wish she operated with more mobility out of her front skeleton. You'll notice that she'll kind of want to splay out up front and then drop her chest here on the go. I think the genesis of that issue is she's just a little upright in her shoulder. There's more moderation in the heifer that comes in second. She's probably a little fresher at the top side of her neck as well, pulls together a stronger top line as an individual. I'd like to see her just stouter and more articulate in the feature to her hind leg. She's one that's really tight in her throat latch, and unfortunately that seems to coincide with her being more modest in terms of depth of body.
Congratulations in our Charolais Heifer Show to our grand champion Charolais Heifer, exhibited by Carly Rathman from Lynn County 4-H. In our Charolais Show, your reserve grand champion, Charolais Heifer, comes from the junior division in Creed Vineyard from Wise County 4-H. In our Angus Show, Class 9 was led by Summer Burkett from Perrin FFA. followed by Audrielle Cooper from Alvin FFA. Also, if you find a set of Chevrolet keys, please turn them into the show office. If you find a lost set of Chevrolet keys, please turn them into the show office.
Well, kind of a thought-provoking class out here just because we got cattle in very different stages of production. I'm going to lead off with the heifer that stands directly in front of me here. I think she's a heifer that's really attractive in the silhouette that she casts here from the side. Very refined in the feature to her head and neck. Got a great sweep to her bottom line that really kind of completes the balanced look that she's got here from the side. For my taste, just to be completely honest, I just like to lean her up in terms of her condition. I think she's one that's carrying a little extra on her down low, and I certainly think that we're starting to establish a little bit of that fat down there through her flank, and that's a little problematic long-term from a lactation standpoint, but I still like her awfully well from a quality perspective. What's really challenging is that the heifer that ends up in second's already proven herself with a calf, and obviously the assignment for any of us in the cattle business is to optimize reproductive efficiency, and this female has done that and is actually ahead of the game, and I really value that. Got a good bag on her as well, pretty square in terms of her udder design, starting to do a nice job here on the calf. You know, relative to our class winner, she's probably a little low in her pin set, got a tendency to pair up just a little narrow there at her hock. I considered starting this one in third because I like cattle that are lean. That's my bias, is cattle that are lean. I think that's not only most conducive for longevity and getting cattle bred, but I think it also enables them to move at the elite level that I prefer. And this heifer is built the leanest, and she's the boldest and the most dimensional. I'm a little worried that she might just be a little tougher condition because she's one that's a little tight in her throw latch, a little flatter in her jawbone, and it kind of coincides with her being maybe just a nickel high in her flank. Tremendous amount of body in the heifer that comes out next. She's got a lot of depth, a lot of fleshing ability. She's one that I think melted down off a show feed may look even better, might freshen her up a little bit, but unfortunately she's maybe one in a show barn we just managed and a little staler in her condition, starting to open up in her shoulder as a consequence of all the fat that she's established down there in her chest. And we close the class with a female that's honest in her condition, very long strided as an individual. Like to stouten her up as we study the cattle from behind, make her broader in her pin set and bigger in her bone work.
think a top trio of heifers here that all bring some different stuff to the table. And, there's a little bit of spread in age in these three. And to me, the youngest one just does it and presents herself with the most balanced look. I mean, I think she's the neatest about her head. She's probably the thinnest and prettiest about her neck. And then when we study that one from there back, in terms of freshness and bloominess of rib and muscle shape, I really, really like that one. And I think when you get her out in the go, she's very, very sound. I think you could flatten her out a little bit in her bone work. She is just a little rounder in her bone work, but that comes with maturity. And the older she gets, the more stable she should get in terms of just how she wants to just set them things in terms of squareness. But I think a nice place to start just in terms of balance and look. Second place heifer, again, one that's very bold and very neat just in terms of her foot size and her bone. And I think one, again, so dense just in terms of her skeletal build in that regard. She maybe has a more admirable hind leg than the heifer that wins the class just because she is a little flatter in her bone work, maybe set back just a shot more there in her hock. But I think still at the same time, she comes with just a little extra throat, which it comes with the breed. I still think her topside skeleton's very nice. I still think the way it ties into her shoulders very nice. And again, I really like her down at the ground in terms of foot size and shape. Maybe don't balance up with as much roundness there and behind her shoulders as the heifer that wins the class. The heifer here in third was kind of the wild card for me, I guess, because she's big-footed, she's stout-featured, and again, one that still presents a nice look from the side. In relation to those two, she's carrying just a little more chest, probably comes with the fact she's a little older, and I just like to balance that relationship out this young of age. Keep an eye on that. Make sure her body stays big. That one will continue to grow and do the right things as a cow. Today, she's maybe just a little bit more washed out there in her lower belly. Even though she has some upside shape and some neatness, we could trim her down just a little bit up through the front third of her skeleton. Heifer that comes out next, young man, time will tell. Exotic looking, probably the nicest head and neck of any of them in this particular class. At this stage, she's so young, and it happens when they're green. You don't know where she's going to land in terms of stability. If she's going to soften up just a little bit in her knee, is she going to soften up just a little bit in her bone structure, or is she going to be one that's high quality and more upper end shape and just needs a shot more foundation? So to me, if we could just tame that one down a little bit in her skeleton and lay her back and relax her just a little in her shoulder, would be better. Heifer that rounds out the class, again, functional in her build, deep and good in terms of her kind. I like her hip and hind leg set. She's getting a little bit long-toed. And she is one of the plainer ones as we study her in terms of head shape and the way that she's built up in through her chest floor. So I changed that about her. But you've got one of the biggest bodied, one of the biggest and highest performing females in this class that does and has a really expansive rib cage, just does it with maybe not as neat a look.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 1 in our limousine show, led by Haley Plumy from Mansfield FFA, followed by Paisley King, also from Mansfield FFA, followed again by Paisley King from Mansfield FFA. In fourth, Barrett Howe from Somerville FFA, and Mia Martinez from Sam Rabin Ivanhoe FFA. In our Angus show, Class 10 was led by Carson Pack from Stephenville FFA, followed by Olivia Lampert from Blue Ridge FFA, and Jordan Jenkins from Ellis County 4-H. In fourth was Kylie Wing from Cisco FFA, and Mackenzie Scott from Eastland County 4-H.
Well, we got a really nice lineup of Angus heifers out here. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give these kids a round of applause. I think it's been a great division. The heifer that wins the first class, to me, I really just appreciate how fresh that heifer is. And I think one thing that gives her a big advantage is she's not only leaner than a couple of these other females in contention, but she's probably just been dealt more bone at the ground. And as a consequence, I just read more total balance in that heifer in terms of her matchup, high massing, or matching what she has down low. I appreciate her because she's a little leaner and fresher at the top side of her neck than a couple of these other females. And a heifer, to me, that when we get in front of the cattle, I think that her shoulder blade flows back more seamless into her forerib than the heifer that stands directly behind her. Now, she's got a tendency to duck her pin set just a little bit here on the go. She's probably just not as deep in her rib design as a couple of these other heifers, but I'd probably make the argument that if these heifers were all in the same level of condition, that the depth of body differences would be a lot more similar than you might anticipate. Heifer that wins the second class, she's the one that just really can strike a pose here from the profile. I love just how high her neck attaches out of the top side of her shoulder blade, and then she's just so sappy-bellied, really soft and soggy in that center body there. When the cattle get going on the go there from the profile, boy, she uses her hind leg with just so much flex and reach, really shows off that athleticism. Despite the fact she's carrying a little extra condition, I think she's one that actually gets out and goes really well. She's one, to me, the longer she stands, the more she'll kind of get a little lackadaisical in her top and settle down in her loin a little bit. That drives her up in her tail head just a shade as the longer she stands there. And when I get directly in front of the cattle, the heifer that's a little bit more closer to average for bone work is maybe starting to separate her shoulder a little bit in the way that it attaches onto the base of her forerib. But from the profile, that one is so dynamic and so flexible. Really like that heifer a great deal. Like the stoutness of the heifer in third, or wins the third class, big bone, probably the most progressive in that regard here. A heifer that's got some height to shoulder, but it's hard to give her credit for this elevation when she achieves it by being more propped up in the angle to her blade. Consequently, she's just not quite as agile or mobile as we study her out of her front skeleton. The heifer that wins the last class here, big fan of this female. I think she's big-bodied, massive, very refined in her teats, long and extended up through her front end. I've talked a little bit today about cattle that can generate performance in a moderate frame package. This heifer fits that bill. She's long-sided, deep-bodied, got some thickness. She's going to weigh something, but still a female that probably projects to be a frame 5 cow, and that's what I like to see. Heifers that aren't going to be big, tall, hard ones in production, but still going to be able to pass on some performance to the next generation. Wish I could have seen her about 100 pounds ago. Now that she's getting just a little extra condition down low, I think that maybe it's just a little staler, a heifer that's starting to widen up a little bit up through her front end. But, I understand she's awful practical. Sometimes it's tough to manage those cattle, but probably just doesn't equal the freshness and the elegance as we study her compared to maybe some of these other females out here. So close decision for me. My favorite's the young lady out of Class 1. She'll be our champion. We're going to follow Class 2 for reserve.
Second call, limousine classes 7 and 9.
4 very nice females in this class of limousines. And again, I don't think there is just one that really just deserves to go last in this class, because each one of these heifers brings some stuff to the table that maybe another one don't. I think the safe bet, or the most conventional bet for me, is the one that wins the class. And of these, she's probably carrying a little bit more condition. The guy's going to want to manage that and watch that from here on out. But as we study this one, just in terms of her forerib shape, her uniformity, her roundness of rib up high, I think conventional look of being a really nice, easy-doing type of female with a very good angle to her structure and a very neatness in terms of her lines, she does that. Where it comes to me is I can deal with a little extra condition because she looks like the kind that's going to convert very well. We could add just a shot more bone to this one. I would say it would change her completely, and I would say that she wins this class handily with that. Without it, it makes it tough here between first through fourth. The heifer here in second's the one that's just a little higher quality. I think she's a little prouder about her head. She's longer necked. She's longer bodied. Probably has just, and does have just more substance just in terms of her bone work, in size of foot, as we analyze it. And I think these two here in the middle here are close and similar in terms of the the type and kind, but this one in terms of her knee structure and the angle to her shoulder and the way she plants out of her front end is better than the red heifer. Today, she gives up just a little bit of heart, gives up just a little forerib to the heifer that wins the class. Time will tell, if that thing continues to grow and just stays just nice-bodied, or is she going to continue to belly down and do the right things? And if she does that, that pair is going to be very, very tough on down the road, and I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch it. Initially, I think before you just started breaking this one down, I thought she could very well win the class, just in terms of quality of head, quality of shape, dimension and power. She's big-footed, she's big-boned. I just got to alter that knee, and I got to alter the way that she's built at the front end of her skeleton. The longer she's out here, she's wanting to get just a shot more forward in that knee. That's what lands her here in third. And to me, if the heifer here in fourth was any better in the angle to her shoulder and she was any better in that regard, I think she is safer maybe in her knee, but she's still just a little forward in the angle to her shoulder. But from a power standpoint and a body standpoint and a moderate standpoint, that one's still functional in terms of her hip and hind leg. She's still very neat in terms of her body, and that's a heifer that's very high quality just in terms of her shape and cow character. Like I said, there's not a one of these in this class that deserves to go forth because they're all four really nice cows.
Thank you, gentlemen. Your champion junior Angus heifer comes from Hadley Howe in Somerville FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer in the Angus show comes from Brax Friedrich from Stephenville FFA. Class 2 in our limousine show was led by Wyatt Jacoby from Wise County 4-H. Second and third both were shown by Logan Satry from Liberty County 4-H, followed by Slade Smathers from Llano County 4-H.
Again, very nice pair of females and very contrasting in their type, but I think there's just one that does it with a little extras and has the extras. I think in terms of bone size and flatness of bone and hoof structure down low, she's very, very unique, I think, and just in terms of the way that she can get out and motor and handles them legs, but yet still soft just in the way that she handles that structure down at the ground. You study this one's upper skeleton, you study her balance, there's no doubt that that thing kind of balances up like they're supposed to. You know, it has a shot more size for me, but again, it fits her. Usually ones with a little size don't balance with their body, don't balance with how their hip lines in them, and this heifer does so rather handily. This heifer in second is not a slouch. She just came into a class with a racehorse right there in front of her. I think one that's very admirable in terms of size, very admirable in terms of her rib cage and the way that she's connected there in the center portions of her body. And again, we study this one. I like her hip design. I like it. It ain't as square and as long as the one in front of her, but it's functional, and that's one that'll be a forever hind leg and a forever hip as well. Not blessed with the amount of bone, not blessed with the extra length and just stoutness of skeleton of that class winner, but that's still a very, very nice female there in second.
Well, great class of cattle out here, and I think the heifer that wins, boy, she's one that's just flat out impressive. I think from any angle that you want to praise this heifer. She's one that just exudes just such a quality look. My hat's off this young man for just keeping her so fresh. It's hard to get these big bred cattle that are still lean and honest in their condition. I really like how honest she is because it enables her just to show off her athleticism. She's got a big, stout hind leg, and she plants it with a lot of conviction. I think her foot shape is what makes her really elite in this breed, and has just so much mating versatility because of that. Still really attractive up through her front end. You know, in a perfect world, I wish she was a little further along in calf and maybe starting to show just a little bit more development down there to her udder, but I think that's an awful nice heifer to win the class. Now, heifer in second's no slouch. I think she's exceptional when we study the cattle here from the side. She does have just more development to her udder. Female that's just so sappy in her midrib and still strong and composed in her spine. I like the skeletal strength and the stamina this heifer has. She's dead level out of her hip. Really impressive that she still stays pretty reasonably strong in her loin to be as long and level hipped as that heifer is and have a big old calf in her. Still gets out and catches her step every time. Maybe got a little bit more white tissue there around her tailhead. Maybe you could see her leaned up a little bit in her chest, but boy, that's an awful good heifer to stand in the 2-hole. Like a lot of things about the heifer in third, a female that's really stout in her bone work. I think her height to length ratio totals up with just so much balance here from the profile. Relative to just a big-bodied pair of cattle that stand in front of her, she's more modest in her depth to her rib and flank. Starting to see her shift a little bit more forward chest and protruding out there that maybe compromises her balance from the side. Then we conclude the class with a moderate-framed heifer that's got some length to body. I think she's actually got some spring to her center rib as well. She's got a tendency to pull in at the point of her hock as the cattle get going. She'll step a little wide and start to break down in her loin just a hair.
Calf division winners, second call, please make your way back to the arena. First call, Hereford, Class 1. First call, Hereford, Class 1.
I think, again, a functional cowie pair of females here, but a class winner that does end up surfacing. I think just in terms of just spread of rib and then just body and mass is very, very good in this female. From that one's shoulders back, the way that she connects in terms of size, she connects in terms of her hip and hind leg, is very, very good. And I think, again, as you study her up through the front third of her skeleton, it fits her. She's not the longest necked one in the world, but she's pretty headed. Maybe she's not tucked in or as tight in there and as her blade as one other we've seen, but it fits the extra spread of rib that she has. Ever so slightly, we could alter a little bit there in her knee as we study her. I can't tell if she wants to just get just a little pigeon-toed, or maybe her angles ain't perfect. But that thing's still functional. That thing's going to be a tremendous cow. Very, very nice heifer and a nice place to start. Heifer here in second, and again, shoulders back, very, very conventional. Good in her rib, very cowy. Extra good on the move. I think when you study this one's angles, she's probably a little better in her knee or in the way she plants out of that front end than the one that wins the class. She's not blessed with as much bone, and she's not blessed with as pretty a neck or as pretty a head. And with that one's just a little bit stouter and a little bolder too. This one is far from, she's way more than adequate in those areas. Time will tell how that one develops and handles her front end on down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 4 in your limousine show, led by Christian Hesselmeyer from Williamson County 4-H, followed by Tanner Brown from Johnson County 4-H. Class 3 in your limousine show was led by Jack Cutter Sullivan from Trinity County 4-H, followed by Laney Woodall from Lamar County 4-H. Back in our Angus show, Class 13 was led by Styles Patton from Milam County 4-H, followed by Hadley Howe, Somerville FFA, then Alyssa Murray from Perrin FFA, and William Blake Landers from Runnels County 4-H.
Well, in our Angus ring, we got a female that leads off here that honestly, the deciding factor for me and probably the key difference is that she's already got a calf inside. Obviously, the objective of any cow-calf operation is to optimize reproductive efficiency, and I like the fact that this female is one that's a little bit ahead of the two that stand behind her in that regard. A female that is long-bodied, got some bone work underneath her. You know, she's probably got just a fraction of chest, and we maybe could see her just a little bit more coordinated in her hind leg travel, but certainly like the fact that she's got a calf on her side. The moderation of the female in second makes a case to start. She's deeper bodied, easier fleshing, and I think that her frame size is conducive to always being low maintenance in production or being a cost-efficient brood cow. Female that's still pretty neat and where her neck attaches at the top of her shoulder. Like my winner, she's got just a little bit of forward chest. When we get behind the cattle, I'd like to see her just with more authentic width, starting to cake up around her tailhead, and then she'll pull in at the point of her hock as the cattle track away. One we could give more spacing in terms of her teat design. Heifer, the closest to the class, is bigger and more opened up in her individual. I like that she's the most honest in her condition to this lineup as well. She too's getting a little longer in her teat structure, like the heifer that stands in front of her. Maybe a female for a big bred, we'd like to see just deeper bodied and stronger in terms of her loin.
Very good calf division here in the Lemmy show, and all the way through. I mean, there were several of these classes that were just good. The cattle were good, and we know this breed in general is kind of taken off on the national scene, and there's a lot of guys and new guys getting into the breed every day, and just in general because the relevance of them, I guess. You know, there was a Supreme in Louisville, a family in Kansas had showed, and that's probably where it kind of steamrolled is when one wins Supreme at Louisville. Boy, everybody's got to have one, and I think a daughter of that one ends up winning Louisville this year. So the steam is gaining momentum, and you can tell it. The quality in this particular division in these lineups was very, very good. There's some differences out here, and I mean, this is a breed where you'll see some differences, and I think there's some differences when you study them just in terms of raw shape and just raw width, I guess. And I think there's some that maybe look like they don't have it that have enough that maybe have the extras in terms of angles, have the extras just in terms of look, in balance of skeleton and knee structure. So when it boils down to it, I think there's several very nice heifers out here. It comes down to two, and probably the two out of them, the last two classes, and they're not built the same. I'll select them how I like them.
Oh, we got a cow-calf pair out here, one that I like awfully well just in terms of her running gear. Got a hind leg that's built for the long haul in terms of flex and functionality. Female, it's a little bit more in her working clothes. She's not as fleshy and bloomy as some of these others, but I like the fact that it looks like she's contributing most of her calories to that bull calf that's on her side. He's a big-bodied little rascal here, got some squareness to his pin set. I appreciate that about him. You know, maybe can lay him back a little bit in his knee, but a good pair here for these individuals. My compliments to the exhibitors.
In our limousine show, your champion heifer calf comes from Jack Cutter Sullivan from Trinity County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf comes from Kristen Hasselmeyer from Williamson County 4-H. In our Angus show, Class 14 was led by Cade Landers from Runnels County 4-H, followed by Bo Woodall from Dawson FFA and Destiny Williams from Waller County 4-H. Class 15 was a nice single entry from Benton Bowman from Midland County 4-H.
First call, Hereford Class 2. Final call, Limousine Class 10. Final call, Limousine Class 10. First call, Limousine Classes 13 and 14. First call, Limousine Classes 13 and 14.
I think I've sorted some of the Americans the other day, and I'll be honest with you, at this point, I think at this age group for a senior calf, this is as nice of a senior calf that I've seen come into the ring in the couple days I've judged here, and I just like her. I like her mellowness, I like her cowiness, I like her look, and just her connecting dots in terms of her shoulder, the shape of her rib, the way it connects into her back, her hip structure and hind legs, very, very nice. You know, she's not overwhelmed with the biggest hip or the broadest hip, and she's not just overwhelming in terms of length of neck or cleanliness of chest floor. But what that heifer does, you know, for being just a little rounder in her bone work, that thing's front end structure is very nice. Her balance is very nice. That's going to continue to get a female. It's continue to get a little better as long as you can keep her tamed in and keep her as fresh as she looks right now. Young man, you've got a big, burly, stout, good-footed, sound-moving one here in second. And to me, the difference is probably size. And the differences is that one maybe just a good bit better just in terms of her lower sweep to her rib cage, handles her top line just a little bit better when you ask her to go. But you want to talk about a rugged, high-performance, big, stout-ended type of female, that's one there in second that does a lot of good things from a performance standpoint, with still a quality look in terms of her muscle and her dimension and her bone.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was a breakdown of Class 7 in our limousine show, led by Blake Morrow from Bridgeport FFA, followed by Gage Lee from Walker County 4-H. Entering the ring now is a single entry from Ryan Schmee from Harris County 4-H in our limousine show.
Very nice single entry, and again, I think just a older version of a heifer we just seen. Very fresh, very fresh in terms of her skin, her hair coat, the way that she's built up through her neck and front end. I think that thing's very neat in that regard. You know, is she pushing a little chest? I don't know. It's just part of her. She's big-bodied. She's deep-bodied. She's going. Them kind of cattle just have a little extra of that. Again, you ask that one to go and you ask that one to get out and move. She's very neat in terms of her structure and the way that she gets out and handles herself. Young man brings a very nice single entry heifer. Kind of like that last one, that last class. Is she just the most blown apart in terms of her hip and pin width from behind? No. But is it relative? Is it moderate? Is it middle of the road? Yeah. And does that make a nice cow? Absolutely so. And she does it with some of those extras in terms of just freshness and neatness and big barreled as well.
Well, as we draw this last division Angus cattle together, I certainly think we've got a strong set of cattle representing each particular class. If you folks don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. For me, as we bring back out our class winners, Heifer that wins the first class, I just think it's so refreshing to find a big-time show heifer that's still equipped with just the genuine stoutness and dimension that still looks like she can generate as a brood cow. Sometimes we get them their silhouette so strong from the side that we just don't have enough just true width and dimension and power to actually see these things go home and translate that to the next generation and raise some cattle. And I think this female really fits that bill. She's one that is about as photogenic as you can make them and picturesque from the profile, but I'm really just proud of the fact that she's still really big and stout and rugged in her bone work, awesome in terms of her foot shape and the spread, the toughness that she's got there to her heel. One that I just think at this stage of the game, it's just so impressive how lean and honest as she's been presented out here. It's just tough when we get these big-bodied, easy-keeping females to keep them presented this high regard, and this heifer certainly does that. If I could change her, I think as she kind of goes on there on the lead, we'll see that maybe she pigeon-toes just a shade up front. A heifer that more than anything, if I could change her, I'd just make her a little bit further along in gestation, but boy, that's a big-time heifer that I think may even have a brighter future when it comes to what she can do in a donor pen. Like that heifer that was second in that class awfully well. I thought she was huge-bodied, really easy keeping, dead level out of her hip, balances up, just so proportional for being as sappy-bellied as what she is. She's still so long and extended up through her front end. And to me, that she's maybe not as wild as what this heifer that wins that class is, but everything is just so symmetrical, so proportional, and so cowy in her make. I just wish we maybe seen her just a little leaner down there through her chest floor and around her tailhead. So an outstanding division here. Our pairs are certainly good as well. I like that pair out of that first class awfully well. We're going to keep those two together. The gentleman in the green will be our champion. We're going to follow with the young lady out of class at the reserve to be that second in that class as well.
In our Angus Heifer Show, your champion senior heifer, exhibited by Styles Payton from Milam County 4-H, followed by Hadley Howe from Somerville FFA. She is your reserve champion senior heifer in our Angus Show.
Interesting class and three different types of females, and I think it gets a little closer here on the top pair, and closer than I want it to be, because I think there's some differences in them and some differences in terms of kind, but the one that just balances just a little nicer is the one that wins the class. She's moderate. She's the shapely, stout, big-bodied, wide-bodied one that just flows and handles her skeleton and her upper rib shape and her top line when you get her out on the go just enough better than the heifer in second. I think both of them we could change a little bit in their front end structure. One's a little pigeon tone. This one's maybe just a little upright in her shoulder. She makes up for it, though. I think she's square at the ground. She's set back in her knee. Just presents a nice, cowy, moderate look. She's not as far along in calf as the heifer right there and behind her. And probably that's the reason why this one does some things that maybe aren't as admirable in the show ring. She's not as neat in her chest. She's not as neat in terms of her forerib. And when we get her in motion, she's not handling her top line perfectly. Is she unsound? Absolutely not. She's angles are good. Her structure in terms of mobility and ability to get out and go is good. She gives up just a little bit of bone, gives up just a little bit of foundation and stoutness there to that one that wins the class. And by no means is she not stout. She just, for that extra bredness, that extra boldness she has, she just don't maybe handle her top line and handle herself quite as nicely when we get them on the move. The heifer here in third, again, one that's very square and neat. You get her in motion, her structure's good. She gets up underneath herself and covers her track extremely, extremely well. To me, if you could just kind of knock her chest floor down in her, or just give her just a notch more shape there to her rear rib in relation to them ones there behind her. Her upper rib shape's good. Her power's good. Her balance, though, just from the side with her chest floor and the way that it just kind of ties into that belly shape, she's not as deep. She's not as soggy as them other two heifers. And so very, very nice cow. Very sound, flexible, heavy-muscled cow. Maybe just gives up some of those aesthetics from the show ring standpoint that make her third here today. Very good trio of females in that class.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 10 in our limousine show, led by Benjamin Knowlton from Deer Park FFA, followed by McKenna Rubright from Lamar County 4-H, and Tanner Brown from Johnson County 4-H.
Well, folks, we got an outstanding set of Angus cattle out here. If you don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. Yeah, I appreciate everybody being here today to support these young people. It means so much to them. I know we've had a long show, career and season for some of these kids, but the fact that the stands are full and that you folks are here, you've been a great crowd, and I really appreciate you being here to support these young folks. I think that as we see these cattle out here, these females really exemplify why the Angus breed has been such a focal point of the commercial industry. It doesn't matter where you're at. The nation's cow herd is black-hided, and this breed is the one that is pretty well the females of choice in the industry because of these cattle are big-bodied, because of their easy fleshing, because they can thrive in a forage-based environment, and we got some cattle out here that really embody those maternal strengths that's made the Angus breed so popular, but they're even maybe more population outliers in terms of look and some power here. So I think we got some cattle that do some really well. There's several of them that I like awfully well. The pair of them that came out of that first division, I was really big fans of. I thought that was a coin flip pair. I thought the heifer that won was just effectively balances up so well from the profile. I just think that the top of her shoulder to her hip is so symmetrical. I like the angle that her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder blade. She's not the most extended up front, but her neck attachment's extraordinary. Her chest is really driven up in her, and that allows her to have just such a dynamic sweep to her bottom line. She plants just such attractive hip and hind leg posture. We get behind the cattle, we maybe could see her just amped up a little bit in terms of pin width, but got more than enough to select or to correct that with some sire selection there. If I could change her just a little bit, I'd dial her back in the angle to her blade, but the trade-off comes there. I like how tall-fronted she is, so that's kind of how it goes. Heifer that wins the second division, I like how fresh and honest she is. It was a close call between her and the reserve. I thought she was smoother in the way that her shoulder more seamlessly filled back into the base of her forerib. She's more honest in her condition, and then she plants just a bigger, stouter hind leg. She plants it with more authority and is more stable in terms of her hock as we get behind the cattle. You know, she's got a tendency at times to duck her pins, and since she cuts up just a nickel in her flank, that maybe throws her weight distribution off a little bit, but I think that heifer's still got a bright future in front of the way she looks at it. Then we get the heifer that wins the last division. I'll tell you, folks, I think we got a strong lineup of cattle, but this one still stands out. She's so stout and dimensional, so opened up and yet elegant and ladylike here. She's got bull-making power with the show ring style and presence that you can't get around, and then she's just so honest in terms of her condition. I think I'm really high on that heifer there. We could maybe see her just a little square at her front foot placement as she comes at me, maybe a little further along in calf, but boy, that one has got some pieces that are really hard to build. Like that reserve in that division awfully well as too. So excellent class out here, excellent division. My favorite's pretty easy for me. That's a young man out of Division 3 here, out for champion.
To conclude our Angus Heifer show, your grand champion Angus Heifer comes from Stiles Patton from Meadlam County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion Angus Heifer comes from Kaylee Langford from Stevens County 4-H.
Another tough division here in the limousine show, and maybe just even a little tougher yet because I think there's a pair of heifers here, little differences in age, little differences in tiny pieces, but generally kind of similar build. I think similar build in terms of how rugged or how stout they are. I think similar build in terms of their rib cage and the way it ties into their upper skeleton, and I think similar built in terms of how you can kind of project them down the road as cows, and so that's a tough pair, and nothing taken against the heifer that ends up winning that third class. And again, she's further along in production. That's a stout, good-built one that's still functional at the ground. And we talked about some of those pieces we could have changed about her in class. And out here, these other two class winners probably just do that a little bit better. I'm going to break them down ever so slight, then pick you a champion in reserve. I think there's some differences. I think you could honestly say chest floors are a wash. They both have a little extra. I think one's a little thinner chest floored, one's a little wider and bolder in her chest floors, and the difference is the age. I think that happens with just a little bit more age, and I bet her chest floor looked a lot like this one did, had a few months of age younger. I think this heifer here is maybe just a shot bolder as we study her right in behind her shoulder, maybe a shot bolder as we study her there right in behind her, up on the top side and the low side there as we study her in terms of just forward rib shape. And then I don't want to say there's that much difference in terms of power, and I don't think there's that much difference in terms of spread of pin width. But as we read these heifers, her connecting dots up on the top side of her skeleton are just maybe just a little neater. She's just a little squarer and prettier about her hip. Now on the flip side of things, she's not as long-necked. She's maybe not as neat in the base of her jowl. I don't think she probably has as much substance, but in relation to age, I guess we could say that's a wash. And again, as we study them, just in terms of probably a little extra grow, a little extra length, the young man's heifer there in second retains that advantage there just in general. As we study them, this one's maybe a shot stouter in her bone work. Again, you could blame that a little bit on maturity and age, but I think she just genuinely is a little flatter there as we study her in her bone work. So a pair of heifers that are minute areas, contrasting in type, but mostly alike. I think there's one that maybe fits me a little bit better. This young man out of the first class will be your champion. Nothing taken against the second. This young man out of the second class will be my reserve.
In our limousine show, your champion junior heifer comes from Blake Morrow from Bridgeport FFA. The reserve champion junior heifer comes from Ryan Schmee in Harris County 4-H. In the ring now in our limousine show, we have a nice single entry from Barrett Howe in Somerville FFA.
Young man brings a incredible female here in this class, and in a single entry, I think could handle some competition. And I don't even know at this point if you want to pick on her a little bit. Maybe right now she got a little full right before she came in, and she's not perfectly handling her top, but her top doesn't look like it's even an issue or even a part of her. I think her balance is very good. Her feet are very good. That thing can get out and flat scoot. I think her wedge shapeness is very, very nice. So this thing does a lot of nice things for me, and I think that thing's very, very complete.
Well, we kick things off in a really good fashion here in our Hereford show. And to initiate this class, I think we got a standout heifer that's just really captivating in terms of her look from the side. I think that heifer is one for me that's really good looking heifer that's got some length and some stretch of body. I don't think that her neck is just eccentric, but it fits. It makes sense. It certainly works in concert with the rest of her. She's got that kind of stout cow-like feature to her jawline and a throat lats that suggests that she's going to be a good cow in production. We get from her shoulder back, I mean, it's game over. That heifer's bold-bodied, dimensional, stout pin, got a really articulate hind leg that she plants with conviction and authority out here. I like that heifer a great deal. Maybe you could give her a little bit more curvature to her knee, but that's getting pretty critical. It's a close decision for me from there on down. Long term, I like where this heifer in second is from a condition standpoint, maybe even better than our class winner. I know she's pretty lean and a little raw maybe looking out here, but I think the feet and legs of that heifer are built for the long term. I think she's really attractive up through her front end. Get behind the cattle. That heifer's pretty big and broad in her pin set. I promise if she was in the same level of condition as the females that stand directly on either side of her, she'd rival them in terms of width and just true total body volume. That heifer's got a bright future in front of her. She's just not as big-bodied and far along today. Heifer that comes in third, the moderation of frame size, the depth of body should be conducive to being a cost-efficient brood cow as we start projecting her out in production. On the end of a halter, she's just a little shorter all the way throughout. Maybe got a tendency to duck her pins here on the go to catch her step. Another one, maybe we could dial back a little bit in the angle to her shoulder blade. More performance and just extra scale in the heifer that stands in fourth. A female that's pretty big and dimensional. We get behind the cattle. I like the spring that she's got to her rib cage. Really long out of her hip. Takes a far-reaching stride. Covers a lot of real estate here in one step on that female. The longer she stands, the more she'll kind of open and separate in her shoulder. She's got a tendency to settle down in her top and maybe just not quite as aesthetically pleasing up front. A real moderate, easy keeping replacement heifer comes next. She's strong and level in her top line. I'd like to see her longer out of her hip and just take a step that's she's a little limited out of her rear too. Young lady's female that comes next, a heifer that's more honest in her condition. I like how more extended she is up through her front end. She's longer out of her hip. We get behind the cattle, she sets up a little high in her twist, maybe tapers to her pin bone a little bit, and that compromises her weight distribution from the side. I like the rib shape and the power of the young man's heifer that comes next. She's opened up and dimensional. Probably could exchange a little of that extra shape of rib for more depth of body. The young lady's heifer that comes next got a great look here from the side. Boy, she's a really clean, extended heifer that draws very parallel in her lines. I don't know this female's pedigree, but to me, she struck me as being out of a first calf heifer, that refinement and femininity. Unfortunately, that refinement translates to her being a little smaller footed and more rigid in terms of her pastern set. Heifer that follows her's got a little more stretch in performance. I like the grow power of that heifer. Since she's got just a little more general frame size, I'd like to give her more body to offset that extra leg she's got underneath her. Young lady's heifer that follows hers, another female that's certainly very smooth in the way she's put together. I'd like to see her organize herself better from a balance perspective from the side. Heifer that follows hers, a big-bodied, easy feeding, kind of easy keeping heifer. Maybe reads just a little plainer as individual, gets a little stiff in the way she operates her hind leg. We conclude the class with a big-framed heifer. It's got quite a bit of bone, a functional set to her hind leg. In concert with being a little high in her flank, I don't like that she's carrying some condition up high.
Class 4. Second call, man to Class 1. Second call, main Class 1.
Three really good females in this class, and they all are kind of cut from a different cloth, and I think the one that just balances up and just in terms of just the way that she handles herself in her top line on the go, the way that she handles her hip on the go, the extra substance that she has in terms of bone and density of bone at the ground and size of foot and squareness of toe is really good. And then you just get off from the animal. I mean, all these things at this age, and even the one out of that last class will come with just a little bit more chest. It's just part of this age of animal. But I just really appreciate the way she gets out and handles that front end structure, her knee, and yet she's still athletic off her hind leg. You know, at times you can see it. She don't set that hind leg down perfectly. It's almost like she's just a little too loose, little too comfortable in the way that she handles her hip and hind leg when she goes, that she don't maybe just handle that pastern perfectly. But again, this is a soft surface. That female, from a functionality standpoint, is not an issue, or in my regards, not one to worry about there in terms of her pastern. Heifer here in second, bold. Just the word comes to bold. Bold and cow. I told that young man he's got the one that's the best shaped in the center body. She's the best shaped in terms of width. And I really appreciate the added mass and dimension that she has in her upper skeleton. You know, does she have the biggest foundation? Is she as bold in her bone work as the heifers on either side of her? No, but she uses them properly. Is she as fresh in her chest floor as the ones on either side of her? I'd say the same. She's big-bodied. She's powerful. She's going to have a little more than the heifers on either side of her. What I like about this one is just that added mass to her body. If we could just change that one in her top line, change that one in her tail head, and the way she just presents herself in her upper skeleton on the go, I think we have a closer race there on the top pair than what it presents here today. So the heifer here in third. I told this young man one area to change her, and to me, it's just just get that one more massive in her forerib. Get that one to be more massive in her top shape. They're born like that. You know, they develop like that. You can breed that into them very quickly with a bull. I mean, in terms of performance and body, those are highly heritable traits. She's got the look. She's extra good looking. She's extra sound when we ask her to go. Her mobility in terms of her hip and hind leg is very good on the go. Again, we just need to blow that one apart in terms of internal dimension, and you can do that with the right breeding protocol. I told that young man the reason why she's not just crazy there is because he did a great job of keeping her lean, did a great job of keeping her condition right. And it's just hard to match that part of her skeleton up when you're trying to keep her chest floor in her, when you're trying to keep the pones out of her, and you're trying to keep her athletic. And that young man did a great job of doing all those things. 3 tremendous cows.
Attention all heifer exhibitors, attention all heifer exhibitors. Cable halters are not allowed. No cable halters will be allowed at this show. I say again, cable halters are not allowed. You just heard Mr. Stewart's breakdown of Class 14 in our limousine show, led by Jack Cutter Sullivan from Trinity County 4-H, followed by Wesley Wages in Center FFA and Blake Morrow from Bridgeport FFA. Starting off our Hereford show, Class 1 was led by Jarrett Worrell from Mason County 4-H, followed by Emily Minshew from McLennan County 4-H, Kaiser Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H, Brody Pfizer from East Central FFA, in 5th, Brianna Pressure from Boss County 4-H, followed by Lila Seymour from El Campo FFA, Jordan Marshall from Overton FFA, then Abby Wolub from Whitney FFA, in 9th, Brindley Brogan from Decatur FFA, followed by Emily Minshew from McLennan County 4-H. A few reminder announcements for our heifer exhibitors. Trailer releases will be given after the conclusion of the breed. After the conclusion of the breed is when you can get your trailer releases. All division and breed champions and reserves must take a photo at the backdrop, and there are no cable halters allowed. Reminder again, this is a blow and go show. If your heifer enters the ring with any product in their hair, they will be turned around.
This division, again, just kind of turns up the heat here in this limousine show, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of differences in these two females, and a lot of little things that you could just break down and study, and I think again, I think as a big picture of things, they're built from a different mold. They're probably going to raise them just a little bit different themselves. So those areas that you would change are probably not big picture things that are problems out here. And so again, you kind of get on the fence here with these two on type and kind, and you get on the fence on which direction you think is the better option or the better direction to go. So in this particular division, we talked about these pretty extensively in class, but I'm going to again because there's a lot of differences in these two females, and it comes down to personal preference on a few areas for me that maybe will end up be what cuts the hair on this pair. This heifer that wins the first class, I love her body shape. I love just the way that she connects from her neck into her shoulder into her body with some expansiveness. In terms of wedge shapeness, she gets a little more progressive and a little progressively wider as you study that one from a 3/4 angle and the way that she lasers her top line into herself when you study her off from the side as well. As we study this one, she doesn't have as much bone. She doesn't probably have the size of foot of the heifer that comes into the second class, but she is maybe just a little more attractive in her hawk set, which maybe allows her to go just a shot different in terms of the way that she handles her hind leg structure. Because I think both hind leg structures on these females are admirable. As we study them, I think chest floors are a wash on these two females. There's one that's a shot more exotic. There's one that has maybe just a shot more dimension from behind. And then you've got one that I want to say, for lack of better terminology, maybe a little more middle of the road, but with the pieces that are intriguing and with pieces that tie together very, very well in my mind. Again, very fresh-headed, very neat, has a little chest floor, it's part of her, and it's always going to be part of her. But I just love the way that one's put together there and behind her blade and the way that her top line and tail head are set down in her own right. The heifer here out of the second class, and again, that thing's a hoss. I mean, that thing's long-necked. She's attractive and up-headed. That thing's burly as you study that one just in terms of foot size, in mass and flatness of bone. And then you study this one from a 3/4 angle. I don't think she connects as good in certain areas, but she is more powerful. She is spread apart just a little bit more as we study her inner chest floor. She is spread apart, probably got just a little neater in terms of muscle shape as we work down into her lower quarter. And on the flip side of things, is she connect as good in the center of her back as the one in front of her? No, but she's maybe a little more relaxed in her back when you ask her to go. And again, as we study her at the ground, and I talked about it, that one's maybe a little more stable in her hawk. This one is just a little looser in her design there. I think she's still forward and square where she plants forward. You know, every once in a while we can pick on her ever so slightly at the ground, but I think it's just part of the surface, part of probably a haul in yesterday. And so those little things are things that you got to notice, but you can realize when you study angles and you study her pieces, how they connect and how they handle. But tremendous pair of heifers, totally different in terms of type and kind. There is one that is more my type and kind, and I'm going to show you that one right now.
Well, we got a great pair of cattle to come to the top end of this class. I think it's really close between the pair of them. I'll just try to describe some of the subtle differences that I see. I think the heifer that leads off is longer out of her hip, She's considerably smoother the way that her shoulder attaches to the front side of her rib cage there. And that extension trend continues in just the more elegant front end in terms of her head and neck placement. I like how ladylike she appears up there through her front end as well. Because she's so long and level out of her hips, she maybe isn't quite as intense in the wrap to her lower dimension there, to her stifle and quarter. A female, then more than anything, if I could change her, I'd just tone her back a little bit condition-wise. Starting to cake up there around her tailhead, and maybe just not quite as big in her rear bone, but I like the structural correctness, the length of body, and just the cow power that heifer has. Heifer in second is just more my kind in terms of just bone and freshness. I'm a big fan of how lean and honest this heifer is in her condition. She's quite a bit more just intense and dense in terms of her rear bone work there. Female that's really nice in terms of her foot shape, catches her step every single time. She's probably just not quite as long and level out of her hip. Maybe that low pin set actually creates a little bit more shape down low, but I do like just where she's at. She's got that red that kind of sweeps down on her belly, a little optical illusion that makes her look a little higher in her flank, but I think she's got plenty of body. If I could change her, just change her shoulder. She kind of comes in her knee, and the edge of her blade maybe sets a little wide on the outside of her forerib. Young lady's heifer that comes in third is a moderate frame, very balanced, proportional replacement. She's bold sprung and very dimensional up high. I think the fact that she's neat in her tailhead really caps off that great look that she's got here from the side. Relative to that good-looking top pair, she's maybe just not as eccentric, chiseled out, maybe turns a little more crest to the top side of her neck. Fourth place heifer's got more performance. The extra size and scale of that heifer has helped her achieve the weight per day of age advantage. With that easiness for fleshing, she's also caked up a little bit more around her tailhead. Could be toned back a little bit more in terms of elegance. I like a lot of attributes. The young lady's a kind of dark red heifer that comes out next. She's very alert in her presence from the profile as her neck throws so high out of the top side of her shoulder blade. I like the extra stoutness of bone that she has as well.
Second call, main and June class 2. Second call, main and June class 2. First call, mains classes 3 and 4. First call, main class 3 and 4.
A good-looking heifer there. Just wish she maybe pieced together her top line a little bit more collected fashion. She'll deviate at the backside of her blade and maybe reach just a little low in her pin set. Heifer that just exited the ring there was moderate and big-bodied. Maybe could just balance up with a little bit more style from the profile. I like this young man's heifer next for being strong and composed in her top line. A lot of stamina built in that one spine. Even as the class duration continued on, she stayed composed. Perhaps this is because of the fact that she's just a little upright in the angle to her shoulder blade. Maybe we get behind the cattle. We'd like to see her wider pin set. Young man's kind of slicker haired heifer that comes next. Another one that's got some skeletal strength built into her top line, long strided, probably pulls in a little bit at the point of her hock. Like to see her more coordinated as she shifts her weight to her outside hoof wall. The kind of hairy young man, or the hairy heifer that the young man is showing is a very refined and certainly like that the length of stride could amp her up in terms of power. Young lady, the dark haired brings here's a nice balanced heifer that could use more bone. We close the class with a big outline female here that given her extra frame size, I'd like to accommodate her with more body.
I think this breed here has just been fun to sort, and I think we've seen some diversity amongst types and kinds, and it might be the level of percentage on where they stand and within the breed that changes some of those things. But as a whole, I think just quality cattle, like straight on through in terms of sound and good looking and functional build. And again, like to reiterate what I said in that first division, you're in a breed here that's starting to take a path that's pretty good. Like there's a lot of the bigger places that you see around the place are showing, and some of those kids that are very competitive in a Supreme Row, they're looking for limmies. I mean, they're finding a few, and kudos to the breed for making a comeback in that regard. And And like I said, and I'll be honest with you, I did start with a female that come out of Canada, so that really started that shift. There was a lot of good Lemmies before then, but until that one Supreme, then I don't think anybody knew that there was a chance that Lemmy would win the Supreme. I mean, it just used to be that way. And I'll be honest with you, the quality of that breed is just steamrolled, like I said, and you can tell it out here. I mean, these are good cattle, and kudos to the breeders in this breed that do such a nice job and recognized a charge or a spot where they could just get out and go and do some stuff. This heifer that wins the first division, and again, I think just in terms of athleticness and running gear and look and just the way that she handles herself on the go is extremely, extremely good. And I think that thing's got a running gear that could last for a long, long time. And then in that particular division, you know, she was the one that won it on that with some extras. You know, I think that thing still just in terms of her symmetry from the side, her balance as we study that one, in terms of length of neck, length of body, length of hip, and then just her general carriage is just very, very neat. I think her foot size and shape, the way that she handles herself right down there at the ground is very, very good. You know, her size, does it affect me much? No. I mean, is she big? Yeah, she's big. She's big for a calf, but this is also a breed that's known to have some performance and some size, and I think she fits it. I think in terms of just freshness and neatness and the way that she puts her pieces together is very, very good, and they flow very, very well. That's a dang nice heifer calf to win that first division. The heifer that wins that second division, and that was a very close pair. I think there was 4 or 5 months age spread in the two heifers, and then I would say just some ever so minute differences. I love her body shape, still do out here. I think in terms of body shape and the way that she's built in the center portions of her rib is very, very admiring. And I think in terms of moderation of size and cow build, I think that one's going to be tremendous in that respect in terms of going on down the road and efficiency and saying some stuff like that's going to work. She's going to do a nice job of that. You know, is she blessed with as much dimension as the heifers on either side of her? Time will tell. Maturity will tell. I think she's got enough. And again, she's maybe not as eccentric or as neat in terms of her throat latch or her chest floor in relation to a couple others out here. But it fits her. It fits her body type. It fits her shape. Very, very nice female comes out of that second division. And then the cow that comes out of this third division, and that was tough. That pair's tough. And again, you had two different contrasting types of females, and this is the one I'd land on, you know, most days of the week, just in terms of size, in terms of, you know, just how she flows and how she flows her parts together for a big bred. And again, you know, a guy could try to just say, hey, does that chest floor bother a guy? I mean, I'd be honest, if that thing come down anymore, maybe you could say it does. But it balances in terms of her forerib, and she is good and bold in her forerib, and she is right in terms of that dimension of rib in that regard. So that doesn't concern me. And of the bred heifers, I think they all had just a little bit of chest floor. Her transition and her smoothness, I really, really like. Her mellowness in terms of bone and mellowness in terms of just size and cow build, I really, really like too. When you study her out here versus, essentially versus the calf, she's not quite as pulled apart in her pin setting in relation to maturity and age, and she's maybe just not just as generally as stout as even the heifer that was reserved in that division. But as you just study this one in her own right, that's a dang nice cow, and she's made it a long way in terms of from a production career. That's a fresh, very, very neat and attractive bred heifer that ties together very well and has been handled extremely good up to this point. So, you know, there's, again, like we did in that last division, there's some give and take here. But again, I think there's just one that maybe just suits me just a shot better. And I'll go out there and select that one, and then we'll pick you as a reserve.
Well, we got another nice class of Hereford heifers over here. I think it's challenging up top. There's a trio that kind of different. The longer that I study them, I like the young man's big heifer here that wins this particular class. She takes longer to appreciate because she's a little rougher haired, maybe not quite as sharp in terms of her image up front, but I think she's the best combination in terms of true skeletal width and then security of structure. I think she's more coordinated in her hind leg travel than the heifer that ends up in second. And of the pair of powerful cattle, I believe that her shoulder blade is smoother and just certainly better in the way that it fits onto her body there. You know, as a bonus, she just got a performance advantage in terms of the weight per day of age that she's achieved out here. Now, we could stretch her out a little bit up through her front end. She just maybe turning a little crest to the top of her neck, and that maybe takes away from her just a little bit. But, boy, that's a bull-making female there that's still built for the long haul in terms of structure. Cattle came in the ring. The one in second probably was the first to grab my eye. That dark red heifer is really fresh in her condition. Young man, you've done a great job of managing this heifer from a condition standpoint. You got her right where we want to see her at. She's big hip, very dimensional. We get behind the cattle. I get in front of her. I just like to see her blend smoother up front. Her shoulder blade starts to set a little wide, and the edge of her blade will disconnect off her forerib, and the cattle are on the go. As she tracks away, she's one that's got a bad habit of wanting to cross up her back legs. Heifer that comes in third is the most composed in her look from the side. I think her organization of build in terms of just being strong in her top line, very level in her make, neat in her tail head, attractive in her hind leg set, very feminine about her head and neck as well. I just like to dial her back in the angle to her shoulder and knee her angle up front. As a consequence, she'll roll up in her spine, and obviously she's given up some width to the cattle that precede her. Young man's heifer that ends up here in the forehole is long and extended up front, got some bone underneath her. A female that I wish just collected herself in a more organized fashion. She'll deviate a little bit out of the backside of her shoulder blade. The low pin heifer also cuts up into her flank, which can compromise her balance here from the side. A lot of shape in the heifer that comes next. That female has got more turn to her stifle from the profile. She's actually maybe a little neater in her neck attachment than a couple of these other females as well. She kind of sinks out in her chest, which draws attention to the fact that she's not as naturally deep in her heart. I'd like to see her square and more accurate as she tracks away from hock to ground. Then we close the class, the big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer. I think a female that certainly exemplifies why the Hereford breed is very cost-efficient cows. That one looks like she could sustain herself in a limited forage environment. On the end of a halter, she's a little bit more generic up through her front end, reads a little narrow in her pin set, and maybe just a little more advanced in terms of her condition.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. Wrapping up our limousine heifer show, your grand champion limousine heifer was exhibited by Barrett Howe from Somerville FFA. Your reserve grand champion limousine heifer comes from Jack Cutter Sullivan in Trinity County 4-H. Some announcements in the barn. We are not planning on breaking for lunch. We will not break for lunch. We will roll through this show. Also, some reminders. Rodeo Austin is a no product show. Rodeo Austin is a no product show. Blow and go only. If your heifer walks into the ring with product in its hair, it will be turned around. No cable halters are allowed. No cable halters are allowed. In our Hereford show, Class 2 was led by Kinley Goodry from Royal FFA, followed by Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County 4-H, Addison Derry from Medina FFA, in fourth, Reese Pinkerton from ARP FFA, followed by Jolie Stanley from Burton FFA. In sixth, Colton Ruffero from Callisburg FFA, followed by Andrew Kimbrough from Trinity County 4-H, Luke Hoysa from Williamson County 4-H. In ninth, William Baker from Hill County 4-H, followed by Daniela Galindo from Pearland FFA. Class 3 in our Hereford show was led by Logan Bohannon from Gladewater FFA, followed by Kaiser Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H, and Paisley Miller from Austin County 4-H. In fourth, William Tackett from Myola FFA, followed by Callan Creel from Mount Enterprise FFA, and Savannah Martin from Palo Pinto County 4-H. I'd like to take this time to thank our Rodeo Austin Heifer Committee volunteers and our students from Sam Houston State University. The Bearcats from Sam Houston have volunteered their time to helping you exhibitors unload yesterday and are helping run the ring today.
Mains Class 2, Jacob Heigl, please make your way to the arena immediately. Main Class 2, Jacob Heigl, please make your way to the arena immediately.
Oh boy, we got a really powerful brood cow prospect that initiates this class here in our Hereford ring. One that's a little rougher haired, but once you get past that kind of presentation thing, boy, she's one that's extremely impressive. How robust she is at the base of her forearm. This enables her just to express so much muscle mass and volume throughout. A female that we study her from the profile, I still think her height to length ratio is very symmetrical, cool in terms of where her neck attachment comes out of the top of her shoulder blade there. You know, she's got a little bit of tail head that kind of goes along with all that territory of being an outlier for power. If we could upgrade her even more, I'd give her just a fraction more set to her shoulder and her knee, and maybe out of her hock as well. But moves, pretty reasonable considering just how opened up and all the bull-making power that she represents. The moderation of frame of the heifer in second probably is the type that'll never go out of style. I think that she's one that maybe is a little smaller frame for a show heifer, but that's probably why I like her for a cow. I like the stretch of length of body that she has. She's really long out of her hip, and correspondingly, she takes the more athletic, ground-consuming stride than the heifer that leads off this class. Really square in terms of her udder design as well. You know, as we get below her sternum, she's starting to drop out in her chest, maybe has a tendency to run up to her flank, and those two things kind of compromise her balance from the side. From a proportionality standpoint, the third place heifer certainly fits the bill. I think she balances pretty effectively well from the profile because she's got some height of shoulder and still matches it from a symmetrical fashion to the top of her hip. A little low in her pin set, maybe a female that's a little bit more general in on the set to her tailhead. As the cattle get tempoing up here on the lead, she reveals her problems, maybe just a little stiffer in terms of her joints off either end of her structure. Heifer that comes next is certainly more moderate in her frame. She's naturally deeper in her heart and probably gives a more cost-efficient, a low-maintenance kind of look. I get behind the cattle underneath that high-quality hair coat. I just don't know if there's as much cow power. She reads a little bit flatter in the upper projection to her rib cage. Kind of the same story in her pin set. Heifer that follows her next is more moderate, and is another moderate frame, long-bodied heifer. She's got a tendency to break down in her loin just a little bit. Female would like to give more body to match that extra frame and extension she has. We conclude the class of the female. That's certainly neat in terms of her neck attachment, very feminine as an individual. Like to see her maybe just a little softer as we get back to her flank. Certainly like to make her stouter and more coordinated in her hind leg travel.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 4 in our Hereford show, led by Savannah Martin from Palo Pinto County 4-H, followed by Kylie Locke in Mount Enterprise FFA, Caden Gersh from Whitney FFA, followed by William Baker, Hill County 4-H, in 5th Hudson Bounds, Callahan County 4-H, followed by Grace Howe from Caldwell County 4-H. Couple reminders in the barn. There is no product allowed in this show. This is a blow and go only show. No cable halters are allowed in Rodeo Austin, and we will not be breaking for lunch.
This is an interesting class, and I just think there's some pieces of every one of these heifers in this class that are class advantages, and so when it comes down to breaking them down, where do you prioritize? What do you focus on? And to me, I think these are the three, in terms of size that are the most admirable. I think in terms of, their structural build, do they each have something I'd change about them? Yes, but I think traditionally they're just a little softer in their step. They're a little neater in their joints as we study them, and that's the way that it is. And I think this heifer that wins the class, and I'd say she does it rather handily today, but I want to stress to you, young gal, because this thing is pretty nice. I think in terms of just middle of the road, cow, moderate, nice build, structural integrity's good. She's getting a little fat. She's pulling apart a little in the top of her blade. She's a little wider in her neck, and she's not the longest necked one in the world. We got to keep that trim to make her last till next year. Her top line works good. Her feet work good. She's not as big boned as any of the others in this class, but she's the most mellow in just the way that she handles her skeleton. She's the boldest in her rib cage. She's the neatest from a dimension standpoint in terms of web shape from her shoulders back. And she doesn't do it with the most bone, and she doesn't do it with the thinnest neck or the longest neck. She's just, to me, the one I deem the best one from a completeness standpoint. This heifer in second, and honestly, looks like she come in heat probably sometime in the last week or two. She has virtually half her tail head gone. If that thing was there, balance would for sure, I mean, that's the area I'd change her visually, but it's part of her. You know, like she don't have the hair there, so what are we going to do? Nothing. You can't do anything about it. We get her bred maybe in the next, well, down here you want to wait so you can show here next year, but again, just watch her when she comes into heat so that way another heifer can't get a hold of her. But when you just analyze this one, there's pieces of her that I like better than our class winner. I like her neck length better. I like her thinness of neck better. Honestly, I like the size of her bone and her flatness of bone better than that class winner as well. At the same time, when you analyze her and you ask her to get out on the go, maybe because her tail head's like that, I don't know, but she does want to just kind of get up underneath herself ever so slightly, and she's not as mellow in the center of her back when you ask her to go. So still a very high quality one that shows some balance pieces that aren't really a part of her. It's just the fact that you couldn't balance her out in terms of her tail head. But I do think that's, you know, if not one of the better two in this class, and she would run with that class winner to me if she just had a notch more to her. Heifer in third. On the standstill, I'd roll her probably, I'd roll her up. I honestly would. And I think in terms of the way she's built in the front third of her skeleton's real good. I think she's nice in terms of her shape. She's nice when you study her in terms of flatness of bones and work and the way that them things set into her skeleton. As we study her versus those top two, she wants to get a little outside on her skeleton ever so slightly and push forward just a little. She don't ever really knuckle over, but we just need to make sure that thing stays contained and within her stride as that one gets older and down the road. She's just a little uncoordinated there. Big, stout, burly one comes next, and performance and pounds and dimension, and she does it. She does it with a big, stout head on her, too. In this class, and the heifers on either side of her have just a shot more body turn, have just a shot more shape there and behind her forerib. She's probably in kind of a growth stage where she's wanting to elevate, like her length of hip, like her extra power. And again, maybe just a little coarser as we study that one in her shoulder and we study her in her bones. A pair of these that come in next, very good looking. On the standstill, you like them, and you like them both very, very well. Young man's heifer's probably got a notch more shape to her. She's more collected in her top line on the go. She's maybe just a little more rigid in the way she handles her hawk to the ground here today. And to me, that's why she's where she's at. You loosen that hawk up, I think she rolls up 3, 4, if not, can be a class winner in this class. Very nice one comes next on the standstill. Again, when we get her in motion, she wants to get down in her loin just a little bit and maybe just don't handle that rear foot quite as with as much stability right now. She's green, she's young, it'll get better with age. Handle this one properly. I think this is a very high quality one. She's moderate, she's good in her shape. To me, her skeletal balance up in her top and the way she handles that hind leg needs to be altered to move up a couple spots. There's 4 or 5 in the middle of this class that I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch them. Big, stout, burly one in terms of rib shape, one that's extra dimensional from behind and has a nice look up front. And again, you study her angle to her shoulder, it's probably just a little more forward. We study this one in terms of her hawking at the ground. She just doesn't have near the foundation, the amount of foot of the heifers there above her. Still a nice one that rounds out the class. Good and bold in terms of her rib shape. She's just young. Time will tell how this one develops. At this point, I read her just a little round in her shoulder, and I wish she'd just maybe reach with just a little more flexibility at this point at the ground, but still nice one just in terms of quality and shape.
On our Hereford lineup over here, we got a very impressive set of cattle representing each class. If you don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. I think as we talk about those 4 class winners again, we just got done talking about the big January heifer out here. You know, she's one to me that's really a population outlier just for power and dimension. She is so opened up and just has a tremendous amount of spring to her rib cage, and correspondingly, she's just so massive from every single view. Any place you want to make an appraisal, that one's flat out stout. Now, like many cattle that push the envelope in terms of muscle, she's probably just a little straighter in the angle to her joints off either end of her skeleton, and perhaps she's starting to protrude and get a little bit more pronounced in her tailhead placement. Heifer that wins the third class here, our February heifer. You know, if we're going to make take a selection home here to try to make bulls, this one would be my pick. I think that she's the best combination structure and width in this particular lineup. She's really broad in her pin set. I like that she's almost equals the heifer I just previously discussed in terms of muscle, but she lays it onto her framework in a way that's more conducive to her skeletal correctness because it's longer, it's smoother, it's more feminine. She really gets out here and takes a lot of athletic stride. And in this lineup of cattle, I think she's got the most correct set and curvature and bend built into her forearm and knee. I think she's built for the long haul in terms of that regard. Now, I think she's got bull-making pieces, partially because she's just not quite as exquisite in terms of her look up front. I don't think she's as elegant here from the profile because she's naturally just a little deeper in her sternum than what she is in her flank. She's probably just not quite as long and neat up through her head and neck. But I think that one's combination in terms of making just production cattle that'll thrive in the real world, that one's going to do some really cool things. I like the elegance of the heifer that wins the second class. I think she's so long and extended up through her front end, sweeps maternal in the depth to her midrib, and then built pretty organized in terms of her skeletal makeup. It's impressive to be as long-bodied as this heifer is and still have enough depth of rib and stay strong and have enough stamina to stay composed in terms of her top line. This heifer is so long out of her hip. That's my favorite attribute of Hereford cattle is how long hip they are in terms of their phenotype. And this heifer is her hips a mile long, and that enables her to catch her step effortlessly out here, despite the fact that she's a long-bodied heifer. Now we get behind the cattle. I'd like to just amp her up with more cow power, give her more wrap and intensity to her stifle as we get behind them, and then she's probably one we could tone back a little bit in terms of her condition. We started the division out here with a female that I thought was extremely nice from a balance perspective. I think she's effectively just so proportional from the side. To me, she's a strong-topped heifer, really neat in her tailhead. That captivating kind of hind leg really caps off and completes the symmetry that she's got here from the side. Probably not eccentric in terms of her look up front, but it matches. It makes sense. She's got the power to look like she's actually going to generate from a translating ability because she's still round-ribbed and dimensional and puts it together in a very symmetrical fashion. Now, if I could change this heifer, I'd probably lay her back just a fraction the angle to her shoulder, but I think that still like the fact that she's got quite a bit of height to shoulder to go along with it, so that's kind of the trade-off in that regard. Nice lineup of cattle out here. My favorite heifer is actually going to be out of this first class. She's going to be our champion. We're going to follow Class 2 for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations in our Hereford show. Your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Jarrett Worrell from Mason County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf comes from Kinley Goodry from Royal FFA.
I think it's a really nice pair and a good class. 5 that are very functional, very right in terms of shape, and I think just in terms of body shape and density and the way that they're built, 5 really nice heifers. To me, these 2 heifers aren't any two alike, and honestly, somewhere in the middle of these 2 would be just fine for me. And I think when I just get to breaking them down, and first and foremost, where I'd like to change this class winner is what's better about that heifer in terms of density of bone and extra flatness of bone. But at the same time, when you study them, this heifer projects just a little neater head, a little neater neck on her. She's expansive in terms of her rib cage. She's really good and bold in her rib cage. Young man does a great job of just presenting that one from the side. Couple things to watch down the road is don't let her get too fat. Don't let that chest floor get out of her too far. Because she's so fresh and she's so neat in the top side of her skeleton, that just needs to stay balanced. Again, I don't need the most bone in the world, and if they move like that and they flex their joints like that, even if they're a little round in their bone work, to me, she stays within herself, she covers herself, and just a little more natural in the way that she handles that hind leg on the go. Heifer here in second, and again, I think it's a very close pair, and there's pieces of both of those that make them class winners. And this one is just her ruggedness of bone, her ruggedness of build, and still body shape's good, balance is good. The young lady, when you get that one stuck, you wouldn't think she does some of the stuff she does when she gets on the go, and I don't think it's bad. I think she's very functional structured, but when we ask her to get out and go, she wants to drop her pins a little, maybe just ever so slight, get a little outside of her skeleton. I like her chest floor better. I like her added density of bone. I like her density of just muscle shape and dimension as we study those 2. To me, that's a very, very close pair. Somewhere in the middle is exactly where I'd want to be if there was one of those like that. The heifer in third's the big, burly, stout, rugged one. And again, high performance. And again, as we study that one at the ground, she's not the biggest in terms of her bone, but her foot's bigger than her bone. Her athleticness at the ground is admirable. It's good enough. You know what I mean? When you study her in the top side of her skeleton, she's a little coarser and more open about her neck and head. She's a little coarser in the way she handles her top line on the go. Still a very high-quality female. The one here in fourth looks like she's maybe not having her best day. She's not as full probably as she looks like at home. Again, I like her bone work. I like her size of foot. I like her dimension of just skeleton and build. If she had a little more fill-in shape today, a little fuller, a little neater, and it might just be part of her, that's going to be a loose built, very flat boned, very rugged designed heifer. As long as that fill-in shape comes in and the muscle comes in and that you get that one farther along in calf, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to roll her up a couple spots today. Her fill and just her coarseness up through her head and neck is what places her where she rolls here now. Heifer on the standstill that could very well win the class is this black and white one. And again, awesome in rib shape, awesome in shape, awesome just in terms of wedgeness of design. She appears to maybe hurt herself just a little bit, and to me it's her skeleton down low. She's a little rounder boned, but she wants to come up just a little bit short in her stride off her rear end and more so on her left leg than her right. And to me, I just want to loosen that one up there at the ground and stretch her out in her stride at this age to know she's going to make a big one. If it is an injury, problems to me, because I think that could be part of the problem here today. She got stuck in a very, very tough class, and that was 5 really nice females that had totally different parts and pieces to evaluate through. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
We got a nice class of Hereford heifers here. The one that wins, boy, she's just a population outlier for stoutness. This one is really heavy duty at the groundwork. The density of bone that she's got underneath her is just flat out impressive. And then I still think that heifer organizes herself in an effective fashion here from the profile. Heifer that's got some depth of body. I like how fresh she is in terms of her condition out here today. You know, with that extra stoutness of bone underneath, we maybe could see her just a little cleaner in her joint work. She's starting to get a little swelling there in her hock, but still doesn't seem to hinder her from a skeletal standpoint as she pretty effectively hits her stride. Heifer that comes in second is another one I think is pretty superlative in terms of her balance. heifer that's maybe one that we like, that the strength at top, the depth of body. She's actually more progressive in the sweep to her flank than the heifer that precedes her in this particular lineup. Another heifer, maybe if we could change her, I think scaring a little extra condition on her. When she tempos up here on the go, she'll start to maybe break down in her loin just a little bit. I think if maybe we leaned her up, we'd probably like her a little bit better. Heifer that comes in the 3-hole is more honest in her condition. Very beautifully presented heifer here. I like the fact that she's got more gas left in the tank, the heifer in front of her, and I think that bodes well for her, that she's leaner and she's a little later maturing. I think that probably is going to help her be a more competitive bred heifer. You know, as the cattle get going, she's one that maybe we'll see her kind of tuck her neck into her shoulder. I think the genesis of that issue is she's just a little upright in terms of the angle to her blade. Heifer that follows her next has got some really intriguing pieces. That one outlines with a tremendous amount of quality. She's parallel in her lines. She's strong top, very bold and round in terms of the curvature to her rib cage. I just like to make her more practical. A heifer that gets a little straighter off either end in concert with being maybe more marginal in her flank. Deep-sided heifer that comes next here, real conservative mark that kind of highlights the fact that heifer's got quite a bit of depth of body. You know, she's more pronounced in her chest and probably starts to break down in her loin. Those two things in concert kind of throw her balance off. This heifer that comes next, heifer that's bold sprung, got some dimension. I appreciate that about her. You know, she's one that rounds out of her pins and maybe gets just a little plainer up through her head and neck. Young man's heifer is a real moderate frame, kind of stout, thick-ended heifer here. Got some expression to her stifle, which I appreciate. She'll struggle a little bit out of her front skeleton. Maybe doesn't read quite as maternal in the way that her muscle system stretches all over her framework. Big heifer right in front of me. Has got some performance to her credit. An easy keeping kind of heifer here. I think melted down in production, she may look a little bit better. To date, maybe a heifer that's just a little bit plainer from a condition standpoint. Like to lean her up and make her a little sharper up front. We close the class with a really long-sided heifer here that's got some skeletal strength built into her top line. Like to see her bigger boned and bigger bodied.
Young man brings a single entry in, and she's high quality. I think she's nice in her neck. She's stout in terms of her build and round in her rib shape up high. You know, her ears throw her off because she's prettier up front. She's prettier headed than her ears let her display. And I think, and that's just part of it. You know, when they're born on a cold night, there's only so much you can do to prevent stuff like that. But again, you study this one's skeleton and her upper skeleton. It's very, very good. If we could loosen her up just a little bit off her hip and hind leg, it'd make it more admirable. She's just a little more robotic in the way that she handles that. But aside from that, she's high quality. Nice single entry.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart, for the breakdown of the calf from Hunter Tap in Rains County 4-H, Class 3 in our Hereford show. Class 3 in our main and Jew show. Class 2 in our main show, led by Jarrett Worrell from Mason County 4-H. Followed by Ainsley Sears, Decatur FFA. Zane Wilson, El Campo FFA. Annabelle Groom, Johnson County 4-H, and Hadley Porusky from Lee County 4-H.
Quite a contrasting pair, and easily a class winner here, and loaded with power, loaded with rib, loaded with dimension when we study her. And still, you study her head shape, and you study the way that she's built up front. Thing's cowy and stout-jawed, and you can tell that thing's going to be powerful. If you could just look at her head, you'd know that thing would be a power cow. And again, functional in terms of her build. She a little coarser and more opened up in her shoulder, maybe. She got a little chest. Maybe it's just part of her. When they're that stout, that moderate, but yet still that burly in terms of their build, they're going to look like that as cows, and that's going to make a nice cow. That thing will raise some bulls, and if mated right, I think them females would be okay too, because she's still built right in terms of functionality at the ground for as stout and powerful as she is up high. The heifer here in second just got in with a horse. I mean, that thing's just so much more performance and so much more mass. take this one home, feed her. And she probably doesn't love the feed bucket, but if you can give her just a shot more and let her grow to see where she develops, to see where she lands, time will tell. At this point, she's just a little too green to tell where she's going to land, if she's going to have enough to her to make that kind that makes a cow, or is she just going to stay pretty immature and little. Time will tell in the young man's feed bucket, and the way that he handles her from here on out will probably help determine if her genetics will allow her to do anything more. But very nice class winner.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 4 in our main and Jew show, led by Annabelle Groom from Johnson County 4-H, followed by Tyler Marburger from Cedar Creek FFA. In our main show, Class 1, to recap, was led by Gracie Price from Albany FFA, followed by Tracer Cruzel from Sealy FFA, Ainsley Sears, Decatur FFA, Paula Cervantes from Ellis County 4-H, followed by Cone Norton from Hooks FFA, Lena Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H, in 7th, Melody Porowski from Lee County 4-H, and Cassidy Davis from Elgin FFA.
First call, name classes 9 and 10. First call, name classes 9 and 10.
On our Hereford ring, we got a female that's really got a striking silhouette here from the side, one that's really chiseled out in her throat latch and certainly her neckline there. Got some length of body, but still maintains that moderate frame size that I'm after. I got to brag on the fact that she's really refined in her teats. I think she looks like she's going to have an excellent udder someday. We get behind the cattle, I think we got more than enough width that we were needed for a female. You know, if I could change her, I'd just stouten the feature up to her jawline and maybe see her level out just a nickel better in her spine when the cattle are on the go. You know, production-wise, there's a lot of good in this heifer that comes in second. That's a big-bodied replacement that's got the requisite fleshing ability and structural correctness to thrive in a forage-based environment. I'm always going to value those attributes of that heifer. You know, as we get her out here relative to that strong heifer that wins this class, she maybe turns a little bit more crest at the top of her neck, got a little extra skin and condition work in there in her front skeleton, like to lean her back maybe just a little bit, but that'll be a nice one in production. You know, I think the heifer that stands in third really organizes herself in a very composed fashion. She's strong and level in her top line, very neat in terms of her tail head and pin bone placement, pretty functional in the reach out of her hind leg, even though maybe she'd knuckle on her pastern a little bit. You know, if I could change her, I'd dial her back in the angle to her shoulder blade, maybe give her just more outer turn and arc to her rib cage. Heifer that falls next in the four-hole is really extended up through her front end. I like the depth the body of this dark red heifer has. I think she's got plenty of fleshing ability. Wish she just pulled herself together in a more collected fashion. She'll break out of the backside of her shoulder, a little coarser in the way that she's constructed, cut up into her flank just a little bit. Heifer that closes this class is moderate in her frame. The fact that she's got depth of body and fleshing ability to her credit is why I forecast her to be a cost-efficient, low-maintenance brood cow. As a show heifer, she reads a little bit more compact in general in terms of her makeup. I'd like to probably see her just a little bit better in her bottom line. She's lower in her sternum naturally than where her flank sits in her.
Very good division, the mains here in this calf division. And you know, there's some different types and kinds, and this is a breed where you'll find some different types and kinds. I think, you know, basically they're known for a little more performance. They're known for a little more dimension and power, and not necessarily just performance and size, but performance and density of muscle and shape in that regard. And we talked to these pretty extensively in class. And I think there is one out here that if handled correctly, she's the one with the balance and the pieces that probably flow together the best. Maybe not just the most rugged designed one out here, but the calf out of that second class will be your champion in this division.
In our main and Jew heifer show, your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Jarrett Worrell from Mason County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf comes from Ainsley Sears and Decatur FFA.
Well, we got a lead-off heifer out here that I'd certainly characterize as just a powerful brood cow prospect. This heifer is just so robust in the turn to her rib cage, and she follows suit when we get behind the cattle. She's very broad in her pin set, expresses a lot of dimension as we get down there through her quarter. Dial around to the profile, that heifer still organizes herself in a fashion that I think enables her to balance very effectively from the side because she's strong and top line, pretty uniform in terms of her depth. Compared back to the heifer that's right behind her, I think that her teat placement and size is probably a little bit more conducive for longevity as well. Like many cattle that push the envelope for power, maybe we could see her just relax a little bit in terms of her knee, but I think that one's certainly got the power to really generate in the next generation. That's what we're looking for when it comes to brood cows. I want to give credit to this heifer in second for being just bigger and more extended. Gestation-wise, she looks like she's ahead of the game, which I really value in terms of getting these things to calve on time. And she does have more mobility in the way she operates out of her front skeleton. The longer-necked heifer is still really deep-sided. But it's tough to give her credit for her udder when she's maybe getting a little longer teated, and we'd like to see her just a little bit more even in terms of the placement of that udder, the quarters as well. Female that maybe gets a little bit uncoordinated out of her hind leg, but boy, that's a long-necked, big-bodied, very loose-structured heifer to stand to. The third place heifer is really more moderate in her frame size. I like the stamina that she's got built into her top line. She sustains this entire drive without kind of coming apart in her loin. Female for me that when we get behind the cattle, maybe a little bit closer to average in terms of width. More than anything, accounting for the extra chest she has, I'd like to offset it with more depth of body.
Kind of an interesting class here, and to be real honest, if you just had the rear three-quarter of this heifer here, I think that's where she dominates this class, and it's in terms of her rib shape and her depth of body and her uniformity there, how she handles her top line, her hip and hind leg set when you get her in motion is very, very unique and very nice. She's obviously moderate in her build. If we could just change that one kind of down there in her chest floor, she's getting just a little fatter and pushing a little more weight down there in that chest floor, and not, I think if you keep her head up just a little bit more when you get her on the go, it'd make her look a little prouder because she is maybe just a little more jammed up on the front end of her skeleton. But generally speaking, that's a moderate, fresh-shaped, nice-shaped female there in first. On the profile, the one that probably maybe looks just a little neater, she's longer necked, she is a little trimmer in terms of her chest floor and maybe her condition at this point. But when we get that one in motion too, I think we could alter a few things. I think she's functional in her build, and her angles seem to read good when you're on the side, but she don't maybe handle her top line near as good. She's just a little rounder in the way she's designed in her hip. Again, some areas you could mate that one to fix that, but she's just not as good or as stable in terms of her hind leg set than the heifer that wins the class. The heifer here in third, again, one on the standstill that you appreciate. She's moderate, her shape's good, much like the two in front of her. And honestly, she's probably the best on the standstill in terms of how her neck ties into her shoulder, how her chest floor lays in there, but yet she's still opened up and she's still powerful when you get in behind her. Again, when we study that one in motion, kind of like the one in front of her, she just maybe is not as stable. She's not as solid in terms of the way she's building her foundation. And I mean, that's going to be a small cow someday. Good, bad, in between. I think that's good. If her skeleton matched and her flexibility matched her size, I'd be way, way more appreciative of it. But I still think in terms of look and front end angle, I think that thing's very, very nice in this particular class.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Results from our Hereford show. Class 7, led by Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County 4-H. Followed by Riley Hollis from Callahan County 4-H. Caitlin Nelson from Quinlan FFA. Followed by Michaela Lucky from Johnson County 4-H. And Cooper Kaufelt from Whitney FFA.
I really like this single entry the young lady brings into us, and man, she does a great job of just presenting that one because she flows good. That thing in terms of wedge shape from her nose all the way out through her hip, and her progressions of just stoutness and burliness and boldness of cow character is really, really nice. And I think on the standstill, you really appreciate her lines, the way her hip sets in her and her hind leg set. She's got a good foot underneath her. When we get her in motion to get a little bit picky, she wants to roll forward just a little bit in her hip and maybe don't handle that tail head quite like I'd like it. But I do think it's a part of her. As stout as she is, as good and square as she is in that hip, I don't expect that thing to lay in her just like an Angus would. And so I think, again, a very stout, very fresh, very neat appearing main Anjou female that wins that class.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart, for that breakdown of that single entry in Class 8 in our main show, shown by Paisley Gass from Dawson County 4-H.
Well, a trio of nice classes out here in this division of the Hereford Show. I think these kids deserve a round of applause. Let's see if we can't give it to them. As we bring back out our class winners, Heifer that wins the first class, the one that I just was enamored with, just the amount of bone and stoutness that she's got down low. Heifer that's just very, very progressive in the density of structure that she has. And then it's still a female that I think is pretty superlative in the way she's able to pull herself together here from the side. Probably not wild in terms of her length of neck or extension up front, but still kind of matches and fits together. She looks like a female that's going to be a great cow in terms of the stoutness that she's got to her jawline there, and then I think got kind of a very seed stock look. Young man, I like the condition you got her presented in. I think that she's very honest in that regard. In a perfect world, we'd probably halt the establishment of fluid that she's got built up there in her hock, but I really want to brag on the fact that Heifer, for being as stout as she is down low, I like how refined her teats are. Heifer that wins a second class, one that maybe is a little nicer in the way that she casts that silhouette from the side, a little longer bodied, a little bit more refined refined in the shape to her head and neck, and certainly a little bit more ladylike in the feature to her joint work and the way that her shoulder is built and constructed and flows back into her rib cage. I admire all those attributes of that heifer. For me, I'd like to see her just a little tougher footed. She's getting a little longer toed on us, and then maybe a heifer that's just a little bit shallower in the feature to her jaw line there, and that kind of coincides with the fact that she's just not as burly as the cattle that stand on either side of her. We get the heifer that wins the last class. That heifer's probably got the most outer projection to her rib cage and just the one that's the most progressive in terms of the robust center cavity that she has. That also translates to that heifer just being so massive from every single view. That heifer is just chock full of power, and I like that because of, in my experience, the cattle that have got power translate better in terms of what they're able to generate the next generation there. And I think this heifer looks like one that will be a remarkable cow for this young lady. And I'd want to selectively mate her to kind of to try to upgrade her a little bit in terms of her structural correctness. A heifer that, because she's a little upright in her shoulder, will notice that her chest will sink out of her there on the go. She's probably just not as agile in terms of the way she plants her hind leg as maybe a couple of these other heifers out here. So nice lineup of cattle. I'm going to use the young man out of Class 1 for champion. A young man out of Class 2 is going to be our reserve.
Single entry comes in on the main side, and she was a little acted up just a little bit, didn't want to come into the ring necessarily, but you give her a little time and relax just a little, she'll relax for you, and that's exactly what she did. And I think, again, in relation to her age, I like her condition, I like her size in terms of moderation, and she's shapy. I think a good square foot and a big back, and has some roundness to her rib. Does she balance up the neatest in her underline right now? But she's also at kind of that age where they kind of transition from being a heifer calf and trying to roll on in to become a cow. So time will tell whether or not that rear belly will drop into her with calf or not. But a nice single entry the young lady brings in. Maybe a shot courser as we study her in her shoulder, and maybe a little coarser in her tail head, but still gets out and handles her stride and has some extra power.
In our Hereford Heifer Show, your champion junior heifer comes from Class 7, exhibited by Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County 4-H. The reserve champion junior heifer comes from Brody Pfizer from East Central FFA in Class 8. Some reminders in the barn. Rodeo Austin is a blow and go only show. No product will be allowed in the hair of any heifer. Also, no cable halters will be allowed in the ring. No cable halters and no product in your heifer. Some more results from our Hereford show. Class 8 was led by Brody Pfizer from East Central FFA, followed by John Gilbreath from Dodge City FFA. In third, Camp Love from Callisburg FFA, followed by Logan McCarver, Gillespie County 4-H, and Gabriel Swallow from Sashi FFA.
Just a very, very easy place to start in this particular class. And again, just so fresh and very, very fresh for one that's this age. I love her pattern. I love her lines, her functionality when you ask her to go. Not overwhelming in terms of power, not overwhelming in terms of dimension, but you can also tell they've kept her in condition. You know, I mean, the chest floor is virtually non-existent inside that thing, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. There's plenty of power bulls in this breed. To go ahead and add that muscle is highly heritable, a highly heritable product, and that obviously wouldn't take much to throw in there. But her pattern and her balance and the way that she just connects her pieces is very cowy, very female-like, and her presence is what wins this class, and she wins it very handily. Second and third, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch this pair either way. I just prefer the balance in terms of just head shape and size and how it appears, the way she's held into her top line, her hip and tail head, and the way that it sets in her. It's just a shot more admirable, and she is a little smoother as we study her inner joints. She needs a shot more bone, and I'd like to flatten her out in her bone work, and that heifer there in third is probably just a shot, has that advantage. But her upper skeleton and her roundness of rib and the way she handles her top line and just her head shape and the female look about her head doesn't describe what's kind of down low. I think, you know, obviously she's not the deepest one in the world, and she's maybe not the most agile at the ground, but up high it's good. And this heifer here in third, extra powerful, and honestly, she's deeper bodied. She's probably better in her fore rib, maybe pulled apart just a little bit more as we study her down there low in terms of her skeleton, and I like that about her, and that's why the pair's close. And you know, if we could just tame that one down in her tail head, tame that one down in terms of head shape, I'd go ahead and switch that pair immediately. But I just prefer the way that thing presents herself there in her hip and her tail head, and the way she's constructed there in the rear third of her skeleton.
Well, over here in our Hereford ring, we got a captivating heifer that wins this class. Honestly, it's hard to take your eyes off of her. Just the way that she can strike a pose here from the profile. I'm going to try to go quick, but I just got to brag on this heifer's running gear. She's just so long and level out of her hip. I'm a big fan of building cattle very elite in their hip and hind leg posture. I think it's a highly heritable trait in my estimation here, and I think it's also the cornerstone of most elite breeding programs, and this heifer certainly fits that bill. I really admire how refined she is in her teeth. She's starting to show some gestation there. The top side of her neck is just so fresh for a heifer at this stage of the game. She's driven up in her chest. I'd like to, I don't know if I could sit down and draw a picture that could look this good here from the side. Like that heifer awfully well. You know, when she tempos up on the go, she's maybe starting to pull down in her loin just a little bit. I like cattle that are heavy bred, and I like cattle that are level hips, so that comes with the territory. That doesn't really bother me all that much. From there on, it gets a little tough. A heifer that comes in second, I think, has got a lot of the hallmarks of a good replacement because she's moderate frame. She's got some dimension and thickness when we get directly behind the cattle. Like a lot that we'll see, maybe she'll want to splay out a little bit up front, drop her chest on the go. I think the genesis of this issue is she's just a little upright in the angle to her shoulder. There's quite a bit of power and extension in the heifer that stands in the three-hole. I like the fact that she's got some spread to her hook bone there when we get behind the cattle. She's long and extended up front. She's got a bad habit of deviating a little bit out of the backside of her shoulder blade here. I appreciate this breed for putting some emphasis and really some selection pressure on trying to upgrade the udders. This heifer to me is maybe getting a little long-teated, maybe one we could change a little bit in the squareness to her udder design. Heifer that follows her is one that's got maybe a little bit more performance and stature. Despite the fact she's got more just general hip height, I read her to be accommodated with enough body to sustain herself in production. I'd just like to see her a little bit more athletic here from a structural standpoint. Frailer mate heifer's got a tendency to kick up and just get a little bit high there in her tailhead and maybe more her pasture and hock. Heifer that closes this particular class, more honest in her condition. I value that about that particular female. She's more in her work and close out here. Big square pin set in her as well. Probably a female that's a little runs downhill from her flank to her sternum. Like to see her smoother in the way that she puts her shoulder onto her body cavity.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 13 in our Hereford show, led by Callie Harris from La Pointer FFA, followed by Madeline McCullough from Austin County 4-H, Riley Hollis, Callahan County 4-H, Kayla Kimbrough from Trinity County 4-H. And in fifth, Kelsey Vaught from Overton FFA. Recapping results from Class 10 in our Hereford show. Was led by Lena Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H. Followed by Brentley Brogan from Decatur FFA. And Cameron Fontenot from Alvin FFA. Class 10 in our main and Jew show was led by Kennedy Kaufman, Galveston County 4-H, followed by Cameron Hill, Burleson County 4-H, and Jesse Smith from Rivercrest FFA.
Well, here in this division, we had a couple single entries that didn't get to make it back to the ring, and I'll be honest, it's a shame because there was one in there, and I wouldn't say, I think there's kind of a clear advantage in one of the females out here, but there was one out here that I think dang sure would have had a piece of this division. So, like I said, this is pretty clear cut, and I think just in terms of everything, the freshness, the neatness of lines, the skeletal build, young lady, one in the second class kind of wins this division for fun. And here for reserve, I still think there's quite a difference here, and just in terms of boldness and quality and young man, the heifer out of that first class will be my reserve.
In our main and Jew show, your champion junior heifer comes from Class 10, exhibited by Kennedy Kaufman from Galveston County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Dylan Medina in Ellis County 4-H.
We got a nice class here of Hereford heifers. Boy, we got a big, stout, performance-oriented heifer, and despite the fact that she's probably got just a little bit more frame score than some of her contemporaries out here, boy, she's been dealt the requisite body to still maintain and sustain herself out in production. I think she's still built for the long haul in terms of the way that her hind leg is constructed out here. I like the fact that that dark red heifer still reads like she's pretty fresh out here as an individual. She's getting a little long in her teats, maybe starting to break down her loin just a shade, but that's an awful nice heifer to win this particular class. There's probably a little bit more moderation of frame size. In fact, heifer that comes in second, I think she'll have an outcome that's maybe a little easier to manage in terms of a caloric intake standpoint than the heifer that beats her in this particular class. I like the set to her hind leg. Maybe it looked like she could use a time on the hoof trimming table here. She's getting a little closed up in her toe shape. A female that's starting to protrude forward in terms of where her chest and brisket naturally sits in her. Heifer that comes here in the 3 holes got some pieces I was really enamored with. Boy, she's bold, sprung, really stout in terms of her pin bone there as well. And those attributes are why I forecast her to really have a positive impact on a breeding program, because she's still a good-looking heifer up front. I couldn't quite convince myself that she just was practical enough. She's a little bit more modest in her body design. More than anything, she gets a little abbreviated in her step off either end of her skeleton because she's just a little rigid in terms of her joints. I've got a nice cow-calf pair that comes next. I really think that the female, the cow herself, is very remarkable in terms of her skeletal makeup. Maybe the soundest structured heifer in this particular lineup. Got a cute little calf on her side. Can't really tell much besides that, but he is a cute little dude. I'd like to see maybe the cow just a little better out of the backside of her shoulder, a little bolder sprung. Then we conclude the class with just a really easy keeping, moderate frame female here. Like a lot of these cattle that are just chock full of practicality. Looks like she's been a little tough to manage in a show barn, starting to fill up down there through her chest and get a little fatter there around her tailhead.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 14 in your Hereford Heifer Show, led by Lily Liao from Waller County 4-H, followed by Brigham DeBoard, Ellis County 4-H. Courtney Lynn, Troop FFA. In fourth, Jolie Stanley from Burton FFA, followed by Andrew Kimbrough, Trinity County 4-H.
Again, a diverse class and some differences in where they're at from a production standpoint, but very, very simple winner. And again, one that just ties together a lot of good things. Rugged-footed, rugged-boned, very, very good in terms of flatness of bone and the way that thing's tied into her skeleton off of both ends of her skeleton. You know, when the young lady gets that one set up, for as stout and powerful as she is, she also kind of projects a look that's very, very intriguing. You know, if you just want to get a little nitpicky on her, and it's probably just a shot of fill right now today, she'll maybe pull up just a little bit in the center of her back. But when you put that much mass and you put that much dimension and spread a rib into one, that's going to happen in cattle, and that's just a common trend there. Again, loose built, Very, very, for as stout and powerful and as unique as that one is in terms of moderation and shape and size and still having some look, she still gets out and handles herself like they should for a big bred that's that powerful. Second and third, it's close to me, and to be honest with you, I can make it to be real close just because that young lady's got that one so fresh, and when she gets that one set up, she looks so nice. And she resembles that class winner just in terms of power and dimension and shape and still having a nice look from the side. But when you just try to break down this cow, aside from being just a little naughty-haired and maybe not shucked out yet, I think this thing's very nice. Her build and her skeletal movement is very, very good. And I think, again, for this breed and dropping, not perfectly squaring her udder, but that's a week-old calf. And that calf's very, very nice. And if a cow's going to do that on her first calf, time will tell. That cow's going to make some money. That calf's nice. And for being no older than she is, obviously the calf's a week old. The cow ain't started melting down. When she does, it still looks like she'll hold her own. I think she's stout enough, she's bold enough, she's nice enough. Tremendous little calf. By no means did I think this one needed to go last in class or third in class, because this thing's very, very nice. And then we'll switch that pair, and I did it in my head a couple times. And to be honest, that one there, if she had the hair coat or the freshness at this point like this one does, I'd still probably use her over this one. Just because she's a little more flexible in the way that she gets out and reaches off her hind end than the heifer in front of me. This one's super stout, super moderate. It'll be interesting to tell, because in terms of power, in terms of dimension, those three heifers have all those attributes. That's still going to be a tremendous cow for the young lady, and she's still flexible and good enough in terms of her legs and in terms of her lines for me to really appreciate that one and not want to put that one third.
Well, great final division here of our Hereford show. We got a pair of class winners that I think are awfully good. The female wins the first class, just remarkable in her image from the side. She's so alert for a big bred heifer. Her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder and throws it just almost in a cocky fashion, really grab your attention. And what I like about this heifer is that she's so long-bodied and starting to show in calf, but she still stays pretty strong and composed out of the backside of her shoulder. I've been talking about all day, I think we need to make cattle that can generate performance, but we need to do it in a package that resembles this, a moderate frame package to where they're not tall to get that extra weight and going to be hard doing. This heifer's the right frame size, but she's got the stretch, the extension, the length of body, and then this is the mass that she's actually going to push the scales down and weigh something, start thinking about making bull calves on her side there. But more than anything, this heifer is just so good from the side. Her hip and hind leg posture is elite. She's really good looking. I like that one awfully well. We talked about, maybe at times we could see her just a little stronger in her loin, but I just think that's a function of the fact that she's actually heavy bred and level out of her hip. I think lots of times we just make them low pin to keep them strong in their loin and to catch their step. This heifer's so long and level out of her hip, she doesn't need to cheat. She can actually be sound enough to get the job done without any extra help. Heifer that wins this second class, a big, bold, burly kind of heifer here. I think, she's not blessed with a hair coat, but I actually think she's maybe a little bit more intense in the amount of just true dimension she's got through the base of her quarter and stifle. I think she's more honest in her condition as well. I like that about her. Talked about that heifer still balancing up very effectively from the profile in terms of her weight distribution. Kind of like the heifer in front of her. She gets a little lackadaisical in her loin at times. That calf started to pull down on her, which I like to see. Maybe just a little thicker and more general at the base of her neck and not as exquisite in terms of her image here from the side. Good pair of cattle. Young lady out of Class 1 will be champion. We'll follow Class 2 for reserve.
I think, again, another class with just a simple place to start here at this heifer. And I think one that still just from the side just gives you a killer look in terms of balance and length of neck and the way that she kind of connects those pieces in a fundamental and in a good angled and a big foot on her as well. And I think as you study this one in terms of freshness, and where she's at in terms of maturity, I think it's very, very good. Obviously, pretty far along in calf, and one that just from a balance standpoint and an angle standpoint, that's surreal. And the fact that she does that, you know, she's not just the most overwhelming right in behind her blade or on the top side of her skeleton, but she's still got some substance to her and some substance to her hips, some substance to her shape, and very, very powerful, and powerful enough when you get in behind that one too. Tremendous heifer that starts this class out as well. Heifer here in second just got in with a big gun, and I think, again, you know, Cal, that that's that far along and that woofy just in terms of belly shape. You just came into a class where we were just a little too skinny today, and, you know, time will tell. You can read. She's definitely slowly dropping an udder. She's bred. She's one that just reads just a little harder in her build, just a little greener in terms of her build. Again, whether that one just bodies down and continues to expand there, we'll determine whether or not she makes it extremely well as a cow, or if she's one that's just going to be just a little harder bellied the rest of her life. But again, a very nice class winner in this particular class too.
In our Hereford Heifer Show, your champion senior heifer was shown by Callie Harris from LaPointer FFA. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Lily Liao from Waller County 4-H. You had just heard Mr. Stewart's breakdown of Class 14 in our main NGU show, led by Kennedy Kaufman from Galveston County 4-H, followed by Catherine Hill from Burleson County 4-H. In the ring now, we have Paige Rome from Sterling FFA at a single entry in Class 15.
Young lady brings a single entry in that, you know, appears to also be pretty far along in calf. And at this point, for her age, I'd expect her to be, and that's fine that she maybe didn't hit that first couple cycles like a guy wants, but still appreciative to see that she is far along in calf. Stout, powerful, big-backed, round in terms of her rib shape. Maybe, I mean, that calf's starting to work down on her loin and kind of pulling her tail head up when you get her on the go. But I appreciate she's pretty lean still in terms of her condition. You've got her in nice shape to go ahead and make a cow. Maybe don't balance up her chest floor to forerib quite as nicely, but still a stout, powerful one here that for a single entry and a nice project for the young lady.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Recapping some results from our main NGU show, Class 13, led by Kennedy Brogdon, Ellis County 4-H, followed by J.C. Frazier, Joshua FFA, and Avery Fincher from Ellis County 4-H. Class 14 in our Hereford show was led by Lily Liao from Waller County 4-H, followed by Brigham DeBoard, Ellis County 4-H. Courtney Lynn from Troop FFA, and fourth, Jolie Stanley from Burton FFA, followed by Andrew Kimbrough from Trinity County 4-H. A reminder to our exhibitors as our Hereford show starts to wrap up. Trailer releases will be given after the conclusion of each breed. Trailer releases will be given at the conclusion of each breed. Reminder as well, this is a blow and go only show. No product will be allowed in the hair of your heifer. Also, no cable halters are allowed.
Well, what a remarkable lineup of cattle we got out here in our Hereford Drive. If you folks don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. I can't tell you how excited I am and how much fun I've had out here getting to judge these cattle. I'm just smiling away because of, I think we got some population outliers out here. I think when we talk about Hereford cattle, this is a breed that's synonymous with making low-input females that really thrive in limited forage settings. Unfortunately, in the great state of Texas this year, we're not getting a lot of rain, so some of us are maybe glad that you got some Hereford cattle because we're going to have some hopefully we can get a little bit of relief here moving forward. But I think these cattle are the type that really work in the production side of things. But amongst this population, we've got some females out here that probably take things to the next level. Have got some of those generating potential in terms of look or power that looks like they can really make an impact on the next generation and certainly be really impressive donor cows. That's what it's all about. We want to have good show heifers, but in the same point here, we want these things to go home and make that next generation better. Heifer that wins this first division, I thought certainly had a lot of genetic reaching potential because she was so bold and remarkably stout in terms of her pin set. I like the fact that she's got quite a bit of muscle volume, but she stretches it over her framework in a way that's conducive to still having a maternal image as she projects here from the profile. Neck still comes high out the top of her shoulders. She's not the longest fronted, but still think that her chest sits up in her in a way that offsets and it certainly flows back very proportional in terms of her bottom line. We could probably upgrade her a little bit at the ground. I think her front feet are starting to curl up just a little bit for my taste. I'd like to dial her back a little bit in the angle to her shoulder. But as a consequence there, I think that heifer is still one that's got some altitude up front and balances up highly effectively. The heifer that wins the second division, boy, she is stout and really powerful at the ground. A female that is so progressive in the substance that she has underneath. What I like about her, too, is I actually think she's maybe the best footed heifer out here in terms of the shape to her front feet. I think compared to the heifer behind her, she's more appropriate in the length of her rear toe. And even though she's got a little bit of swelling that's starting to establish there on her hock, I'm going to give her a pass because it doesn't seem to affect her in terms of her agile, her athleticism here on the go, and she's so good at the ground. As an individual, I think that heifer's got some depth of body. Young man, I really like the condition you got her presented in. I think she's really honest in that regard. A heifer that's maybe not eccentric in terms of her look up front or the most chiseled out, but to me that she's got a little extra throat just like most of the best cows do. And I still think that heifer balances up pretty well. Maybe you could just free her up of that fluid in her hock and see her piece together her top line with a little bit more composure. The longer she stands, her shoulder will separate maybe a little bit and she deviates a little bit there in her top line. Heifer that wins the last class, we talked about this division winner a lot. She's organized. She's built so problem-free and built for the long haul in terms of the skeletal makeup out of her hip and hind leg posture. She's absolutely gorgeous in terms of her image from the side. Very picturesque. I like the fact she's starting to show some calf. I talked about this breed making some selection pressure for improving some other quality and traits there. I think this heifer fits the bill in that regard. I really appreciate just to understand how tough it is to present cattle at this late stage of gestation that are still fresh and composed and organized like this heifer is. She's getting a little long on her outside toe, but it doesn't seem to affect her in terms of just total range of motion because compliments of the fact that she's just so long and level out of her hip. So it's a real easy decision for me for champion. I think it's pretty close for reserve. A young lady here will be our champion. We're going to follow with Division 2. That young man will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, first of all, let's just give these kids in this division a round of applause because this is a nice division. And nothing taken against the older heifer there out of that last class, but there's two of them out here, and you can't make them any more opposite of each other than the two that are out here right now. And to me, it's interesting, it's challenging, it's you got to lay some priorities and not knowing because the appreciation for both these females and what they attribute and what they project, they're not going to be maybe necessarily used for 100% the same purpose other than probably raising show cattle. And I think both these females can do that at a high caliber depending on how you mate them from this day forward or how they're mated now for that matter. And so there's so much differences in the build of these heifers I want to try to describe it in a way that isn't derogatory to either one of them, because I do think they're both extremely high quality, and they both bring different pieces to the puzzle. And like I say, if you can balance some things together, and I've said it a few times in some of these close pairs or some pairs, somewhere in the middle for me would be just fine, and that would be what I'll say, because I'm on the fence with two different types of females here on where you lay your priorities and what you do to go forward in this particular division, because I do think, because of the differences, that this is probably as tough a pair as I'm going to have to sort, throughout the day. And maybe I'll be wrong, but I do think this is as tough a pair just because of those differences. We talked that one in the first class, and just how powerful she is, and the fact that she's so sprung and so bold in terms of her rib shape and her rib design. And she's not big, and I would not expect her to be big, one built like that. Again, some areas that I think are her strengths. She's moderate. Maybe, would you call her too small? I would not call her too small, but I would call her moderate, especially in comparison to another one out here. But I like the way her tail head sets in there down on the rear end of her skeleton. I think there's some differences in age. There's differences, as you can tell, in how far along they are in calf, but both look extremely bred. This one's nice and refined and neat in her teat structure at this point. If you wanted to get picky on her, and it gets better as she's out here, I'd say she was wanting to pull up just a little bit there in the center of her back. But when you put that much mass and you put that much power into one, that's the first area that gives. Cattle with a little larger amount of muscle, a little stouter amount of muscle will do that. The longer she's out here, the better she handles that as you study her forward. She's not as deep in the center portions of her ribs. She's not as eccentric just in terms of length or length of neck, or how she just carries that part of her out here today. But her balance, and I like her size, and I like her power. The heifer that comes out of that second class, and again, very, very neat silhouette. That thing's as long-necked as she is bodied, as she is hipped. And I think just in terms of foot size and mass of foot, that's very, very incredible too. I think that, she's so big at the ground in terms of her skeletal density down there in her bone work, and yet still carries it very, very well when you ask her to go. I pick on that one, maybe getting a little bit up in her top, and, this one can do it just ever so slightly too. And I don't blame it on the heifers. I blame it on the fact they're far along in calf. And again, you study these things, and when you got a calf pushing in them like that, and you maybe get 5 pounds of too much water in them, they're both going to do that in that regard. Her eccentricness comes in her big features. I mean, that thing's big and flat boned, big and square in terms of her foot. You can read that one from 3/4 angle. The young lady's kept her condition just right. I mean, that thing's thin-chested. I would not expect her to be just the burliest in terms of the way she's built there and behind her blade, because she's so skinny and she's so fresh in that regard. And again, you just study this one, and you want to try to stereotype that she's not probably stout enough, and you get in behind her, and there's more than enough. I think carries her muscle deep. It's a little longer. She's a little longer, so that pattern carries a little longer. And I appreciate those things about her. And like I said, to me, there's two totally different types of females out here, and I do think there is one that fits me personally better, and in my route, or what I want to try to say, or maybe our cows, our main Anjou cows maybe looked like with a more modern look back in the day. But I also think there's one out here that's got some projection and got some look that you don't also see in this breed as well, that that thing's going to make an impact. So again, let's give these kids a round of applause, because I do think there's two tremendous big bred females out here today.
Results from our Hereford Heifer show. Your grand champion Hereford Heifer comes from Callie Harris and La Pointer FFA. Your reserve grand champion Hereford Heifer comes from Zeb Murphy in Hamilton County 4-H. In our main and Jew show, your grand champion senior heifer comes from Kennedy Brogdon in Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion senior heifer comes from Kennedy Kaufman in Galveston County 4-H.
In this main Anjou division, it was tough. That last division to me was like very, very tough. And again, and how I just to display it, you know, if I were to take 100 of them home, I would always land it on the one I did in that division. And it's just, you know, it's a priority for me in some little areas. And again, I'm a guy that we're diverse and we raise a, you know, kind of a diversity of cattle, but we do run a large number of cows, and we run a large number of cows on grass. We run a large number of cows that forage most of the year where we're located in Kansas, and I just appreciate that kind with just a little extra shape. And you know, honestly, you get back here in this lineup, and it gets just as challenging again because you're kind of set with that same scenario. And again, I don't think we need to talk these like crazy much, because we talked them in division, and I talked them in class pretty descriptively. And you know, at times I don't want to be the guy that thinks he's smarter than anybody in the room, and I've never known to necessarily be that guy. I like to be involved in conversation, and I do think that this is as nice of a set of main Anjou females and as high caliber of a set of main Anjou females as you could find anywhere at the big shows in the north, at the whether it be where every state's involved. And I do think just in terms of quality, this lineup has been very, very good. And to me, there, you know, and I don't want even I'm going to pair them up together, but there is a pair of females out here that we're contrasting in type, and we're different in terms of type and kind. And so with that being said, I can't split those two up. And to me, you know, if we could have been somewhere in the middle, I'd have walked away from this thing just grinning from ear to ear, and I still will, because I still truly believe the extra power out of this heifer that comes out of that Division III is the reason why I like her so much, is the balance she has and the extra density that she has in her forerib and the way that she's built in terms of just of a dimensional angle, but yet silhouette from the side. So young lady, heifer out of this third division will be your champion. And I'll follow up with the heifer that was reserved in that division.
In our main and Jew heifer show, your grand champion main and Jew heifer comes from Kennedy Brogdon from Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Kennedy Kaufman in Galveston County 4-H.
Well, we start things off in a really nice class of Red Angus heifers here. The one that wins, boy, she's just so dominant in terms of the amount of power that she has. I think she's a true population outlier in terms of the spring and the outer projection to her rib cage. For a female that's just chock full of muscle and just downright impressive for dimension in every single angle, I still like the fact that she's pretty composed in the way that she pulls together her top line. Very attractive, yet plants that really articulate, yet just a big, stout, authoritative hind leg there. Like many cattle that are real progressive for bones, she's maybe not quite as flat in her joint work as some of these other heifers here, but I still think definitively she's the best structured and by some margin the most powerful. Heifer that comes in second maybe is a little bit more feminine to shape to her head and neck. A heifer that, despite her extra frame size, she's accommodated with the depth of body to still balance up in an effective manner here from the profile. I want to give her credit for catching her step every time, but she's got to duck her pins to accomplish this feat. A female that maybe still could release her hock with a little bit more flex as she meets the surface. There's attributes of the heifer in third that I really admire. Boy, her neck is long and extended. She's very feminine, and I like the shape to her head. She's got some depth of jaw that certainly insinuates that she's going to be a female that should be good in terms of her production. She's one that maybe could just piece herself together in a little more collected fashion. The edge of her shoulder blade starts to separate off of a flatter forerib. I read her cinch up in her heart and her flank, and she too is maybe just a nickel lower in her pin set. Heifer that comes next is, boy, moderate frame, big bodied. I'd love to have a set of keeper heifers that all emulated this type of practicality. An easy fleshing, deep-sided heifer here. It may be a little tougher for this female to balance as she's carrying more condition. The top side of her skeleton relative to being more modest in her bone work down low. Those two things in concert kind of compromise her balance. Heifer that concludes this particular class draws up with some balance from the profile. She's strong and level in her top line. Same stories we get to her pin bone. A female that's a little bit more pronounced at the forward part of her sternum there. Probably pairs up just a little narrow at her hock and closes to her pin set.
Red Angus, class 3, final call. Final call, Red Angus, class 3. Second call, Red Angus, class 4. Second call, Red Angus, class 4. Final call, Seminole class 2. Final call, Seminole class 2. First call, Seminole class 3. First call, Seminole class 3.
Thank you for that breakdown, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 1 in our Red Angus show, led by Kinley Rathman, Lynn County 4-H. Followed by Chloe Peoples, Rockwall County 4-H. And Casey Holton, Cisco FFA. In fourth, Dixie Snodgrass, Glen Rose FFA. Followed by Faith Jackson from Friendswood FFA. As we begin our Red Angus and Simmental show, I'd like to send out a reminder to the barn. This is a blow and go show only. No product will be allowed in the hair of any of your heifers. No product allowed in Rodeo Austin. Also, no cable halters will be allowed. No cable halters will be allowed.
We get a really nice class of red Angus heifers out here. The female that wins certainly strikes a nice pose here from the profile. She's accompanied with, I guess, a little more performance to date. A female that has got some actual width when we get behind the cattle. And I like that she combos that up with still being long and extended up front. Probably not just the highest, the way that her neck attaches out the top side of her scapula, but still a heifer that's got a dynamic look here from the side. When the cattle get going, she's a little tempo dependent. As they pick up the pace, she'll kind of reveal the fact that she's just a little stiff in her hock and maybe could have a little bit more bend and curvature built into her knee. Heifer that comes in second is my favorite from a structural standpoint. I strongly considered using her. I know she might look small in the context of this class, but I think she's actually maybe a little bit more realistic in terms of her performance. I think most people's March heifers that they got in their keeper pins back home are probably a little closer to this heifer in terms of frame size and performance, and she's the best structured one in the lineup. She's the squarest in her foot placement up front. Compliments of the fact she's got the most slope and angle to her shoulder. She uses her hock with the most reach and range of motion. And I still think that heifer is pretty proportional as we study the cattle from a profile. As I dial around to the front view, her shoulder lays onto her framework in a little rounder fashion. That makes me a little apprehensive of potential calving difficulties on down the road. Heifer that comes here in the third hole can really strike a pose. I think that's the best proportioned heifer of the lineup. Her height to length ratio is very symmetrical. I love the refinement of her head and neck. Now, I don't know this female's pedigree, but she struck me as being out of a first calf heifer, the femininity that she has. But unfortunately, that kind of translates to the ground. I'd like to see her disperse her weight to a bigger foot. Perhaps then we'd see her release her hock and pasture with more flex. Heifer that comes next is really bold-bodied, got some dimension we get behind the cattle. I appreciate that about her. She's one that gets a little stiff in the way that she operates out of her hip and hock, maybe runs downhill a little bit from the floor of her chest relative to where her flank line naturally sits in her. Then we complete the class with a heifer that's certainly easy flushing. I like the fact that she looks like she should be pretty decent in terms of the squareness to her udder design. That heifer's one that's the most abbreviated in her step off either end of her skeleton. Short-tailed heifer's one that could use more body relative to the level of condition she's carrying.
Results from our Red Angus show. Class 2 led by Clayton St. John from Weisboro FFA. Followed by Paloma Ortiz, Elgin FFA. Grace Tuyos from Trinity County 4-H. In fourth, Amelia Elmendorf from Brazos County 4-H. And followed by Demetrio Luna from Ballinger FFA.
Hey, this is a very tough class and just very, very hard to just prioritize, any given area because, the one I end up using to win this class is just the best structured one. And I think the one of this top 4 or 5 heifers that in terms of her bone work and her hind leg attachment and the way she gets out and reaches and covers herself with comfort and stride and the way that she handles her lower skeleton is to me the best one. And that's why she wins the class. Now, I'm the first to say she's not the prettiest in her jawline. She's not maybe as pretty headed as the heifer, even in second and third. She's got just a little bit more of a pull. But when we get all these in motion, even these first 4 or 5, she's the one that does it with comfort. You know, she's not as stout as the others, so you'd expect her to move better, but she does, and she does it with authority. I think that the way that thing gets out and reaches and hits her hind legs and handles herself, to me, her structure at the ground is what dominates this class. Now, on a standstill, this heifer is a contender just in terms of burliness of rib, burliness of shape, extra dimension. And like I said, the way her head comes out of the top side of her shoulder is very, very unique. When you want to break this one down a little, I like her length of stride. She gets out and handles herself off her hind leg okay. She doesn't do it with as much comfort or as much ease down there in her pasture and her rear hock. Even though she's flexible and she's sound, she's never really quite 100 comfortable in terms of the way she plants that rear foot to the ground in this particular class. That's a close top pair, and I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch them. Now, on the standstill, the one I surface and the one that I wanted to use, even when she come into class and maybe didn't notice it as much, is this young green one here in third. And I think her balance and her eye appeal and her structure is very, very good. And I think she's very unique in terms of her pieces. Even when you try to get her set up from the side, she never just wants to lay that leg forward and let you just get you that look. And to me, if she just come up just a little longer in her stride off them rear two, and you can see it, she's comfortable at the ground. She just needs to reach out and cover them tracks at this age just a shot better. The heifer here in fourth, and again, kind of built from a similar mold. Exotic, extra good haired, very fresh, very neat in terms of her build in her angles. Does she come with a little more tail head? Probably. And I think maybe that hip structure, again, when we study that one rest at the ground, we just need to solid her up just a little bit in that pasture. And might be just the fact she come to a show a day ago. And that could be the fault for a few of these heifers here that maybe just aren't reaching the surface just as neat. I think this heifer's sound, and she's fundamentally sound, and her angles are good, and her shape's extremely, extremely good, and she's exotic looking. She just maybe don't have that carriage or that rear third and just get out and reach, and just with some comfort, she's just a little robotic in that regard. Young man brings one that's really flat-boned and dense and massive, and again, one of the higher performing heifers in relation to her age. And to me, I don't want to call her too big because, we won't know that till next year. She's a calf that's got some size at this point. I like her size of foot. I like the dimension of foot that she has. And this is a case where I could argue her up into second because of her flatness of bone, or she can stand where she does just because she don't balance up as nicely from chest floor back into rear rib. Heifer that comes in next, big, long, stout, high shape and high cut ability, shapy looking one that's just real fresh in terms of her presence. And if you read this one, she gets a little rounder in her bone work. She too's maybe just a little shuffly off them hind two. You can tell her attitude's not helping her, switching her tail like that doesn't allow them to get out with comfort and ease. Nice baldy heifer that comes in next. Very good at the ground, very good in her lower skeletal structure. And again, one that's deep and good and round in her rib cage. We just got to modify how that tail head sets in her, maybe not coursing her up as much as she looks like at this point. Again, maturity, we'll see whether that tail head sets in her or not. A couple heifers here that come in next, big-bodied, easy doing type of females, one with a little bit more shape, one with maybe just a little bit more flexibility. That heifer to me is just a notch neater in terms of her condition at this point. And then the heifer that rounds out the class. And again, a good-bodied one and a low-maintenance looking one just in terms of rib design and the way that she's put together. But again, as we study these, she just comes up a bit short in her stride, maybe just a little rounder in her general makeup off that rear third. I'd just like to easing her up just a bit when we get her in motion.
On the Red Angus side, we got a good class of cattle. I elected to lead off with a heifer that's achieved the highest weight per day of age at this point. I think she's probably just a little longer and more ladylike in the feature to her head and her neck than the heifer that the two that stand directly behind her. I admire the fact that she's longer bodied and still really deep sided. That's tough to do, particularly considering the fact she's still pretty strong directly out of the backside of her shoulder. It takes a long step out here, but maybe could be just a little bit more accurate in terms of her squareness from hock to ground. In a perfect world, I'd like to lean her up and just make her fresher presented. Heifer that comes in second balances up. Effectiveness is very, very well. I think she's superlative in that regard. Get behind the cattle. I like the extra spring and rib cage that female has. That trend continues into the broader pin set, and she does have more dimension we get behind them. If I could change her, I read her to be just a little bit more vertical in her hock set relative to the surface. A female that has the cattle tempo up here on the lead, she's got a bad habit of breaking down her loin and swinging her hock outside of herself. I entertain moving the heifer in third up because she's my favorite in terms of structure in this particular lineup, primarily out of her hip and hind leg. A longer hip female uses her hock with more reach and agility, takes a big ground-consuming stride. Stopped and parked. I just couldn't convince myself she balanced up good enough. She's a little fallen out in her chest. She rounds out of her pin and cuts up in her flank at the same time, and those two things, those attributes maybe throw off her weight distribution. The next heifer out here is one that's really big and extended. Young lady does an outstanding job of showing this dark heifer, really long in her makeup there. A little bit shallow in her flank. I think maybe if she bellies down in some time, she could be a nice one. The heifer that exited the ring over there was really strong in her top. Actually, maybe a female that was very impressive in terms of her teat quality. Like to see her stouter boned and bigger bodied just to help her balance up from the side.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 3 in our Red Angus show, led by Clayton St. John from Whitesboro FFA, followed by Carter Holton from Cisco FFA, Bailey J. Smith from Lavaca County 4-H, and Caden Smith from Lavaca County 4-H. And in fifth, Demetria Luna from Ballinger FFA. Our first class in our Scimitar show was led by Zachary Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H, followed by Briggs Hand from Gonzales County 4-H. Then Remy Murphy, Taylor FFA, Madison Mosley from Brown County 4-H, followed by Benjamin Alvarez from Gladewater FFA, and Sidney Petrash from Sealy FFA. Braden Hopp from Runnels County 4-H. And eighth, Derek Hempel from Victoria County 4-H. Followed by Tadarius Miles from Waller FFA and Carolee Freitag from Flatonia FFA. While we have some time here, I'd like to remind our exhibitors, trailer releases will be given after the conclusion of each breed. Trailer releases will be given after the conclusion of each breed. As a reminder also, Rodeo Austin is a blow and go only show. No product is allowed in the hair of your heifer. Rodeo Austin is a blow and go only show. No cable halters will be allowed either. No cable halters allowed. Our exhibitors that win Grand Reserve and Division or Breed. So that is, if you win a banner, you must take a photo at the backdrop. The backdrop is open for all exhibitors. However, all exhibitors are welcome to take photos at the backdrop.
A really nice heifer that wins this class. She's got just kind of soft cowy image here from the profile. I like how deep she is in her midrib. The sweep to her bottom line really kind of helps her balance up so effectively from the profile. When she stopped and parked, she's got a nice set to her hip and hind leg from an aesthetic standpoint, and a heifer that's maybe not just chiseled out up front, but I still think that she's got a good looking front end to her in terms of cow feature. And we study her on the go. Maybe sometimes she'll tuck her neck into her shoulder and rise up in her spine just a little bit. I think the genesis of that is we probably could build her just a little more angular up front, but that's an awful good one to get started with. Heifer that comes in second, I like a lot. This one's been down-sheared, obviously, but I appreciate the fact that she's more honest in her condition than our class winner. I think she's one that's a really clean and extended up front. Probably got more just spread to her pins than I anticipated when I studied the cattle from the side. Since her twist and her flank line sit up and are a little high, she has a tough time balancing up. As the cattle maybe pace up here, the pace is pushed on the go, she'll maybe kind of start to break in her loin a little bit. I admire the power of the heifer in third. My favorite view of this heifer is directly behind the cattle. That's where she shows off the extra expansion to her rib cage, the natural spread that she's got up high. She certainly follows suit when the cattle are viewed from behind as well through her quarter. As the cattle are on the lead there, she's more abbreviated in her step because if she reads just a little more vertical in her hock and they're set to her shoulder. Heifer that closes this class is more moderate in her frame. I like how strong top she is. She's got plenty of body to sustain herself in production. She's given up some performance to her contemporaries, but if I could upgrade her, I'd like to tidy her up through her chest and make her neater in her tailhead.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 4 in our Red Angus show, led by Madison Fisher from Waller County 4-H, followed by Nolan Hunt from Walker County 4-H, Faith Lester from Gonzales FFA, and Kurt Fike from North Hopkins FFA.
very stout class, and stout right on down here, 5'6" deep, and definitely some differences, and more differences in this class in just little things than anything. But these two that surface just in terms of balance and quality and look, they surface up to me just based off of that in terms of shape of rib, presence, freshness, neatness, where they're at in terms of maturity, how their tail heads and their top line set in them when you ask them to go. Now the differences in the two, and I think there is some differences. This one's just a little more pleasing to me. I like how her tail head sits in her. I like her looseness and just her bend to her hawk, but yet still it's attractive in her hind leg set. Very, very neat in her neck, very neat in terms of her chest floor. When she goes for some reason today, and it's maybe just because she's so long-bodied, I think she could stretch out a couple more inches in a perfect world, but the way she moves and the way she flows and holds herself in her leg, I think is just a little neater in her hawk. The heifer that ends up being second, pretty exotic. I think extra shape, very, very powerful when we study that one from behind. I love her power and dimension, and yet still has some presence and some look. In this particular class, she's pushing just a little bit more chest floor, and again, that's just going to be part of her. I think she maybe gets out and actually, because she uses her hip just a little more, gets out and reaches maybe an inch or two longer than that class winner, but she's not quite as neat as we study that one in the design to her hip, and maybe not quite as, flat or as flexible there in her hawk as we study that to the class winner. The one in third, again, another big burly stout one, and again, I think one just in terms of power and performance, she's got it. Still has a look. I mean, she's up here because of her extra look. Again, comes with a little more shoulder. Maybe comes with maybe a tail head that could be set in her just a little bit differently. But honestly, when you get her in motion, I still like those things about her. So maybe just a shot plainer version of the two heifers there in front of her with just a little bit more dimension and power. Really a pair of heifers here that you could kind of combine together. They're shapely, they're stout, they're good in their rib design. Things are going to make nice cows, and time will tell if this one needs to maybe loosen up just a little bit in her hind end structure, ever so slight, just be a little more coordinated in the way she plants off them hind two. Exercise at home. The older she gets, her qualities, what places her over the red one. This red one actually on the standstill, you want to deem her just a little plainer, and I think it's just because she's got so much more power to her and so much more denseness just to her bone structure. When you get her in motion, she gets out and reaches pretty good off of both ends of her skeleton, but again, you study this one, she's a little crestier about her neck, maybe not quite as neat in the way her tail head sets into that hip, not as long in her hip as them three heifers right there, or four heifers right there above her. Still a tremendous cow. Very nice red and white one, big-bodied, massive, high performance, just a little upright in the angle to her shoulder, maybe just a little plainer as we study her chest floor. A black heifer that comes in next, and again, I think she's kind of off in her hair cycle, and it throws her problems at you just a little bit more. And she too is just a little round and cresty in her neck. Maybe don't handle her top line perfectly when you get her out on the go. When you study her in her underskeleton, though, she has some base width. She has some agility to get out and get up underneath herself and hit her stride. She just does it in maybe not quite as a balanced package as a few of those above her. Nice heifer comes next, just a little plainer in her neck. I like her length of body. I actually like her foot size and circumference of foot as we study that one. Just chest to body ratio maybe don't balance up as nicely as the one in front of her. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, I mean, she's just skinny. Again, agility and functionality at the ground's good. She's a little uncoordinated because of her weight. And I think just time will tell where that one develops. She looks like she'll be moderate. She looks like she'll stay flexible. She's just too green here today to place any higher.
Well, over in our Red Angus ring, we got a really good first division of heifers out here representing their particular classes. I'd like to congratulate these students. If you don't mind, let's give them a big round of applause. I think it's been a fun division to sort through. To be completely honest with you, they kind of boil down, in my mind, a pair of heifers that are totally different. I think it's a close decision. You could certainly justify going either direction. The first heifer that's in contention is the young lady that wins this first class here. Here's one that I think is a true population outlier in terms of power and stoutness. What I think is so incredible about this heifer is she's definitively the heaviest muscled and the most dimensional female in the lineup, and she's considerably leaner than everything else in contention. I know she doesn't have have maybe as much sweep to her bottom of her belly line there as some of these other heifers. But I think if she was in the same level of rig and condition, that wouldn't be an issue with this heifer at all. And what I think is also cool about her is for being the most powerful, she's built in the most elite manner in terms of her hip and hind leg posture. And despite the fact that she's got more power and we get directly in front of the cattle, her knee drops out of the bottom side of her shoulder and sternum into a square fashion, and that allows her shoulder blade to connect smoother into her forerib than the other heifer that I've got in contention out here. Now, she's a little shorter tailed, so maybe that throws her look off a little bit from the side, but like many cattle that are chock full of power and maybe pushing the envelope, she's just not as feminine in the feature to her head and neck as maybe the other heifer that I'm considering. At the far end there, we got the Class 4 winner, and she's the one that really gives you that maternal look that we're after. She's more progressive in the sweep to her bottom line. I know that heifer's one that maybe is naturally just a little lower fronted, but she's just so good in her body that able to offset that. Standing still, her hip and hind leg posture is really nice. She's leveler hipped than the heifer I just discussed. I think her hind leg sets up really attractive here from the profile. She's not chiseled out up front, but the top of her neck is definitely more feminine and ladylike, and it's the same stories we get to her head there. I think that heifer, still compared to the other two females out here, is still very sound out of her hind leg. I'd maybe just change her shoulder design a little bit. I think that the edge of her shoulder blade separates off of a forerib that's a little flatter and it's constructed. She maybe doesn't have quite as much reach and mobility out of her front skeleton. So really close decision out here. My agenda that I'm always trying to do is to find the one that's going to make the biggest impact on a breeding program. I think anytime you talk about these heifers here, some of these, getting a little extra power into them and making them built right in their structure, giving those objectives there, I'm going to use the young lady out of Class 1 for champion. We'll follow with Class 4 for reserve.
In our Red Angus show, your champion heifer calf comes from Class 1 and Kinley Rathman from Lynn County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf in our Red Angus show comes from Madison Fisher in Waller County 4-H.
Single entry heifer out here, and one that certainly exemplifies the traits that's certainly given the Red Angus breed a big portion of the bull market down here in Texas. This heifer is one that has moderate frame, very easy flesh, and looks like she'll probably look even better when she's melted down on grass there and maybe toned back a little bit in terms of her condition. Since we've gotten a little aggressive with the feed bucket on this heifer, you'll see she's starting to wear a little bit more white tissue down there through the floor of her chest. It looks like her feet have kind of taken a little toll there. They're getting a little longer on us, but a heifer that certainly like in terms of just the practicality and the easy fleshing body type that she represents.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. There's a nice breakdown of your Class 7 single entry from Aubrey Atkinson in Gonzales County 4-H. In our Simmental show, Class 2 was led by Roxton Stone, Martin County 4-H, followed by Cash Dale, Rains County 4-H. Then Kaylin Freytag from Flatonia FFA. Chase Gluick from Columbus FFA. Followed by Creed Nohavitsta from El Campo FFA. Caitlin Anderson, Rowlett, FFA. Followed by Emery Dornack from El Campo, FFA. Bailey Wilson, Washington County 4-H. And Reagan Valet from El Campo, FFA.
I think they're just going to keep throwing pairs at me where I have to make calls because I genuinely do like both these females, and I like them for different reasons. And this is another situation where you're stuck on a fence, and what do you want to do, and where do you want to prioritize? Because these are the two higher quality ones. These are the two that are probably just bolder and neater in terms of the rib design, and they're both very, very different, and they're very different in their type and kind. And to me, this one's transitions are just a little neater. I think she studied that one and tie her neck into her shoulder into her forerib, both in from a three-quarter angle and from the side, and the way that her top's picked up in or in behind her blade. I just like that better about her, that transition there. And then as you read that, you can also see she's longer and maybe neater designed in her tailhead and the way her hip sets in her. And again, athletic when you ask her to go. She's not as overwhelming in terms of just raw extra muscle, but that thing wedges up in the right degree, in the right angles, and gets progressively wider from front to rear. To me, if you could just tidy up her chest floor a little bit more, I would make that an absolute easy call, because that's an advantage the red baldy has. It's just part of her, and it's part of her build and part of the way that she's built skeletally. This is the one that's just kind of striking. You know, red baldy, it's hard for me not to like them. I like red baldies. I like the extra dimension and shape that she has as you study her down her top. She's so bold and just so massive just in terms of just genuine power and shape. When we go to connect those pieces together, she's maybe not quite as neat there right in behind her blade. She don't lay that tail head in her quite as nicely as that one wins the class. That's a tight pair of heifers. Somewhere in the middle between them two is exactly where I'd want to be. nice red heifer, and like I said, she gets stuck in a class with two that are just prettier. I think this thing's bold in her rib. I think she's good in terms of muscle and dimension, and still pretty athletic when you ask her to go. Again, just a little rounder, a little coarser about her tail head, and to me, just them pieces of balance is what rolls her third. Fourth, again, a moderate female. It's good in terms of her shape up high, pretty little head on her. Again, as we study that one, though, maybe just gets up underneath herself, just a little more compacted version. I'd like to see that one just a little looser in the design of her hip and her hind leg when you ask her to go. A big rugged one like a semi looks like here next. Big, bold in terms of her foot, long-bodied, one still that has plenty of shape. She don't balance up quite as nicely in her rib cage here today. Time will tell. Growth and getting a baby in that belly someday will help her a ton. And the red heifer that rounds out the class, extra high quality, very, very neat and fresh in terms of her hair coat, in terms of her bloom. Again, she just don't have the added body or the added mass that those heifers there above her have. But I still appreciate her look. I still appreciate the quality that she does present.
We've got a nice pair of red Angus cattle up here at the top end of this class. I think it's a very tough call. To me, both these heifers will be excellent replacements. I tried to stay committed to structural correctness. I think it's the cornerstone of every elite breeding program. It doesn't matter what breed you're looking at around the country. I think the heifer that wins stays more within her skeleton as she tracks away. You dial around to the side, and that heifer utilizes her hock with more range of motion and athleticism. And I still think that heifer's a big-bodied, easy-keeping replacement that's maybe not just chiseled out up front, but I still think everything fits and makes sense. Now, we can see her just a little bigger and more extended. She's maybe a little quick for my taste, but I think that's a nice heifer to get started with here. There's more power in the heifer in second. The black-tailed heifer is particularly more aggressive in the wrap to her stifle. The spring to her rib cage is certainly more my speed, and she's got just more true charge and shape starting out of the backside of her shoulder blade. Now, if I could alter that heifer, I'd like to provide her just more flexibility in her hock. She started to protrude forward in her chest, which maybe throws off her balance. Heifer that cakes up around her tailhead. I like the structure and the moderation heifer that's in third. She's the most honest in her condition, the top trio. She does wear a little extra condition around her tailhead, but the over her rib cage, she's definitely the leanest. She's really long-necked. Probably doesn't just blend quite as smooth up front. Female that the edge of her shoulder maybe sets a little wide onto the base of a flatter forerib. Heifer that follows hers big and extended, takes a long step, very got some reach from her hind leg there. She'll shift her weight to her outside toe and pull in at the point of her hock. Maybe needs more flank to help her balance up, given her extra frame size and hip height. Heifer the closest to the class has probably got just a little bit more size and scale. Got a big hind leg, catches her step every time, just like you'd like to see. Just like to see her pull herself together in a more collected fashion. Coarser shouldered heifer breaks behind her blade, maybe gets a little high in her flank, and I'd certainly like to upgrade her teeth quality.
In our Red Angus show, Class 8 was led by Aubrey Thornton from Van Zant County 4-H, followed by Wesley Wages, Center FFA, Presley Chabert from Bastrop County 4-H, followed by Caden Hagowatz from Johnson City FFA, and Riley Size from Paytow FFA.
Well, confronted with just a single entry over here on our Red Angus side, but a female that's really performance-driven. I really appreciate just how bold-bodied and opened up this female is. I think her most advantageous view is directly behind the cattle. Boy, that's where she shows off her outlying power and dimension. And I think all those attributes certainly lend her credibility to be a bull maker as an individual. You know, she's probably not just the smoothest, the way that her shoulder's built, a little rounder in terms of the way that her muscle lays over her framework. But a female that's certainly going to make a big impact on a breeding program if she can be selected mated to kind of maybe fix her just a little bit in a couple areas.
Nice class of Scimitals here, and I'll just be honest. You know, when it comes to a type and a kind, in this particular breed and in a calf division, I've been kind of waiting for one that kind of looks like this. You know, that's exotic looking and fresh and neat about her neck and head, has some substance, balances her top line good, and then just does something at the ground in terms of athleticness and ability to get out and reach and handle her stride, and does it with comfort and ease very, very easily. So very satisfied with this class winner, and I think she wins this class fairly handily. Then it gets a little more challenging, and this one just falls into second. From her shoulders back, she's the second best one. From her shoulders back, I think that's the second burliest in terms of rib shape and ties together the best. If we could tidy her up just a little bit in her neck and her front end, I think on down the road, manage that. Because I think you've got a very sound, very athletic heifer that's got the right shape in terms of rib, the right uniformity of body depth. The chest floor and her shoulder kind of throws her quality down, and she obviously got stuck in a class, and to me, with a racehorse. A pair of them, and I went back and forth in my mind. I like this one better in terms of quality, and I like this one better just in terms of just spread and dimension. But definitely, as we study that one's head, neck, how her top line, her shoulder tie into her, it's good. Not blessed with the biggest, deepest body, not blessed with the longest stride off of her rear end, but she's still good and square in her foot shape, and just one that needs to be softened up just a little bit. You know, and this one probably is a little softer as we study her in her rib cage, maybe set back just a little neater there in her hock. I think this is going to make a tremendous cow. She's moderate, she's big-bodied, built nice. She's not near as neat as like a couple of them heifers right there in front of her as we study her in her neck, as we study her in through her chest floor, just a little bit plainer in that regard. But if we'd switch that pair, you wanted to switch that pair, I wouldn't argue one bit. And the heifer that rounds out the class, probably the heaviest, the burliest, the deepest one in the class. She's carrying a little bit more condition as we study that one in her chest floor, maybe just a little coarser as we study her around her head. I'd just like to lean her up just a little bit and just see how much she's got there, because I think that's a big high-performance one that's going to be obviously easy doing, maybe just gives up that balance to that top end of the class.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. In our Scimitar show, Class 3 was led by Harley Groom, Johnson County 4-H, followed by Bailey and then Jesse McCott, both from Austin County 4-H. Stiley Beggs from Lockhart FFA, followed by Anna White, Grandview FFA, and in 6th, Jesse Smith from Rivercrest FFA. Class 4 in our Scimitar show was led by Lane Fincher from Ellis County 4-H, followed by Bailey Hardy, Scurry Rosser FFA, Taylor Grochi from Snook FFA, Jamari Jeffrey from Waller County 4-H, and in 5th, Ryder Stevens from Springtown FFA.
I think when we get these divisions out here, and there was some give and take in this Scimitar drive in some of them earlier classes, and I had to sacrifice certain areas to get the one that maybe just to me surfaced, and I'm glad with what we got out here. I think in terms of functionality, I think in terms of the way they're built at the ground and their structure's really, really good, and I think you study these things, there's some differences in quality maybe, ever so slight, and there's some differences in maybe how advanced or how powerful or how good they are in certain areas, and a couple of them pairs, it was a hard call for me. I do think there's one out of that last class that wins this division rather handily. She'll be my champion in this division.
Well, this division, Red Angus, I think we got 4 nice heifers represented out here. All these females kind of emulate the same type of practical body design that I admire in this particular breed, and I think these females are why this breed's got a very big part of the commercial industry, the production cattle in the world. For me, there's a pair of them. Maybe they're just a little bit more organized in the way they put it together. We're going to use those 2 out of Class 2 for champion and reserve. Congratulations.
In our Red Angus show, your champion junior heifer comes from Aubrey Thornton from Van Zant County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Wesley Wages and Center FFA. Your grand champion Simmental heifer calf comes from Lane Fincher in Ellis County 4-H.
Got a nice moderate frame, single entry over here in a Red Angus show. A female that's got some spread over the top side of her skeleton. Still pulls together a very strong level top line out here. I admired that about her. She's one that's maybe we'd like to change just a little bit, make her tougher and more durable in her foot shape. A heifer that's starting to cake up a little bit there around her tail head, but certainly like the moderation, the width of that female.
Your reserve champion heifer calf in the Simmental show comes from Roxton Stone from Martin County 4-H. You also just heard Dr. DeClerc break down a nice single entry from Deborah Holy from Cy-Fair FFA. Quick reminder to our heifer exhibitors, this is a blow and go show only. No product allowed in the hair of your heifers. A blow and go show only. Also, no cable halters will be allowed. No cable halters are allowed.
I think a nice class and really a bottom trio that I think you could go several different ways. But a nice top pair, and they're contrasting in type. And I just think this one hits you a little harder. She's a little shapelier. She's a little rounder in her rib shape. She's a little bolder as we study her, just in terms of spread of rib and just spread of skeleton as we study that one. A little rounder in her bone work. I mean, to me, she gets out and handles herself very, very well for a stout and as big as she is up high. Ever so slightly wants to push a little bit forward because she is just a little rounder in her bone work. But I still think she's sound, she's attractive, she's very good looking, and one that has it with some of those extras. The heifer here in second's a little flatter in her bone work, maybe just a little bigger as we study her in the base of her heel than the heifer that wins the class. And again, one that's still long patterned and long designed and has the right shapes, not as much as the class winner, but still admirable in her own right. Pushes her chest down a little more. Baby don't have that body shape relationship like the class winner, but still a very high quality one and a very flexible one that stands there in second. Third just kind of falls into third. She's moderate, she's good shape, she's flexible enough. Again, a little smaller in her foot than the two cattle right there in front of her, but I think it's okay. I think it's square and good. And again, she's the one that probably balances up the next best, more like those top two or three, and she is definitely more flexible just in the way she gets out and reaches than a few of these there behind her. Pair of heifers that are stouter, one's a little bigger and a little neater about her head and neck, maybe just a little neater in her hip design. Then you've got one that's more moderate and blown apart just in terms of rib shape, maybe getting a little more condition than I'd like to see, but I do appreciate the added muscle, the balance that she has in terms of muscle shape down her top. Just need to lean that one up just a little bit for me today to place her any higher. The heifer that rounds out the class, and again, one that's still flexible. I think I like her foot, I like her flatness of bone, like her length of body and her length of design. Again, at the same time, just need more cow there, just need a little bit more dimension. I'd either want to just downsize her just a notch or just stouten that one up just to show that she's going to have, not be a bigger, flatter heifer, make her believe that she's just going to have a little more dimension. But I do like her structure better than the two heifers right there above her. So kind of caught between two thorns there in terms of where to place that heifer. Then bottom trio were kind of challenging, but very nice top pair.
Well, we got a nice pair of first calf heifers out here. I entertained switching them. Actually, probably preferred the heifer in second when they first came in the ring, but the deciding factor for me was just foot shape and foot quality. I just read more toughness, and I think this heifer's feet are built for the long haul in terms of the squareness and the depth of heel that she has. She's one that really can strike a pose here from the profile. She's great in terms of that silhouette that she casts. Got a nice heifer calf on her side to boot as well. probably just bigger and more athletic in terms of the feature to her hind leg. I like that she plants it with more conviction and she stays within her body cavity as she tracks away from us. Getting a little long on this right front teat for my taste. Probably could change her that way, and like to see her maybe just a little stronger in the way that she connects her spine out the backside of her shoulder blade. The cow-calf pair that comes in second was my favorite when they came in because of this female probably is a little bit more proportional. I think she's got more skeletal strength built into her spine, and that heifer definitely blends more seamlessly from the point of her shoulder into her forearm. And I also like the fact that she's one that's just very, very deep and sappy middle. Got another nice calf on her as well. I just like to change her rear feet. She's getting a little long and narrow in her toe, as she's got a bad habit of stepping outside of herself as she tracks away from me, but that's a really good pair to stand in the 2-hole. Cow that's more in her working clothes, it's going to end up here in 3. I think a cow that I appreciate reproductively has got a calf on the ground. I thought that was the deciding factor between her and 4. Probably relative to the good pair of females in front of her. She's just not quite as strong, gets a little bit more lackadaisical in her spine, particularly out the backside of her shoulder blade. Extra teated heifer is really refined in her teats, but maybe we could change her suspension just a little bit. Heifer that follows her, the one that doesn't have a calf yet, I like just how broody she is. She's pretty massive, a little thicker at the base of her neck. I think she's one that plays out when we get behind the cattle, and definitely like to see her maybe have a calf on her side, and she's a little long in her teats, just for my taste. Young ladies pair that comes out next here, first calf heifer that's pretty bold-bodied, dimensional, a little bit more moderate in her frame. She kind of wants to round out of her hip a little bit. I think she reads a little bit deeper and more pronounced in her chest relative to being kind of modest in her flank. Then we conclude the class with a really long, extended female. Got a lot of extension up front, got some bone to go with it as well. I'd like to change the suspension of that heifer's udder. Certainly like to square up in her teat design as well. She too could use just a shade more body to offset the extra frame that she presents.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 14 in our Red Angus show, led by Bailey Smith, Lavaca County 4-H, followed by Caden Smith, also from Lavaca County 4-H. Caden Fike from North Hopkins FFA. In 4th, Kurt Fike from North Hopkins FFA, followed by Sydney Bond, Cherokee FFA. And Caden Hegelwatts from Johnson City FFA. Entering the ring now in our Red Angus show is a nice single entry Class 15 by Lane Fitzpatrick from Friendswood FFA.
First call, Shorthorn, classes 2 and 3. First call, Simmental, class 13. First call, Simmental, class 13. And first call, Simmental, class 14. First call, Simmental, class 14.
Kind of a challenging class here to sort here in the middle. I think this one surfaces just in terms of look. I think in freshness and balance, and you study her angles and the way that she's put together in her skeleton, it's really good. To me, there's just an area I'd change her, and her angles on the standstill are very, very good. When we ask her to go, she comes up just a little bit short in her stride, but she's moderate, she's long-bodied. I don't expect her to just completely cover that 100%, but her added quality, her added presence, her added just female looks what rolls her to the top. This heifer here in seconds may be designed just a little bit neater in terms of squareness of hind leg. And again, of these remaining 3 or 4, she's the one that wedges up and shapes up the best. She gets progressively wider from her forerib back through her hip, still presents a nice look from the side, even though she's not as fresh as the heifer above her. She too is just a little rounder in her bone work and not perfect in the way she handles her spine on the go, but I do think she's still high quality in terms of just presence of muscle, presence of dimension, with a nice head and neck on her as well. The heifer here in third, probably a little flatter boned, a little bigger footed, gets out and maybe handles herself just a little more comfortably because of that than the heifer there in front of her. She doesn't have as much shape or just genuine rib shape as that one in front of her. She's bolder and maybe deeper in her body, but I'd just like to tidy that one up just a little bit in terms of head shape and size. Maybe just tidy that front third of her skeleton up, and then I'd switch that pair in second and third. Still a nice one in fourth, moderate, shaped up good, extra powerful when you get in behind her, to the point where she just gets a little round. She gets a little rounder in her shoulder, maybe just a little rounder in the way she handles that hind leg and tail head on the go, but perfectly, one in a perfect world that's got plenty of dimension and some quality about her head and neck. And the red heifer that rounds out the class, again, a dense-boned, dense-built one. I like her just in terms of like her shape and her long, flat muscle there off her hind wheels. But again, at the same time, she's just a little plainer about her head and neck. Maybe don't balance up and just give you that extra female look, just a little coarser up through her front end versus the rest of the heifers in this class. Pretty nice class winner there as well.
We got a single entry in our Red Angus show. A young man brings us a heifer here that I really like the package that she comes in terms of generating performance. I read that heifer to be moderate in her frame. I think she's going to have an outcome as a mature cow that's not going to outgrow the available forage resources and still has been able to achieve some performance with the extra stretch and length of body that she has. Maybe been a little aggressive in terms of the feed regimen back home. As a consequence, that heifer's starting to wear a little extra white tissue there around her tail head and through the floor of her chest. And she too maybe one that gets a little labored here on the go, but certainly like the moderation, the length of body that she represents.
Thank you, gentlemen. Class 7 in our Scimitar show was led by Madison Mosley from Brown County 4-H, followed by Everett Snoddy from Johnson County 4-H, Grace Tuyos from Trinity County 4-H, followed by Aubrey Thornton from Van Zandt County 4-H, David Williams from Bremen FFA, and Taylor Gochi from Snook FFA. Class 8 in our Scimitar show was led by Kylie Schroeder Howard from West FFA, followed by Shelby Keene, Carrizo Springs FFA, Cheyenne Bobovec from Kaufman County 4-H, Jose Jimenez from Eagle Pass FFA, and Hannah Vincent Dune from Hayes County 4-H.
Young lady brought a very, very nice one to win this class, and I think just the combination of things, quality first and foremost, shape second most, and still flexible when she gets to go. That's a very, very nice place to start. This pair's close, and I think there's some give and take here, and there's one with a notch more dimension to her, there's one with a notch more shape to her, and she does probably handle her hawk just a little bit squarer when we ask her to go than the heifer in third. Is she tie in or is she as lean in his chest for as the one in behind her? Oh, probably not. And I think this one's maybe just a ever so slight smoother in her joint as we study her off her hind leg. But I think a pair of heifers that really aren't built that different from the side in terms of balance, in terms of the way that they're put together. Just a shot more to the heifer there in second, and one for me that maybe just stabilizes that hawk just a little neater when we ask her to go. Heifer in third, again, she's probably a little thinner about her brisket, and she's one that's, like I said, a little smoother as we study her in her hawk from behind in terms of flatness of hawk. I still think one that's very high quality in terms of her head and neck, maybe not blessed with as much dimension as that top pair of heifers, but still very, very high quality when it comes to the fact that she's female about her head and neck. And this particular breed, that's the kind of female that works to raise some stuff on down the road because of her flexibility. The heifer that rounds out the class, and again, as we study this one, I like her head and neck. She's not clipped as tight as the ones right in front of her, but she is better in her chest floor. She's very alert, up-headed, nice in terms of her jaw shape and the way she's built up there. I just wish the rest of her body in terms of her forward would match that boldness up front. Again, one that's stout when you get in behind her, pretty far along in calf. The young man did a good job of getting that one bred. Maybe just don't balance up quite as nicely as them two heifers right there in front of her.
On our Red Angus side, we've got 3 nice class winners represented out here. I think it's really tough to get cattle this late in gestation and still make them look fresh. I think these kids deserve a round of applause. Let's see if we can't give them one. Well, thank you for that. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to manage these cattle and to have them look in this part. We talked about that the pair of single entries, both being moderate frame, long-bodied, having some dimension to them. Maybe both those heifers are a little aggressively fed, and as a consequence, they're behaving just a little sore and tender-footed up here, and consequently just a little abbreviated in their step off either end of their skeleton. You know, I thought that the middle class there, we had a really close decision for us. For me, heifer the one I thought was better-footed. I thought her hind leg placement was safer as she tracked away, as she stayed more within herself, and I like that calf for maybe being a little leveler out of his hip, and that heifer for being a little sharper in terms of her image. The mother is one that is really fresh, and I like the working shape and the clothes that she's in here because she's so honest in her condition. You know, I just wish she connected up a little stronger out of the back of her shoulder, a little bolder in her forerib. That was where that second kind of corrected our winner, was a little smoother, a little bigger bodied, probably got a little more bloom to her. Just would have liked to upgrade her foot shape just a little bit. So awesome pair out of that second class there. We're going to keep them together. That'll be your champion in reserve.
In our Red Angus show, your champion senior heifer comes from Bailey J. Smith from Lavaca County 4-H. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Caden Smith in Lavaca County 4-H.
I think, again, we turn into another division here in the Simmental deal, and I think there's some challenges to every class, but when it broke out, I think these three that came into class and won their classes, they surfaced rather quickly. And is there some differences in them? Yes, but for the most part, in terms of shape, in terms of look, in terms of looking like a female, they have it. There's some differences in balance. There's some differences in maybe flexibility, and that's, to me, why the young ladies heifer here out of the third class will be your champion in this division.
In our Simmental show, your champion junior heifer comes from Anna White in Grandview FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Madison Mosley from Brown County 4-H.
Young man brings a nice single entry out, and again, just in terms of being far along bred, looking like a cow, looking ladylike just in terms of her head and neck, bold in terms of her rib, not the biggest boned as we study her at the ground, but flexible enough for as far along as she is when you ask that one to go. It's a very nice heifer the young man brings as a single entry.
Thank you for that breakdown, Mr. Stewart. That's the heifer from Stephen Gunn from Waller County 4-H, a single entry in Class 13.
Well, we've had an outstanding Red Angus show. If you folks don't mind, let's give these kids a round of applause. You know, it's been a fun show to sort through. I've really enjoyed getting to look at some of these cattle out here and just try to project where I think that they're going to fit in. You know, the objective always is going to be to find the females that can have the most profound impact on this breed's registration base and really push things in a progressive fashion. I think we got a couple heifers up here that certainly fit that objective and can certainly do that assignment. I think the heifer that wins the very first class or the very first division of the day is the one that's the true population outlier for power. I think that heifer is without question the leanest heifer and yet distinctly the boldest and the most dimensional throughout. I know she's not quite as sappy in her midrib as some of these others, but I actually am more interested in making them round and robust in their cage. And I still think if we had her at the same level of condition as the females that stand behind her, the spread and depth of body would not be all that different. And to me, the other big advantage I think about this heifer is just how stout and sound structured she is. It seems like bend to their forearm and knee has been something that's really held at a premium when we're sorting through Angus and Red Angus cattle. And I think this heifer, relative to the height, the shoulder that she portrays, still very functional in terms of her range of motion out of her front skeleton here. You know, she may be one we could make a little flatter jointed from behind. That comes with the territory of all the extra power she has. She's just not the most sleek about her shape to her head and neck, so I know she's probably not you know, for everybody out there. But if I'm picking one to go home and to try to really make one that I like, she's the one that I'm going to pick. The heifer that was reserved her in that division, kind of the opposite of the things there, Spectrum, very feminine, very deep, very maternal, kind of matches the heifer in front of her in terms of just range of motion and reach out of her hind leg, maybe just not quite as bold, maybe not quite as smooth in her shoulder, but elegant and great balance as well. Heifer that won the second division, I think she's got a lot of the hallmarks, kind of the calling card of the Red Angus breed. She's moderate, she's big-bodied, and she looks like she could thrive in a forage-based environment. You don't need improved forages for this one to get the job done, and that's what we want to see, a cost-efficient cow here, and she won that division by utilizing her hind leg with more articulation and safer in terms of the way that she tracked from hock to ground. Now, we get her out here amongst a strong competition. She's a little bit shorter up through her front end. She's a little bit more generic in her look up front, but still like that heifer awfully well. Would love to have a set of keeper heifers that emulated that kind of body, moderation, and practicality. Then we get to the first calf heifer that's in her working clothes here, and I really like this one in terms of just how fresh and honest she is. It's tough to make these first calf heifers look the part, and this heifer's hip and hind leg structure is just impeccable. I'm a big fan, and I've got a preference and a bias of building cattle elite in their hip and hind leg. From my own experience, it seems to be a trait that's pretty heritable, and I think this heifer really does a good job in that regard. She's got a nice calf on her side that's very sharp, and certainly got the outline that she's got some future, and very optimistic of her. We talked about this heifer for being maybe just the cow, for being a little longer teated. More than anything, I wish she just composed herself with a little bit more balance. Out of the back of her blade, she breaks a little bit in her spine. She's a little smooth, could be a little coarse and out at the edge of her elbow there. Since she's got maybe just a little bit more shoulder and reads a little more modest in her pin set, I'd probably want to selectively mate that heifer to control for calving difficulty. So excellent lineup of cattle out here. I think it's pretty close. My favorite two came out of the calf division. We're to keep them together, use them for champion reserve.
Concluding our Red Angus Heifer show, your grand champion Red Angus Heifer comes from the calf division from Kinley Rathman in Lynn County 4-H. The reserve grand champion Red Angus Heifer also comes from the heifer calf division and is shown by Madison Fisher from Waller County 4-H. As we begin our Shorthorn show on the west side of the arena, I'd like to remind all of our exhibitors this is a blow and go show only. Blow and go show only. Also, no cable halters will be allowed in Rodeo Austin. No cable halters are allowed.
I think a challenging pair to sort because they're just so different in their type and kind, and there's some things that I like about the second place heifer but then there's pieces of her that just don't get out and go as good as this one that wins. And to me, if you just break it down, I think both are far along, both are dang nice. You take the chest floor off of this one, she's the athletic one. That's the big-footed one that gets out and just reaches and drives and handles herself and covers her stride very, very well. I need to take that thing out of her and maybe just downsize her just ever so slight. But when you just keep them out here for a little longer, athleticness, her ability to get out and drive and go and reach and do those things and still collectively hold her top line, I guess I'd just be beating that heifer on her chest floor if I were to do so. On the standstill, I would not switch the pair, and honestly, it still makes it close in my mind, and I got to draw some lines here in terms of to use a little more fundamental, to use some other things. This one, to me, in terms of balance and neatness of neck and the way that she ties in, is very, very good, and she has some chest, but it doesn't relate like the one there in front of her. Where to me, she goes into second is just when we ask that one to get out and go, I'd like to get that one to stretch out, just loosen up and just get for a little more motion out of both ends of her skeleton. Now, she's that kind of heifer. She's moderate. She's so good just in terms of roundness of rib in size. She's just a little rounder in her bone work, not as flat or dense in her bone work. Doesn't allow her to get out and maybe reach like that one that wins the class. Baldy heifer that comes in next is the next highest quality one. She too, probably in terms of balance, her chest floor comes out in her. We're at that age where it starts exposing, but at the same time, she's flexible. She's fresh in terms of her hair coat. She's fresh as we read her over her rib cage in terms of condition. Again, one that's just a little robotic when we ask that one to go. Don't get out and maybe just reach quite as well as a guy wants to. a big hoss. I mean, a high performance, big framed one comes in next. And again, one that's plenty dimensional when you study her in terms of power. Like her bone work and her flatness of bone. When we study that one, though, maybe not as much center belly, not as much swoop to her belly as the ones above her. And then you study that one just in terms of her chest relationship there. She maybe gets up in her top, drops her chest down a little on the go. A big, stout, sowy one comes in next. And again, one that's very, very neat in terms of roundness of rib. Very, very cool just in terms of just moderation of build. She's carrying a little more condition, maybe not as explosive or as dimensional when we get in behind her. Still relatively functional when we study her at the ground, and I think will stay sound as a big one just gives up a little extra look to them heifers there right above them.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 14 in our Simmental show, led by Brigham DeBoard from Ellis County 4-H, followed by Lane Alexander from Waller FFA, Carson Fusel from West FFA, and fourth, Remy Murphy from Taylor FFA, followed by Danica Daughtry from Austin County 4-H. Class 15 in our Simmental show is a nice single entry from Darcy Burden and Pretty FFA.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 3. Finley Jones, please make your way to the arena. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 3. Finley Jones, please make your way to the arena. First call, Shorthorn, Class 4. First call, Shorthorn, Class 4. First call, ORB, Class 1. First call, ORB, Class 1.
We got a nice class of Shorthorns to get started with here. Very sharp, appealing female that leads off. One that's very captivating up through her front end. She's a little longer and fresher at the top side of her neck than the heifer that comes in second. I think she's a little more feminine in the way that her muscle lays onto her framework than that heifer in second as well. She draws up with just a lot of symmetry here from the side. Now, we could see her just a little looser in terms of her structure. She's maybe just a little limited in terms of the use out of her hock, but a nice heifer to get started with here. I like the power of the heifer that comes in second, and I like cattle with a little bit more dimension than most. This heifer for me is one that's extremely round in her rib cage, big out of her hip, very dimensional, probably accompanied with just more bone at the ground, and I appreciate that about her. But like my class winner, she too maybe labors just a little bit off either end of her skeleton, reads maybe just a little shorter in her face and not quite as feminine in the shape to her head and neck. There's probably just a little bit more fleshing ability in the heifer that comes in third, and I think she makes a case to start on account of being just deeper hearted and a little easier keeping all the way throughout. Tough thing is, it's hard to call her a structural upgrade because she kind of wants to throw her hind leg outside of herself. Like the two in front of her, we could dial her back, and she also has maybe a little bit more chest. Heifer that comes in four, from her hook bone forward's awfully nice. I think she's got more slope to her shoulder than the cattle that precede her. She probably got a little bit more functional set built into her hind leg. I like the length and extension that she's got up front. Just like to intensify her up there in her jawline. She looks really tight in her throat latch. Unfortunately, that trend continues from there back. She ties up kind of high in her flank and twist, maybe just gives up some brood cow power. The white heifer that follows her's really got a neat look from the side. She's very sleek and thin about her head and neck. Still got an ample amount of depth as we get to her midrib. I'm a little worried underneath that high-quality hair coat, there's probably just not enough brood cow power there. Young lady's white one that makes the turn next, probably got just a shade more body and a fraction more fleshing ability than the heifer that comes directly in front of her. I'd like to see her maybe just complant her hind leg with more conviction and authority. A heifer that's also maybe just a little thicker at the base of her neck. We conclude the class with a female that's moderate frame. She's got more depth of rib than the cattle that directly stand in front of her. She rounds out of her hip and narrows up as we study the cattle from behind.
These young ladies bring a nice pair here, and again, I think a December pair and around a December calf, and cow's doing a nice job. I think you could add a little more bloom to the calf, but she's in production. She's in that stage of her life cycle. That's good. You study her angles. She'll get out and go and handle herself. It's going to be a nice little project for the young lady.
Thank you, gentlemen. You heard Class 1 in the Shorthorn Show, led by Rai Bivens, Johnson County 4-H. followed by Brianna Chavez, Travis County 4-H. Then Hunter Jones, Alito FFA, followed by Hunter Jones from Alito FFA. And Lila Seymour, El Campo FFA. In 6, J.C. Frazier from Joshua FFA, followed by Addison Lehman from Waller FFA. As the ORBs get ready for the east side of the arena, I'd like to remind everyone that this is a blow and go show only. No product allowed on your heifer. No product is allowed on your heifer.
Here in this division, like I said, we had a couple single entries and then a class of 3 or 4 in there that with some differences there on the top end. And, you know, I'll be the first to say there just wasn't that one that I just wanted to just hang my hat on and say that she's right size, she's my kind of movement and does all those things all together. And so it made it a little more challenging on what you want to do. But I think just fundamentally as we study them, in terms of angles, in terms of the way they just get out and go, young man out of this middle class will be your champion in this division.
Kind of a thought-provoking pair over here. These cattle kind of feature trade-offs in their class advantages. Heifer that leads off is one that just reads bolder and more robust at the top side of her rib cage. She's also the female that owns the advantage from the side. She's quite a bit more driven up in her chest. She's longer and more extended up through her front end. Looks like the later maturing female that's got a little more gas left in the tank. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'll let you decide. She might require just a little bit more maintenance, but from a show heifer standpoint, she'll probably continue to look the part. When the cattle get going away, I'd like to change her. She kind of wants to bow and push a little bit at her hock. You'll notice that she's got a tendency to kind of roll up in her spine, and that makes her flank line look even more suck-up in her as an individual. The red heifer that comes in second's more maternal in her image, and I really considered starting this heifer. I do think she's the softer-bodied, easier-keeping kind of female here. I wanted to give her credit for having more just reach and range of motion out of her hind leg, but she'll actually pull in at her hock and set up a little outside of herself. Heifer that's got a tendency to, or just kind of got a bad habit of being a little bit more pronounced in her chest and still a little more fragile in her jaw.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was Dr. DeClerc with his breakdown of Class 2 at Shorthorn Show, led by Lane Van from North Zolch FFA, followed by James Clear in Madison County 4-H. In our Simmental show, your champion senior heifer was exhibited by Brigham DeWard from Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve champion senior heifer was exhibited by Lane Alexander from Waller FFA.
here for your champion Simmental drive, and I think it gets pretty close. I think when you just break down some things and study some things, then there's some females out here that combine some similar strengths and maybe just handle themselves just a little differently in certain areas as well. So I'll discuss them just a little bit here and then go out here and select you a champion and a reserve. That calf that wins that division, and like I said, in that division, it was hard to just find that one early in them classes until she came into the ring, and it just satisfies you to know that you found the kind, you found one you like from a quality standpoint that still's just athletic and has some shape and has some just some dimension to her, but yet just doesn't give up any femininity. And I think that heifer does that extremely, extremely well. And in a perfect world, I think this one from a balance standpoint works. I think the quality of head and neck is very, very good. She uses her hip just a little to make herself just get out and go, but I like that. I mean, that's functional. That's what cattle do when they get out. They're constantly moving. They've got to be able to do that. They've got to have the foundation to be able to do that, and I think that heifer does so very, very well, and I think it's an attribute of hers that's very, very strong. The young lady's heifer here out of the May division, and again, we're getting up into these bred heifers where it is tough. I mean, it's tough to keep them things fresh. And this young lady's done a tremendous job. I don't know who's all just helping your parents and you, but you've done a great job of just keeping this one extremely fresh at her age. And a May heifer should be still kind of holding together and holding her own at this stage in the game, but it's still very hard to hold the freshness of hair, hold that balance together like you did. I like this one a lot up through the front third of her skeleton. She's so unique about her head and neck and the way it ties into her shoulder. And what's cool is that's not just where it ends. I mean, I think that one still from behind her resembles that calf, in terms of just shape of body and shape of rib, how she's picked up in her back, but yet still has that right turn to the lower portions of her rib, dropping a very, very nice udder. And this heifer still, when you get that one out in motion in terms of functionality, in terms of being able to get out and move, that's another one that's out here that does that extremely, extremely well, and that's why she surfaced in that division like she did. That thing in terms of her hip and hind leg sets, very, very square, very, very neat in that regard. Not just overwhelming in any area except for she's so fresh. She's so good looking up through her front end from a quality standpoint that it makes it challenging when you get out here and study these heifers. That last division was tough. And because I'd like to have found that heifer right in between them, I land on this one because of her skeleton, and she fits the kind in front of them from a structural standpoint. Her angles are real good. She's big-footed, maybe a shot bigger than I'd like to see personally. But then again, there's places for those cattle. This is the Simmental breed. They do have some performance. They do have some punch, as much as those do right there in front of her. I still like the amount of dimension she has, the length of hip and her hip and hind leg set, and the fact that she is bigger and she is so burly that she still gets out and moves. If we could cut that chest floor off of her, or trim that thing down ever so slight, but when they get it, they just have it. Some cattle have them, and it's typically better doing cattle that have them. So still a tremendous one to round out the drive in terms of fundamentals and structure, and obviously that pair was very, very close because there's one that stands in second there in that division that's very, very unique in terms of her build and her look and her freshness, but probably don't have the agility like these first two, and even the one that beat her in that division. So tremendous set of females in this drive. Let's give these kids a round of applause. I'll go select you a champion and a reserve.
On our shorthorn side over here, I think we got a nice class of cattle. There's several of them that I'd certainly characterize as really attractive from the profile. I think there's just a little bit more brute cow look and appearance in the heifer that wins this class. She's really stout in her bone work. To me, she reads just a little bit more authentic in terms of the depth to her heart and the swell to her midrib. I think she's one that probably is going to hold up better in production because she's naturally got just more flank, and I think she just still got more dimension we get behind the cattle. Now, we could loosen her up a little bit in the set to her knee and to her hock, but I like the bone and just the functionality that her rib cage reads with. The heifer that ends up in second probably can strike a little neater pose from the side. Her neck comes higher out of the top of her shoulder. She's thinner and more refined in the feature to her head and neck and got some depth to her midrib. She'll reveal some of her flaws here on the go. The smaller footed heifer wants to kick up in her spine. Her shoulder blade will separate and maybe get just a little coarse in the way it connects onto the base of her forerib. There's quite a bit just more body mass and volume in the heifer that stands in third. The wider chested heifer's got more spring and arc to her rib cage. I like that about her. She's one that I wish that she followed this trend, or this trend continued from behind. She too maybe wants to taper a little bit from hooks to pins, and a heifer that maybe we could loosen up a little bit out of her front end design there. Like the bone of the fourth place heifer, big and extended, really stout featured. Just like to give her more body to accommodate her added frame size. The running gear on the red heifer that comes in 5 is really nice. I think she's a really stout bone and loose structured. Probably just a little green out here today, wants to tie up a little high in her heart and her flank, but certainly like the structural build of that heifer. The red strawberry roan heifer in front of me balances up very effectively. I think that she's a female that's certainly very long and extended up through her front end, very refined in her feature, getting a little long on her outside toe there up front. Like to see her just more dimensional from behind. The kind of the redneck roan heifer behind her is a bold, dimensional, stout bone female, maybe a little coarser in the way that her hock is built and constructed. Wants to set down a lot of extra pressure on her outside hoof wall and get a little shorter striding off either end. Then we close the class with a heifer here that certainly like in terms of the strength of her spine, a little more moderate, but more than anything just gives up mass all the way throughout.
Thank you, gentlemen. Wrapping up our Simmental Heifer show, your grand champion Simmental Heifer was shown by Anna White from Grandview FFA. Your reserve grand champion Simmental Heifer comes from Lane Fincher in Ellis County 4-H. In our shorthorn In our Shorthorn show, Class 2 led by Lane Van from North Zulch FFA, followed by James Clear in Madison County 4-H. Class 3 in our Shorthorn show, led by Canaan Clear from Madison County 4-H, followed by Finley Jones, Aledo FFA, Levi Murer from Hamilton FFA, Peyton Crowder from Venus FFA, in fifth, Blake Holbrook from Quinlan FFA, followed by Melissa Gayton from Cy Fair FFA, Cassandra Gayton from Harris County 4-H, followed by Kaylee Halicki from Cy Fair FFA, and Phoenix Steele from Marlin FFA. As we get into our last two breeds of the day, I'd like to remind our exhibitors this is still a blow and go show only. No product allowed in the Heifer today. Blow and go only. No cable halters will be allowed as well. Trailer releases will be given at the conclusion of your breed. Trailer releases will be given at the conclusion of your breed.
Oh, we got an awfully nice pair of heifers that come to the top end of this class here. The Strawberry Roan heifer is one that's just really attractive in the way she comports herself here from the profile. I like how strong and sturdy she's built in her spine. A female that's got a great sweep to her bottom line here, and then very elegant and chiseled out there in her throat latch and her neckline. The female that's chest is driven up in her to really give her that symmetrical look. Height to length ratio is extremely good as any of the cattle we've seen today. Got a refined set of teats underneath her, which make me even more optimistic of her future. You know, I think underneath that high quality hair coat, we could probably amp her cow power up a little bit. I'd like to give her just a little bit more just true wrap and intensity there to her stifle and to her turn to her upper rib cage, but I think that's a good one to get started with here. I like the bone and the balance of the heifer that comes in second. The red and white heifer, easy fleshing. You know, obviously, she's got quite a bit of frame to her for this stage of the game, but she's been dealt the requisite body to still balance up here from the side. A heifer that maybe turns a little bit more crest at the top of her neck, but I actually think she's longer fronted than our class winner is. If I could change her, I'd probably alter her just from a composition standpoint. Heifer that pulls in at her hock is starting to cake up around her tailhead and maybe could use a little bit more true width. Heifer that closes the class may actually have the most turn and rib shape as any of the cattle out here. She's really bowled up high and lays more spread over the top side of her skeleton. Coarser tail-headed heifer has got a tendency to maybe get a little straighter up through her front end. Like to see her just drop down in her flank and loose her out of her hock.
Thank you for that breakdown, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 4 in our Shorthorn show, led by Madison Ellis, Jersey Village FFA, followed by Holt Ottmers from Gillespie County FFA, and Candace Horlicka from Temple FFA.
I think a very interesting class here to sort here, second through like fifth, because there's some different variations and different kinds, but you know, at no point does this one need to get beat in this class just in terms of the intangibles. I mean, she's got the basics, but yet she's the one that does it with shape, does it with the extra look, does it with those pieces that are hard to put together. And I think she wins this class fairly handily. Second and third are close because they're different in their type and kind. I prefer the way the Blue Roan maybe handles her hawk, and I think she does. She's a little more stable and a little more correct from her knee to the ground in terms of squareness up on the front end of her skeleton. I think there's some similarities in these two in terms of balance. I think there's similarities in terms of rib. One might be a little bit stouter, one might be a little more up-headed. This one's a little sounder, A little fresher in the way that she appears that hind leg to the ground, and definitely a little neater in the way her tail head's tucked in her. I like this heifer, and on the standstill, I think she's more in contention to be second than she is third. When we asked that one to go ever so slight, she just drives that hawk just a little harder to the ground than the one right there in front of her. Exercise on down the road will prevent that from doing it as a big heifer. Her feet are square. She's good at the ground. She's got the right type of shape and more shape than the heifer there in front of her. We just need to redesign that hawk and that tail head ever so slightly. The little black baldy, the youngest one in the class, is kind of a hard one to gander with. You know, she's not the highest performing, but relative to age to these others, she's fine, I think, in terms of grow. Still real fresh to look at, real good in terms of her bone work and the way that her feet hit the ground. Still flexible when you ask her to go. She wants to get up just a little bit in her back. I think that's just a little extra hair left there on the top side of her skeleton. But she's just more stable in her hind leg set than the two heifers that come out next. Charlet, again, on the standstill, bold-bodied, deep-centered, very neat and flat in terms of her bone work. And when she gets out and goes, she's functional. She's carrying a little bit more chest. And then in relation to those 3 or 4 right above her, she's just a little more uncoordinated in the way she handles that hind leg when I ask her to go. Maybe in that chest floor just gives up a little extra balance. When this one first come into class, and she's not acting well for that young lady, I thought I'd roll this one up just a little quicker. And I think the longer that she's out here, she's just, you know, and it's her attitude that's probably causing most of it. Freshness ahead, body shape, female character is very, very good. She don't have as stout a bone work as them females above her in this class, and I think that hinders her. She don't maybe plant that hind leg to the ground quite as well. Pair of them here that are very, very stout. The black one to me is just a little more agile when we ask her to go, and a little bit more, I guess, practical in terms of her head shape and the way that she's designed up in the front end of her skeleton than the yellow heifer. Big, stout, bold one, and an ultra powerful one from behind, one of the stouter ones in the class. You know, and I use this comment every once in a while, and she does. She's got kind of a head only a mother could love. A little clubbier in her head shape. That one's going to raise some steers someday, and I know a lot of people say that on the mic, but I bet you that one can do it. Real practical, commercial-type female comes next. Good in her body work. Probably a little more practical in just her bone design than the heifer there in front of her. Just gives up the mass to the heifers on either side of her. Still a nice black one that's round in her body shape and still muscular when you get in behind her. Just a little upright off of both ends of her skeleton. Extra good-looking red and white one that's just a little bit too straight in her hawk. And then a pair of these heifers, I guess the other one already left, but that in this particular class, just in terms of weight per day of age and performance in relation to the contemporaries in this class, just need a notch more to them. I think they're fresh-haired, thin-necked, right, in terms of condition, because they won't get too fat. It'll be a while till they get fat, but I just need a little more to them to place them any higher. That's a tremendous class winner.
Well, as we wrap up this first division of Shorthorn cattle, folks, if you don't mind, let's give these kids a round of applause. We got a lot of cattle out here that I think really kind of exemplify the trademarks of look and style that's become synonymous with the Shorthorn breed. Very much like the heifer that wins this first class. She's really extended up through her front end, very clean and chiseled out there in her neckline and her throat latch. A female that's very strong and composed in her top line. You know, I'd like to just intensify her. She's a little flatter at the base of her jaw, and as a consequence, she kind of reads that way from there back. Another female, maybe we could give a little bit more just a reach and range of motion. Heifer that wins the second class is really dynamic from the profile. I thought that was the closest decision that we had in class. I like the heifer in second better from a cow standpoint. Thought this one was maybe just a little leaner, a little taller fronted and cleaner chested. Like the turn to her upper rib cage. We study that heifer go away. We'd like to see her square in terms of her hock placement. She's got a tendency to rise in her spine and elevate in her flank, and those two things maybe hurt her balance a little bit there when the cattle are on the go. Red Heifer that wins Class 3 is not blessed with as much hair as some of her contemporaries out here. One thing that I really appreciate about her, I think she's probably just a little bit more realistic in terms of her performance, and she probably fits her age class a little better than a couple of these other heifers out here. I know people, we maybe get a little more creative on some birth dates on some of these, but this heifer to me looks a little bit more appropriate in that regard. What I think is probably the best about this heifer in this lineup is if we kick him out on grass, I think she'd probably sustain herself and would probably look the most honest, and maybe it's partially because she doesn't have as much hair, but I do think think that's a bold-bodied heifer. She's got probably more dimension than cattle that stand right behind her, and I think she's a heifer that's still really long and extended up front. I would like to see her just a little freer fluid on her hock and maybe give her just a little bit more reach in terms of her joint work there. But I do like that heifer's stoutness, and I think that she's one that reads like a brood cow, and that makes her kind of a population outlier in this particular breed. Heifer that wins the next class, she's the one that's really stylish and eye-appealing. Proportions on that heifer is exceptional. She's one that's extremely clean in her throat latch. I like just how loose structured she is. I think she's got a big advantage in terms of skeletal quality out here in this lineup. Had a nice heifer that was second to her in that class. I thought this female, both of them probably could have been amped up in terms of power, but this female is just more honest in her condition and probably reads with a little bit more long-term in the way that she's built. As we could probably change her, I'd give her just a little more jaw and maybe a little bit more authentic width underneath. So I think it's pretty easy for me to use this young lady out of the last class for champion. I think it's pretty close for reserve. He could go either way, but if I'm taking him home for cows, I want the one out of class 3. That young man will have your reserve.
In our Shorthorn show, your champion heifer calf comes from Class 4, exhibited by Madison Ellis from Jersey Village FFA. Your reserve champion heifer calf comes from Canaan Clear from Madison County 4-H. Results from our ORB show, Class 1. Class 1 was led by Kyle Brown from Ellis County 4-H, followed by Michaela Lucky, Johnson County 4-H. In third, Mason Hunter from Troop FFA, followed by Kennedy Howe, Burleson County 4-H. Caitlin Robinette from Burnett FFA, followed by Landry Bozeman from Idalou FFA. Then Kix Beggs from Lockhart FFA. In eighth, Titus DeLizzi from Earth County 4-H, followed by Slade Saha from Matagorda 4-H.
Kind of an interesting class here, and I do think, again, we have one that surfaces in this particular class, and just the basics. I think she's female about her head and neck. She's extra bold and the most advanced in terms of her rib shape and muscle shape right now. And then when these initial 3, she's just the one that balances up the best. You know, in a perfect world, we could maybe just give her a shot more substance of bone. I think her foot shape's good. I think, you know, she's just a little more refined there down at the ground, and if she had just a little more bone, it'd match what she has up high a little better, and she'd maybe be just a little bit more agile, but she's still functional. She's still fundamentally good at the ground just in terms of length of stride and angles. Second and third's kind of close to me, and to me it just comes down to personal preference. I prefer the head shape and I guess just how her nose sits up on the bottom side of her jaw better in this blue roan one, and I'll explain it here in a minute, but on top of that, her angles are a little better on her front end structure, and she reaches better, and she is a little bolder in her rib cage. We could fix her, and it might just be how they have her clipped here, a little tighter in her loin than her top line. We could have left just a shot more there because she's functional. She's very sound when we ask her to go. We could balance that top line out just ever so slightly. The red baldy's interesting, and your eyes gravitate towards her, a big stout one just in terms of dimension. Again, she doesn't have the rib cage of that one right there in front of her. And she reads, you know, maybe ever so slight, just a little parrot mouth as I study that one from the side up there in her nose. But just some small things that I just noticed. That's a close pair. I just went with one that's a little more practical in her head shape and design. The red heifer just fell in a tough class, and again, she's kind of different. She's an outlier in this group. Functional enough, stout enough, round enough in her rib cage, still high quality about her head and neck, just a little rounder in her shoulder, not quite the body depth of the heifers on either side of her. Pair of heifers here that kind of contrast in their type. To me, this one's just a little prettier about her head shape. She's a little neater in her jaw. I think a little rounder as we study that one in terms of her rib shape. She's going to be a moderate, low-maintenance type of cow. Size will probably be an issue. How big will she get? But she does look a little more practical in her head shape. A big stout one up high is the heifer that comes in next. Just a little dished out in her head as I read that one. Maybe not quite as neat as we study that one in terms of her hip and twist and how she handles that hind leg. She gets out and reaches, but every once in a while sets that pasturing down a little rough. A pair of heifers here that come in next. One's just a little bit sounder and maybe just a little bit more, I guess, practical in terms of her rib shape. Two extra stout ones end out this class. Both just a little bit round, both just a little bit different in terms of the way they reach and surface to the ground. I just need to ask them to get out and move just a little bit better, be just a little bit later in their maturity pattern. But at the same time, them are big stout ones up high, have plenty of muscle, plenty of dimension.
Second call, Shorthorn Class 10. Second call, Shorthorn Class 10. Final call, ORB Class 4. Final call, ORB Class 4. First call, ORB Class 7. First call, ORB Class 7.
We got a really close decision up top here, and I certainly entertain going either direction. I landed on the heifer that's a little leveler from hooks to pins, maybe just a shade fresher at the top side of her neck. And what I like is that she's a longer hipped and square pinned. Both these cattle have got a lot of dimension we get behind the cattle. I still probably a little bit more optimistic of the running gear of the heifer that wins. I think she's built for a little bit more of the long term. Now, she's pretty modest in terms of depth of body. We would like to see her just deeper in her flank and pulled down in her heart. Perhaps it's the illusion of the fact that she's accompanied with more length and stretch, but still like to balance her up with just a shade more depth. Heifer that comes in second corrects my winner in that regard. She's naturally deeper in her heart. Heifer that can equal my winner just in terms of width we get behind the cattle. You'll notice that her flank and twist set up in her just a little higher relative to being deeper in her sternum. That not only makes her look like she runs downhill, but it probably makes her weight distribution just a little tougher to proportion out. Bigger heifer winds up in third. She has got more altitude and elevation up front, and really it's impressive how tall fronted she is because it's able to counteract the fact she's got more just general hip height as an individual. Another one that I'd like to accommodate with more body to match her added frame size, although I do want to point out that she's really nice in terms of her teeth structure. Heifer that follows her is bolder bodied, more opened up, and certainly more moderate frame. I think she turns more crest to the top side of her neck. Bigger shouldered heifer maybe gets a little tougher in the way that her hock plants to the surface. Red heifer that comes next is a little deeper bodied as an individual, one that maybe gets a little more generic in her look up front. Heifer that concludes this particular class is as strong in her top line, reads a little more fragile in the feature to her jaw and her bone work, like to give her more body.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 7 in our Shorthorn show, led by Holly Spencer from Midlothian FFA, followed by Abby Doublechan from Fannondale FFA, Casey Cleggs from Clear Creek FFA, Morgan Perubsky from Temple FFA, followed by Valicia Cox from Johnson City 4-H, and Abigail Werchin from Travis County 4-H.
Final call, Shorthorn Class 10. Final call, Shorthorn Class 10. First call, Shorthorn Class 13. First call, Shorthorn Class 13.
In our ORB show, Class 2 was led by Brianna Daisy from Royal FFA, followed by William Tackett, Iola FFA. Then Cooper Koffelt from Whitney FFA. In fourth, Meredith Ashley from Anahuac FFA, followed by Morena Wilson from Brazoswood FFA. Then James Berryhill from Scurry Rosser FFA. Stella Novica from El Campo FFA, followed by Jake Manning, Springtown FFA. In ninth, Kirsty Karth from George Ranch FFA.
An interesting class here, and multiple breeds obviously happens in the ORB deal, and the one I use is just more exotic. I think from a quality standpoint, she's a little prettier about her head and neck, and then she couples that with plenty of dimension, plenty of shape, and you study that one from three-quarter angle, just a notch more dimension than the Tainer heifer there right in behind her. Ever so slightly, we could remodify her just a little bit in her hawk as she comes to the ground, but I think that one's still sound. I think she's functional in that hawk. Maybe just set her down a little square there. The heifer in second, very, very functional. I think loose in terms of her build, maybe just a little more admirable in terms of flatness of joints and how she's built from hawk to ground from behind. She's not as eccentric or as long in her hip as the heifer right there in front of her, and maybe not quite as exotic up through her front end or as neat up through her front end, but she's very well balanced. She's very good and true in terms of her rib design and sound. Third and fourth, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch the pair. You have one that I think will raise just a little better females, a little better cows. In general, she has the size, she's got the boldness of rib, and she's still sound when you ask her to go, and definitely a little more grow than the red heifer that comes next. Now the red heifer's stouter. She's a touch higher quality, a little fresher in her hair coat, a little denser in her bone work. You know, that thing will raise show steers someday, and I think the young man knows that with that female. If we could change her just ever so slightly, readjust her a little bit in her loin, and just make that one just a little more, I guess, functional in terms of the way she handles her top line on the go. Big, long-bodied, high-quality one comes next. She's loose at the ground, just gives up a little extra body. The red heifer, again, one that's very stout, very erect about her head and neck, very, very dimensional and wide in her rib cage, maybe just not as sound as we get them on the go. Miniature Hereford, I think, again, to each is their own. That's a breed that's a little different. It's a novelty breed. It's something that's good, and I think in relation to some of these other cattle, they have a chance of raising heavier pay weight cattle. That one's plenty nice. I think in reference to her breed, I'd like her to be sounder. And that's a big stout one here at the end, or just in terms of muscularity and dimension. But again, just a little too moderate, just a little too quick in her maturity pattern for me.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 3 in our ORB show, led by Colin Smith from Anderson County 4-H, followed by Zane Heyman from LaPorte FFA. Kylie Way from Sweeney FFA. In fourth, Gage Seymour from El Campo FFA. Followed by Bryson Jenkins, Poth FFA. Followed by Zane Wilson, El Campo FFA. In seventh, Aubrey Andrews, Anahuac FFA. Followed by Charlie Ortiz, Elgin FFA.
7, Marina Wilson. Please make your way to the arena. Thank you.
On our Shorthorn side, we've got 3 excellent cattle to come to the top end of this class. I still feel pretty comfortable landing on the young man, Strawberry Roan Heifer. I thought that she was just quite a bit fresher and more honest in her condition. The heifer in second. I probably like her frame size and just performance to date. I think in a breed that's really made making cattle more functional and practical, a focal point of the breeding decisions. This heifer maybe embodies those decisions a little bit better to me. I think she's considerably just smoother in the way that she's put together because she didn't filled up quite as much there in her chest. Probably got plenty of dimension we get behind the cattle. We could see her operate just a little bit more mobility out of her front skeleton. It's getting pretty critical of an awfully good heifer. There's just more mass and power in the heifer that comes in second, and she still pulls together a pretty strong top line and remains very level out of her hip. I like that about her. I just wish I could have seen her about 100 pounds ago. She's getting a little extra chest down there. It's pushing apart her shoulder just a little bit for my taste, but boy, you like the stoutness and the power she represents. I entertain moving the heifer in third up because if she's got the silhouette that I'm after from the side, she's quite a bit more just ladylike in the feature to her head and neck than the female that stands in second. She's cleaner in her chest. She's more honest in her condition. I just wish she had a little bit more depth of heart. She's maybe just a little tighter in that regard. Maybe a female we could see just catches her step every time like we need to, but maybe could be just a little bit more fluid in the way she uses her hock joint. Heifer that comes next is a moderate frame, big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer. She's got, she kind of has more just total body volume than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. As she tempos up on the go, you'll notice that her tail head becomes a little bit more pronounced. Chest falls out of her. Female that maybe we could dial back a little bit from a condition standpoint. Strawberry Roan heifer's level-made, pretty moderate in her frame. Got a stout hind leg. Starts to fall out in her chest and drive up in her flank. Those two things in concert maybe throw her balance off from the side. The white heifer that follows her's got some stature. I like the frame size in terms of where she's at and then height, the shoulder. Female to me that's starting to protrude forward in the base of her chest. Certainly like to see her just stouter boned and relax her and level her out in her spine on the go. Star-headed heifer that comes next, quite a bit leaner and more honest in her condition. I value that about that particular female. Heifer that's pretty feminine in her make. Like to see her just stouter in the feature to her jaw and her bone work. Probably could provide her with more body to offset the extra frame size that she has. Predominantly white heifer here, redneck roan, sound structured, just needs to mass up with more body cavity. Heifer that concludes this particular class, certainly strong in her top line. Like to give her more body and rib to give her practicality a chance.
I think an interesting class and a couple or 3 different breeds here that make it a little challenging because you have some some maintainers and some keys out here and some composite shars and then some semis as well. And so to get your mind around all those things, that's why I ask those questions to them kids, is to know what breed they are, so I know what I'm looking at. And then that way it makes it an easier decision in terms of how they should look like and what they compare to their breed. And to me, I end up using 2% semis up here on the top end of it. And one's just a little better looking. I think that one in front, in terms of flatness of bone, neatness of head and neck, the way she ties her undercarriage together is just better. She's fresh in her rib shape. She's square and neat in her top line when you ask her to go. And plenty athletic. Is she blessed with the longest neck or the nicest chest? Probably not, but is it a touch better than the heifer here in second? I'd say yes. This heifer here in second's just good cattle. Functional built, round in her rib shape, dimensional when you study her from a 3/4 angle. Maybe just a little rounder as we study her in her shoulder. Don't tie that forerib quite as well together as that heifer that wins the class. But I think there's a little more performance. There's maybe just a shot more dimension there. Still just a very good kind of cattle that just got out-qualitied there today in this top pair. The one with the most quality is the heifer here in third, and that thing's long-necked and very good patterned, and, still at the ground, she's structurally correct. To me, I just need to stouten her up and lower her down just a notch in her body shape, or just moderate her just a touch to kind of balance those pieces together. I think her look and quality will go a long ways in a year from now. Just needs a little bit more advancements today compared to them 2 semis right there above her. Big rugged one comes next, and honestly from her shoulders back she's more in contention to win the class. She's shown a little bit more maturity than the other contemporaries in this class, and to me, if we just lean that one down, if she was that big and burly and still neat-headed and neat-necked, I'd roll her up a couple spots, but she's just a little plainer and a little lower quality as we study her up through her front third. Now from there back, she's fresh. The young lady's done a great job keeping hair on her. Heifer that comes in next, kind of middle of the road. I think just one in relation to the one next to her, just more practical. Her skeleton's good, her structure down low's good. She gives up a little bit of muscle and a little bit of dimension to the heifers on either side of her. We've got a nice night white one that comes next. And again, she's just a little more jammed up in her features, a little quicker in her maturity pattern. One for me that's overwhelming in terms of body. I love her body, I love her hip, and actually, for as, I don't want to say it, but for as kind of terminal there is more club calf looking as she is, she's actually smooth in her muscle pattern and athletic when asked to go. Just need to extend that one out a bit in her growth pattern. Nice red heifer, extra powerful, one that's got plenty of length, still agile when you get her out on the go. Just a little crestier and a little plainer as we study her through her front end. Heifer that's big-bodied and tremendous just in terms of rib shape. But again, just carrying a little more condition than anything else in the class. We just need to lean that one down a little and melt that off and just see what's underneath that to know her, where she stands. And a nice baldy heifer, just in terms of functionality of legs and get out and reach when she goes. A little skinny today, obviously not presented as tight in terms of a clip job as some of the others, but that's okay. I think she's just a little too green in her condition today for me to read her any further than where she sits. But again, functionality of legs. This was a good class of cattle that in terms of just their feet and legs being okay, that works. So let's give them kids a round of applause for a nice class, challenging class.
On our shorthorn side, we got a nice heifer that takes up here, a female that's a single entry, but one that I really think is commendable in terms of the length out of her hip. Got a very functional set built into her hind leg. Certainly plants her with some authority. She meets the surface here. Very alert in the way that she composes her top line, and the angle of her neck comes out of her shoulder blade as well. We probably could see that heifer tone back a little bit in her chest and have more sweep to the bottom part of her belly design there. But boy, that's a good one to win this class, one that I think will make a nice cow for the young lady.
Thank you, gentlemen. You just heard Dr. DeClerc break down a nice single entry from Paula Cervantes from Ellis County 4-H. You heard Mr. Stewart's nice reasons on Class 4 in our ORB show, led by Haley Lietta from Industrial FFA, followed by Kirsten Hesselmeyer from Williamson County 4-H, followed by Crosby Fletcher, Tuller FFA, Brianna Newman from Gladewater FFA, followed by Elysian Faust, Lexington FFA, Isabella Hartman from Navarro FFA, then Celine Diaz from Pasadena FFA, followed by Hunter Foster from Mount Calm FFA, and Caden Fike from North Hopkins FFA.
I get in this ARB drive, and we talked about these things in class, and several of these surfaced relatively quickly in my mind, and I think just because of balance and quality, when you get them back out here, they fit together good. I think we got a key, a couple semis, three semis there from there on back, but there is one that hits me the hardest. She's kind of like the kind I've been using all day in terms of agility, in terms of quality, and yet still having those pieces of balance and female look that are very good. So young lady out of that first class will be your champion in this division. I think here for reserve it gets just a little bit more challenging because I don't know if there's one to fit that one just in terms of the extras that she has, and it probably lands in these heifers here in these middle two divisions, and there's some give and take. I think they have some similarities. I think, like I said in class, both of them we could have maybe just shored up ever so slightly in the way that they handle in relation to that one that wins this division. There's some differences here as we study them in terms of chest floor. There's differences in terms of bloominess. I'm going to study them for a second or two longer, and then I'll select you a reserve champion in this division.
Well, as the cattle pull to a stop over here in our Shorthorn division, we got a really strong set of cattle representing 3 classes. If you don't mind, let's give these kids a round of applause. Yeah, I'll tell you that I thought there's some cattle out here that got a lot of good to them. There's a pair of them that kind of stand out to me just in terms of style and maybe having just a little bit more power and balance from a symmetrical standpoint. It's going to be the 2 out of the 2nd class. We're going to keep them together. They'll be your champion reserve.
Some division winners. Your ORB champion heifer calf comes from Kyle Brown in Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf in our ORB heifer show comes from Brianna Dizzy from Royal FFA. In our Shorthorn show, your champion junior heifer comes from Canaan Clear from Madison County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Emily Muntrath from Grayford FFA.
Got a nice class of shorthorn heifers out here. The heifer that leads off, boy, she can really strike a pose here from the profile. Heifer that's extremely picturesque in terms of the way she draws up. I like how long and extended she is up through her front end, but unlike a lot of the long-necked heifers we've seen today, she's still got some depth to her jaw, and I think that translates in the fact that she's just quite a bit bolder and just bulkier in her center cavity than a lot of these other really good necked heifers we've seen. I think her angles from the side draw up, pretty functional in my regard, but since she's carrying a little extra weight, she's just a little lethargic in the way that she gets out in here and operates out of either end of her skeleton. If I could upgrade that heifer, I'd probably see her just a little sharper and more correct in terms of the shape to her udder. Heifer that comes in second, another really long and extended female. She's one that you appreciate in terms of just how the extra extension that she's got to her center body. She's quite a bit leaner than the cattle that stand on either end of her. Just like to see her just cowier. I think a female that's a little bit more modest in terms of her depth of body, maybe just a little bit more streamlined in terms of depth. Heifer that if we bulk her up with more center body, I think she could probably run with our class winner. Heifer that resides in third is deeper sided. She's bolder sprung, and consequently, she's achieved the performance advantage. I like that about her. A little bit frailer in terms of the feature to her hock, maybe starting to fall out in her chest, and those two things maybe compromise her balance here a little bit from the side. Young lady's heifer that comes in fourth, is really long-necked, got some dimension we get behind the cattle. I think that's a cool combination of that female. I just wish she pieced herself together in a more collected fashion. She deviates out of the back of her shoulder, ducks her pins to catch her step. A moderate frame, strawberry roan heifer comes next here. Female that's pretty strong in her top, got some width we get behind the cattle. Like to see her just tougher footed. Short-tailed heifer is one that gets a little stiffer out of her hock. The red and white heifer here at the end of the lineup, one that certainly is a level made and got some depth. Just like to amp her up with more power when we get behind the cattle.
Nice class over here, and a challenging trio on the top end, but I think this pair kind of comes up. Obviously, the black heifer, she's plenty advanced for me, but I think at the same time, she's the most athletic when you ask her to go. Young lady does a great job of keeping that front end held into her, because she could get a little open in her shoulder. She can look just a little bit round in her build. But when you get that one in motion, her structure, her build, her added mass, her added grow is what allows her to win this class. Here in second and third, on the standstill, it's close. And I told the young lady, if this thing had a different head on her, if she wasn't as pretty headed as she was, she maybe would go third in my book. But she's not. She's got a nice head on her. And again, she's moderate in her build, good in terms of her shape, more athletic when asked to go in terms of length of stride. Yes, she's more compact. Yes, she's shorter bodied. Should she reach out better than the one behind her? Probably. But yes, I'd like to lighten her up and then just extend her out a bit in her growth curve. But I like her flatness of joints. I like her length of stride off her rear too. On the standstill, I would never switch that pair. It's when we get them in motion. And I think this thing's still nice. She's high quality headed. She's good and round in terms of her rib shape, and definitely level and good in terms of her hip structures. We see her on the standstill. It's when we get that one in motion, she just needs a shot more, just a more agility. She's a little rounder in her bone work, just wants to come up quite a bit short there in her stride. And if she'd get out and reach just a little better, she's more in contention to win the class than she is third. Nice black heifer that comes out, moderate and stout in terms of her build. She gets up a little in her back, gives up some performance to some of those heifers right there above her. I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch the pair with this red one. And honestly, I think I did it a couple times in my head. Her angles are good. Her skeleton down low is good. She holds her top line just a little bit better than the one in front of her. But she just doesn't have the extra mass of those females that you see just there in 3, 4, 5. And I just like to just stouten her up just a little bit when we get in behind her. Nice heifer that comes in next, long strided, big square hooved, a little plainer and just a little coarser about her head, a little coarser about her tail head as we study that one. Again, her agility's good down at the ground. I think in relation to her age, she could have just a shot more performance. Again, a nice mini Hereford, and I think in relation to her age, definitely better in terms of a grow pattern in relation to that breed. At the same time, she's a little upright in the angle to her shoulder, maybe just a little plainer as we study her neck. Told the young lady, if that heifer was just bigger in her kind, she'd get around the mini Hereford today. She's not much bigger than the miniature Hereford. I just need that one to have a later maturing look.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 7 in our Aurora B show, led by Rodland Dunham from Kendall County 4-H. Standing second was Casey Shiflett from Navarro County 4-H, followed by Colson Fussell, West FFA. Then Ty Gobert, Huffman FFA, followed by Kaylin Albright, Falls County 4-H. In sixth, Marina Wilson from Brasseswood FFA, followed by Aubrey Andrews, Anahuac FFA. Then Jesselyn Davis from Grandview FFA.
On our last class here, I guess Shorthorns, I think we got one that wins this particular class is just really stout and heavy duty, a female that just been dealt quite a bit more dimension than the cattle that stand directly behind her. You know, still puts herself together, pretty organized from a balance perspective. Got a big bull calf on her side here. It looks like even though he's probably stealing some calories from mom there, she still stayed in pretty good shape. He's got some muscle when we get behind the cattle as well. We could tidy the cow up a little bit in her chest. More than anything, I just like to upgrade her udder. She's getting a little long and coarse in her teat structure for a first calf female. Heifer that comes in second's a little more moderate in her frame size. I like that about her. I think that should be more conducive for longevity and production and sustaining herself on a forage-based environment. Female that's got a nice little kind of sharp bull calf on her side, doing a good job with that. She's actually a little more refined in her teats than my winner. She's actually also a little more gathered in them as well. We'd like to maybe see them just a little bit more organized from an udder standpoint. A female that's a little coarse and got a little more crest at the top of her neck and a little rough in the way that it hooks into the top of her shoulder. Female that comes next in the 3-hole here, the strawberry roan has got some bone. I think a female that's pretty long and level in terms of her top line and got a big bull calf and doing a good job in that as well. I maybe could actually give her maybe just a shade more progression from a growth curve standpoint. Hope that she's going to be able to transmit next performance to the next generation. Got a bad habit of splaying out up front, and I think that's predicated by the fact she's also a little upright in her shoulder. We close the class with a heifer that has got some depth of body and some fleshing ability. I think the white heifer is still pretty strong in her top line. Definitely like to see her further along in gestation. Not really showing any calf at this stage. Female that doesn't balance up quite as well from chest to flank.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 15 in our Shorthorn show, led by Emily Muntrath, Grayford FFA, followed by Madison Ellis, Jersey Village FFA, then Kinley Holbrook, Quinlan FFA, and Caitlin Anderson from Rowlett FFA. Class 13 in our Hereford show was led by Hallie McCauley from Rockwall County 4-H, followed by Savannah Kelly, McLennan County 4-H. Then Ellie Spearman, Rockwall County 4-H. And fourth, Melissa Gayton from Cy-Fair FFA. Followed by Kaylee Halicki from Cy-Fair FFA. And Luke Hoysa from Williamson County 4-H.
many shapes and sizes and colors in this class, and it makes it hard to just go ahead and sort these things and do it with 100% certainty because there's so many differences. The one with the most appearance of cow on the standstill is the one that wins the class, the boldest in her rib. She's plenty mature for her age. And honestly, I'd like to see her get out and move just a little better off her hind end structure. But on the standstill, that's the one that just hits you as a cow. Her head shape reads cow. Her boldness of rib reads cow. And I think her agility would get better if you kicked her off a show feed and kicked her out on grass. And again, here in second and third, two pretty similar built ones of different breeds. One's a little bigger bodied, one's a little bigger in her kind. One's a little neater about her neck and ties in her shoulder neater. One's a little stouter as we get in behind them. This one's just a little looser built as we study her in terms of her front end, just a little looser built than the heifer there right in behind her. To me, honestly, just not quite enough cow to get around the class winner. I like this heifer in third. She's just a little bit forward in her knee as we study her. Rein that one in just a little bit. Make her get a little more exercise at home to just guarantee that that thing stays mobile, you know, from now on out, just from a structural standpoint, because she just wants to get outside of her skeleton and roll up in her top just a little, and I think it's her condition that's doing that. Red Baldy's a nice heifer, and again, I think one in terms of size, she's different. I think, honestly, if her rear belly matched what was up there and through the front end of her skeleton in terms of depth, I'd roll her up 2 or 3 spots in a heartbeat, because she is a little smoother jointed than the heifer. She's laid back a little better in her shoulder than the heifer there in front of her. She's a little plainer, a little quicker in her maturity pattern than a couple of them heifers there right there in front of her. The yellow baldy here is interesting, and honestly, on the standstill, I like her, and she's in contention to win this class. When you ask that one to go, you can see she just wants to get up in her pasterns, doesn't want to relax quite as well off of both ends of her skeleton, but you talk about a good-shaped one and a good-looking one, that's one right there. Nice yellow little, nice silver heifer that comes in next, and one again that's just a little softer in her build in terms of her structure down low. Not overwhelming in any particular area. I wish she just had a notch more shape, just a notch more size to her in relation to her age. I think in general, you study this one's lower skeleton, it's nice. She just don't have the extra dimension and the extra power of them 4 or 5 heifers there above her. Nice cow comes in next, just not overwhelming in any area. Little plainer, just a little narrower when we get in behind her. Flexible, big-bodied, and yet probably functional in her build. I'd just like to see her a little stouter and a little cleaner in her condition. And then a pair of heifers, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch them. Both really stout, both very dimensional, both just a little quick in their maturity pattern and maybe don't get out and move as well as some of them that stand right there above them. And again, to each is their own. I just wish they had a little later maturing look. But they're powerful, they're high quality, and they have lots of shape.
On our Shorthorn show, in our final division here, we got a good set of class winners that represent themselves and in contention for champion here. Yeah, I like both of them awfully well. I think there's one that maybe just takes the style and balance and freshness to the next level. That's going to be a young lady out of Class 1. We're used here for champion. The Class 2 champion will end up being your reserve. Congratulations.
Thank you, gentlemen. Your champion senior heifer from your Shorthorn Heifer Show comes from Hallie McCauley from Rockwall County 4-H. The reserve champion senior heifer comes from Emily Muntrath in Grayford FFA. Attention. Attention heifer exhibitors. After the conclusion of the ORB show, 10 minutes after the conclusion of the ORB show, we will begin calling for our breed champions. We will hold our British drive first, our Continental drive, and then immediately following the Continental drive, the Supreme drive. In our ORB show, Class 8 was led by Caleb Snoddy from Johnson County 4-H, followed by Macy Ray Cantu, Victoria County 4-H, Jared Heron from Fort Bend County 4-H. In fourth, Colton Reich from Brasseswood FFA. Then Donnie Smart from Austin County 4-H.
An interesting trio on the top end of these heifers, and I think there's just some differences here. And honestly, the first thing I'd like to do is change this heifer and just give her just a notch more center rib and just give her a notch more depth of body. But out here of this initial trio, from a quality standpoint, from a foot and bone and structure standpoint, she's the best one. Hopefully that comes with time. I think her size is right. She's so long-bodied, she's so long-hipped, she still gets out and reaches herself real well. But it's her quality and her combination of that and structure that wins this class. Second and third, you could call it close because thirds may be a skosh sounder. But this one's more in contention to win the class than she is to be second. And it's because of her rib shape, her roundness of body, the shape of body that she has, her trimness of head and neck. When we ask that one to go, I just need her to get out and move just a little bit better like our class winner. And so there's some give and take. Do I use the bigger bodied one that's maybe a little fresher in terms of her body shape that don't move as well, or do I use the one that's a little bolder in her skeleton and sounder, and I use the sounder one? Here in third, just a good run-of-the-mill cow. I mean, I think that thing in terms of production traits is good, her structure's good, and roundness of rib and composition in that regard is very good too. In this class, she just gets a little plainer about her head, a little plainer about her chest floor. Maybe don't have the circumference of bone or the neatness of features and lines of those top two. And the heifer that rounds out the class, and again, one that's very trim in terms of her condition, long-necked and up-headed. And the young lady, once you get that head up, it looks real good through the front third of her skeleton. From there back, I just need to alter her. She needs a notch more dimension right in behind her, and she does want to get up in her top just a bit when you get her in motion.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 9 in our ORB show, led by Dalton Hamilton, Ricel FFA. Followed by Bryson Jenkins, Poth FFA. Bailey Hardy from Scurry Rosser FFA. And London Bowman from Samuel Clemens, Cibolo Creek. Reminder to our exhibitors, 10 minutes after the conclusion of the ORB show, we will begin calling for our breed champions. We will start with the British Drive, followed by the Continental, and then the Supreme Drive. As you get your breed champions ready, remember that Rodeo Austin is a blow and go show only. Rodeo Austin is a blow and go show only.
Well, an outstanding lineup of shorthorn heifers out here, folks. If you don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. Yeah, this has probably been the most difficult decision I've made all day. I'm really enamored with the top trio of heifers out here that won their respective divisions. I think each and every one of them makes a strong case to claim the division and breed champion honors. I'll just try to describe the difference that I'd see to them, and I'll tell you that as good as they are, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of different favorites standing ringside. I was fortunate enough to judge the Shorthorns Oklahoma City this year. I believe that was the national show, and I can tell you all three of these heifers would have fared extremely well up there. And we're talking about cattle that are elite breed representatives that rank in a top sector of the registration base. Heifer wins the first division here. I really like how smooth-shouldered this heifer is, how seamlessly her blade flows back into her rib cage. I think of the cattle out here in contention, she's probably got my favorite hind leg. I think all three of them are sound structured, but this heifer probably is a little square on her outside hoof wall there. Whoops, don't want her to sketch on that Scotch comb. Then the cattle that maybe wins, that heifer that wins the last division, she's square in her foot shape there, and she's considerably smoother up front. Maybe the heifer that wins the second division. I like the structural makeup of that heifer. I think she balances up with such a proportional look here from the side. A heifer that's really fresh at the top of her neck. Now, she's maybe a little tight in her throat latch and maybe not the longest fronted heifer out here, but I think she's one that's built problem-free in her structure and really got a good look long term. We get behind the cattle, I'd like to see her just have more wrap and intensity to the lower part of her quarter and stifle there. I'm a little worried underneath that high-quality hair coat how much just true power does she have. Heifer that wins the second division without question is the boldest bodied, the most dimensional, the biggest hipped, and the most powerful. This is a breed that's really put selection pressure on making cattle more dimensional and more functional long term. And I like the fact that that heifer not only is more powerful, we get behind the cattle, she's considerably more appropriate in her teat size and femininity than the heifer that wins this last division there. And for a powerful heifer, she's still got a big, stout, cool set to her hind leg. She catches her step every time, and a heifer that's still got a great silhouette here from the side. If I could upgrade that heifer like many cattle that push the envelope for power, she's accompanied with a little bit more shoulder when we get directly in front of the females. She probably doesn't have as dynamic of a sweep to the bottom part of her belly design there and undercarriage as maybe a couple of those heifers that stand on either side of her. Then we get the big heifer that wins the last division. You know, if we're just going to just close your eyes and say dream up what a really good big shorthorn bred looks like from the side, this is that heifer. She's so long-fronted, but still got some depth of jaw and just massive through her center body. I like how deep-centered she is, and she's still got spring and arc to the top part of her rib cage there. She's stout-boned, got a cool set to her hind leg. All three of these heifers catch their step pretty effortlessly here, and I appreciate that for a heifer that's this far in gestation that she does it. My biggest qualm with her is her teats, and I know that we're talking about a breed here, as I mentioned before, that is really trying to upgrade the functionality of these cattle. This heifer fits the bill in terms of body, and considering the mass that she has, I still think that she moves pretty good. We maybe could see her squared up a little bit in her front foot placement as she approaches me. Part of the genesis of that issue is I think she's starting to fill up there in her chest, but for a big bred that stays this composed and this good looking, I think it's downright impressive where she's at. So that's a great trio of heifers. I'm going to give them one more look, folks. I know Brig needs the mic over there, but if you wouldn't mind, let's put our hands together one more time for a great set of shorthorns.
Over here on the ARB side, and again, we've got key females for the first several and maybe a shorthorn plus down there, but and some major differences. And I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch this pair. But what I like about the pair, and honestly, when you first set eyes on this heifer, you want to deem her a little steery or a little club calfy or a little too much. And the more you study her, she's absolutely not too much. I mean, I get that she's overwhelming in terms of power, but her size is good, her balance is good. She's trimmer and a lot better in her condition than the heifer there in second. She's very athletic. She's very clean in her joints and still gets out and moves like they're supposed to. If you think she's a little small, I wouldn't argue with that one bit. But I like that one. I think that thing's got some relevance to raise something. And whether you use her to raise some steers or you use her to raise some females, depending on whether you probably go an Angus route or you go a turn-up notch, I think that one's very valuable in that regard. Heifer in second, and again, just in the silhouette of things, she's nice. I like her. I like her bone. I like her flatness of bone, her squareness of tone. toes. Probably a notch more female-like, just about her flatness, about her head, about the way that she's built in some of those areas. She's a shot big for me, and does it bother me too much? No, not relative to that class winner, because I think she's on the small side of things. So just carrying a little bit more condition than I need to see that one, because I think she'd still be good if she was 50 to 100 pounds leaner. On the standstill, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to use this female. I think she's up-headed, high quality, good shape, very, very attractive in her build. She's smaller than them first two, but when we get her in motion, we just need to loosen her up just a little bit, loosen her up just a bit in her spine. I told this young lady, if this calf was just okay, this heifer could stand fifth or sixth in class. This calf's really nice. I think the angles are good. It's really built really nice. Time will tell whether or not it develops, and that's kudos to the mating, kudos to the girl, kudos to the cow for doing that. And honestly, the cow's not overwhelming in any certain area, but dang nice for a first calf heifer. I wish she was a little stouter maybe. I wish she was a little bolder, but she's raising a calf that looks like has plenty of power, will have plenty of boldness. I had to roll her up for that reason. Pair of heifers, I wouldn't argue if you went either way. I like this one's size better. I like her freshness better. I like her thinness of neck better. And she's still athletic when you ask her to go. She does have a little chest. She's not perfect over her loin, but I still think one that's moderate, attractive, high quality headed, and dang nice cow. Very, very heavy built one here comes in next. And she just has substance of bone, substance of body, very, very deep bodied. So we get to analyzing this one against them ones right above her. She's carrying a little too much condition for me for her age. She maybe got a little too much size for me for her age. But at the same time, if we just lean her down, I think she'd be better. You know, honestly, I think she'd be better. Because she's a little fatter, it's pushing her shoulder a little farther forward. Every once in a while, you'll see her get up on a pastern. Pair of heifers here that are moderate, a little later maturing, probably not going to have as much grow of the heifers on either side of them, but yet loose enough built in terms of their kind, female enough about their head and neck, modern enough in their build to make a cow. 2 or 3 stout ones come in next. Burly, shape, dimension, all 3 of them have it. This is the best in her center body and the best in moving of those remaining 3. This one's the furthest along in calf and probably the neatest just in terms of muscle shape and how it ties together. She just needs to move just a little better. And the blue roan heifer that rounds out the class, a little bold in her chest floor for me, big-bodied, definitely wide when we get in behind her. Just like to balance her out just a little bit and lean her up a little bit in terms of her condition to get her over them 2 right above her.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Concluding our Shorthorn Heifer Show, your grand champion Shorthorn Heifer comes from Hallie McCauley from Rockwall County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Heifer comes from Canaan Clear in Madison County 4-H. In our ORB show, Class 10 was led by Peyton Gilchrist, Clearbrook FFA, followed by Cassidy Fuchs, Burton FFA, Kimber Fussell from West FFA, in 4th Molly Pack, Springtown FFA, followed by Hudson Bounds, Callahan County 4-H, then Jacob Medina, Ellis County 4-H, followed by Casey Gobbert from Huffman FFA, Tracer Cruzel from Sealy FFA, and Easton Davis from Waller County 4-H.
I think here in this division, we get into some of them senior calves and even some summer and late junior yearlings. And I think there was some differences, and different breeds obviously change the matter and how you prioritize things. When we get them back out here, there's 2 class winners that probably rise to the top because of skeletal build and how they get out and move. One's a little more practical in terms of her kind. One's a little more exotic as you study them. And again, you can't go without mentioning a heifer that would have stood second to one of these heifers out here in terms of just build. So I think a tremendous lineup of heifers. There's one, maybe a touch quick maturing, ever so slight or a little bit short cannon, for me to just fall into her. And that's what makes it tough. But I just still think quality is quality and build is build. And there's one that maybe has just a shot more value. And in my book, in this drive, and that's the young lady out of that 4th class. She'll be your champion in this division.
Your champion junior heifer from our ORB Heifer Show comes from Peyton Gilchrist in Clearbrook, FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer in the ORB Heifer Show comes from Cassidy Fuchs in Burton, FFA. A reminder to our breed champions, 10 minutes after the conclusion of the ORB show, 10 minutes after the conclusion of the ORB show, we will begin calling for our Supreme drives. We will start off with our British drive, followed by our Continental, and then our overall Supreme immediately following each other. A reminder to our breed champions, Austin is still a blow and go only show. No product will be allowed on your heifer.
It's just a good class, and there's some differences, but honestly, I think these two kind of surface up to the top rather handily, and then within the pair, this one surfaces rather handily as well. Just balance and look and lines and attractiveness of udder, neatness of hip, and yet still got the motor to go. Fresh in her condition, handled correctly, right in terms of maturity. I think that one's very, very nice. The semi here comes in second, and again, one that's balanced similar to her. I mean, just not with the extras. I think in neck's long and pretty. She's good in terms of her condition and right in terms of her condition. You know, that tail head's kind of missing some hairs. Probably been to a few majors from now till then. But I like her athleticness. I like her structure. I like her ability to get out in the go. When you get them off from the side, she's just not as eccentric as the one that wins the class. This heifer in third's kind of a wild card for me. And honestly, if you just want to stereotype her, you'd probably want to roll her down a couple more spots. But if you just analyze the cattle, she's good. She's actually good-footed. She's square-toed. She's good condition. She's up-headed. And everything ties together in her real nice. Little long in her teats, and I'd change that. But obviously, that female looks like she's going to work. She's female and angular about her head, right-sized. Just some little tweaking areas we could do. But I appreciate how far along in calf that one is. Here's a pair of them, and I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch them. This one's just holding a little more condition here today, you know, in relation to them ones right there in front of her. The running gear's good. The angles are very, very good. And even when you get her out of motion, she handles her top line pretty good. Out here today, she just looks a little plainer. She's a little rounder in her shoulder, carrying a little more chest, not as eccentric as those top three heifers. Honestly, there's a little more shape. There's a little better condition. There's a little neater shape to her rib in the heifer that comes next. She's just a little crestier about her neck. And then when we ask that one to go, just not as agile or as soft structured as that red one right there in front of her. Wouldn't argue if you'd switch this pair. This one's just sounder. I'd like to see her a little further along in calf. But honestly, I think that thing's mellow. Good angles, good structure, good feet. Don't have any pieces about her that just make you gravitate toward her to make her pull up any higher in class. On the standstill, one of the better cows in the class. Carrying a little too much condition, but it also goes with her extra power. Just need to let that one move a little better because I like her dimension, I like her look, I like the way that she's built. Just doesn't get out and handle herself quite as well. Nice baldy heifer that comes in next. From her rear 2/3 are good, fresh, neat in her rib cage. Again, one that's a little plainer as we study her up through the front end of her skeleton. She too's carrying a little extra fat. And then some different ones here towards the bottom end. There's definitely more to the black heifer that comes out next. She's still agile and good enough in terms of functionality on the move. Just a little low fronted, a little quick in her maturity pattern. This one's a little later in her maturity pattern and obviously probably not quite as far along as we study some of these the other heifers in the class. But she's thin-necked. The young ladies kept her very, very skinny, and I appreciate that. She could have actually probably taken on just a little more feed just to expand her gut, just to expand her build. Big stout one to round out the class, but one for me that's just got a little too much in terms of power, a little too much in terms of coarseness.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 13 in our ORB show.
A single entry comes in next, and again, functionality's there. I think her length of stride's good, very, very clean in terms of her condition. One for me that if you just study her, she just don't probably balance up. She's up-headed and up neat about her head and neck, but she just don't balance up there through her rear rib. Maybe just not the dimension of some of those others we've seen in the last class. Dank sure would have been nice to see a couple others in this class, but the age break how they should. But she's sound, and again, I think in terms from a condition standpoint, she's kept her pretty green. I'd like to see her maybe just a little further along bred.
A nice single entry from Serenity Williams in Bill County 4-H as Class 14 in our ORB show. Class 13 was led by Kyle Brown in Ellis County 4-H, followed by Cashdale in Rains County 4-H. Cora Lindgren from Lamar County 4-H, followed by Caden Alexander in Waller FFA. And Claire Beth Schurferkoder from Smithson Valley FFA.
Very interesting class, and honestly, there's a lot of nice little projects and cow prospects in this group for people because there's 3 or 4 pairs in here that are pretty nice, and I think just the one that's the most logical. The cow's the best. I think her udder's probably the best of the best uddered one in this particular class. Even though she can get a little long-teated on her fronts, it's a lot more refined than the others, and she's raising and handling a nice little bull calf. And I think just the combo of those 3 things is why she wins this class. I think this calf's really nice out of this cow and doing a lot of nice things here in terms of build, in terms of feet, in terms of angles. I wouldn't guess that thing's out of a Cavanese bull, but if he is, that's incredible, and he must have been really little because that thing's built very, very nice. And the cow herself, obviously, the proof's in the pudding, still trim neck, nice neck. Alter this to change that pair and make her first. I just need to make her have an udder a little more like the one that wins the class. The heifer here in third, you do a great job of hiding it. The calf's very nice. The udder, just a little gathered, not as much milk as some of those right there in front of her. There's no doubt she has milk because I think this calf is very, very nice. From a quality standpoint, this bull and this heifer calf's the nicest one on the side of these cows. Again, I'd just like to make her have an udder, like the heifer that wins the class, to roll up a little further. She's kind of the problem one because I like her. She's a shot big for me, but her angles are good, her structure's good. You can tell she's finely bred. Just studying her from behind, and obviously it's taken just a little while to get her there. She stayed fresh. She's not as crisp or as neat as we study her in terms of her pieces, and I think there's just an advantage to them ones the same age that have reached that point in their life from a production standpoint. I like this calf, and again, one that from a shorthorn stand, very, very nice. The cow's actually got a nice little udder. She's moderate in her build. Time will tell how that one develops and how big she gets for a cow, but I think her size is good. She's raising a big, stout, healthy calf. No problems there. But if you would rank them trios and rank them with those other pairs, she'd land where she lands. A couple here that aren't as far along bred, but I think just a little more functional in their build and just have more longevity from a fundamental standpoint than the one that rounds out the class. This one's definitely bigger bodied. This one's a little leaner in her condition. No doubt I like this cow because she raised this calf and she's made it. We got to change that one in her hock. We got to change that one in her stifle. And I just think even though these are a little later bred, they still, if they get bred and they handle a calf, they're going to handle that hind leg just a little better. You can't argue that calf's pretty nice, though. He's sound structured. He doesn't do anything with his hock and hind leg like Mama does. So you bred her properly. You bred it out of her, and I congratulate you for that. Still a nice little udder on that cow, just maybe not fundamentally good enough to place any higher.
Very nice breakdown, Mr. Stewart. It's Class 15 in our ORB show, led by Jose Jimenez, Eagle Pass FFA, followed by Daisy Bartley, Tatum FFA. Then Harley Groom from Johnson County 4-H. Courtney Burrell from Agricultural Science and Technologies 4-H Club. Morgan Perubsky from Temple FFA, followed by Peyton DeFore from Godley FFA, followed by Samantha Dorr from Sheldon FFA, and Cadence Horlicka from Temple FFA.
Here in our last division of ARBs, and it's interesting because them calf classes were super, super deep and super, super stout with numbers, and it just happens. I mean, you know, cows enter production, some have probably calved. You don't see as many in these later divisions unless you're willing to show a cow-calf pair. There's one clear-cut answer, and that's the heifer that wins this first class in this division, and she'll be your champion. And I think it gets a little more challenging here, and nothing taken about of the heifer in the middle, but there's some differences to weigh in your mind versus the heifer that was second to the champion, and then the cow-calf peer here towards the end. I'm going to muddle some of those things. You know, obviously she's still fine where she's at from a production standpoint. You can tell she's bred not the furthest along, but you can dang sure tell her tone of udder and everything's there to enter that cycle soon. Obviously, we have a pair here that's ready and in that section of life, and I think that's a nice pair. So I got to muddle some things around in my head. I'll select you a reserve here shortly.
In your ORB heifer show, your champion senior heifer comes from Kyle Brown in Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Cash Dale in Rains County 4-H.
I think this has been a very interesting division, and honestly, it's because we're seeing 5 or 6 different breeds showing with their particular age groups against each other, and so it makes it challenging, and it makes you just kind of sit back and think, and thankfully, my family's fairly diversified, and most of these breeds are actually all the breeds that have been in this ORB deal today that I've asked, and that's why I asked them kids, because it is very important. I'm going to take a few extra minutes just to ask them what breed of animal it is, because I don't want to compare a key to a semi or a semi to a main, or I want to know what they are to compare them to their contemporaries or the animals that are out there, and to know, and I think when we get them all back out here, and it just happened to be so, all 3 of these were key females, and so not for any particular reason, but it makes a little bit of sense. They're a little more exotic, and I like the extra quality. 3, I want to say kind of different kinds, because there's one of them that kind of molds the middle of them, but I'm going to talk them just briefly, and then I'll select you a champion. I like that calf, and I really thought she was I want to say this in a good way, she was a fish out of water in that division because she was so high quality. She was the one that just you got to gravitate towards quality, freshness, structure, build, stability, longevity. Everything comes to mind in that one. And she still has enough. She still has some punch. She still has some flatness of bone. She's got the right foot on her. And that's a very impressive calf that I think has a very, very impressive future ahead of her. And if you project that one to be pretty nice on down the road. This one in the middle, again, we talked about that one. She's an outlier. I've got one that I want to try to say is a little more my kind, but I just appreciate it so much. If you wanted to single trait this one and just think she's a little steery, she's actually less than you think. Her head shape's less like that. Her joint work and the way she's built in her lower skeleton is good. She's maybe ever so slight, just a little quicker maturing or a little shorter in her cannon, but she's grown. She's here. She's big enough. She's going to make a cow. And her skeletal build and her structure is very, very good. The heifers on either side of her kind of throw another level in terms of quality, but I still think this is a quality animal, and I think this thing has some future and some very well earning potential as a future cow someday, and if everything goes right and goes in her favor. The heifer that wins that last division, and again, just very exotic and very fresh and very ladylike in her appearance and look, and pretty-headed, balanced, looks like a show heifer, still picked up in the center of her back, very, very two-dimensionally, just puts her together for me. Not overwhelming in terms of shape directly behind her, but her rib shape's good. I love where she's at from a condition standpoint, and she does a lot of things right. And like I said, she's the exotic one, the extra feminine one, the flatter built one, but in a good way, like in a way that you've kept her lean. She's bloomy enough for me. She's not as overpowering as obviously the heifer in front of her, but there's way more than enough in that one. And so I got to weigh some differences out here. I'll just be honest. There's one that probably hits me just a little bit harder. I got to project her down the road a little bit more, but it's a young lady's calf that wins the first division. I'll use her to win.
And that's your ORB heifer show. Your grand champion ORB heifer comes from the calf division in Kyle Brown in Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion ORB heifer comes from the senior heifer division and also Kyle Brown from Ellis County 4-H. It is now 4:42 in the barn, so at 4:52 we will begin calling for our breed champions. At 4:52 we will begin calling for our breed champions. All right, Rodeo Austin, let's begin our British drive. Your breed champion Angus comes from Styles Patton in Thorndale, Texas. He shows for Melam County 4-H, and his future plans are to attend Texas A&M and pursue a career in ag. His favorite hobby includes hanging with friends, working cows, football, high jump, and livestock judging. The reserve breed champion Angus comes from Kylie Langford from Breckenridge, Texas, and shows for Stephenville County 4-H. Her plans are to attend Texas A&M for a degree in agriculture, and her favorite hobby is showing. Your breed champion Hereford comes from Callie Harris, LaRue, Texas, and showing for La Pointer FFA. Callie's plans are to go to Texas Tech and become a teacher. Her favorite hobbies include cheerleading and showing cattle. The reserve breed champion Hereford comes from Zeb Murphy in Hamilton, Texas, in Hamilton County 4-H. Zeb's plans are to attend college and work in agriculture, and his favorite hobbies include showing cattle, fishing, baseball, and hunting. Your breed champion Red Angus comes from Kinley Rathman in Slayton, Texas, showing for Lynn County 4-H. Her plans are to attend Texas Tech University and become a hospice nurse. Her favorite hobbies include gymnastics, showing cattle and sheep, and running. Our reserve champion Red Angus comes from Madison Fisher in Hempstead, Texas, and Waller County 4-H. Madison's plans are to study reproduction at Texas A&M and further her judging career through college. Her favorite hobbies include judging livestock and showing cattle. Your breed champion Shorthorn comes from Hallie McCauley in Rockwall, Texas, showing for Rockwall County 4-H. Hallie's future plans are to become a cattle breeder, and her favorite hobby is showing sports. Your reserve breed champion Shorthorn comes from Canaan Clear in Madisonville in Madison County 4-H. Canaan's plans are to go to Texas A&M University and study engineering. His favorite hobby is showing cattle. Ladies and gentlemen, your British drive.
Well, folks, just wow. We've had an outstanding set of British cattle here today. If you don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. You guys have been a great crowd, and I cannot tell you how happy and excited I am to see you folks all here. You know, I know that Austin is at the end of a long kind of line of majors here this spring, and sometimes people get a little tired out of coming to shows, and the weather's nice out there. But the fact that you're here supporting these young people just means the world. There's a reason when people, big judges, talk about where they want to judge at, what's the shows on their bucket list, they generally reside in Texas because of the support that we have for our young people down here. And so when we bring out this set of cattle here, obviously they're amazing. Obviously there's a lot of different ways you could go, but I think what's more important than anything else is the support that we have here for these young people. I've had a blast of working through the cattle today. There's been several of them that have been good enough to win. Thank you to Rodeo Austin for asking me to judge. Thank you for the ring crew who made Brig and I's job very easy to be out here and just super enjoyable. You know, my one probably regret of the day is that we had to, you know, kind of move through these cattle at a pretty rapid pace, and so I maybe didn't get to spend as much time with the kiddos as I wanted to, but I cannot express to you or overstate how proud I am of these young people and the job they did out here showing. I want to go quick, but at the same time, I feel like these cattle maybe deserve a little discussion. I just want to brag up some highlights of these females. There's some heifers out here that I think that you're going to hear that probably had great show careers, but I forecast them to maybe have a bigger impact of what they're going to do in production, and that's what it's all about. And so we talked about that Angus heifer earlier today. I just cannot get past how fresh and honest in her condition she is. You know, most of them, when they get to this 2 years of age, they start to become pronounced in their hook bone. They start to show, you know, kind of start to look like a cow. This heifer is still so fresh and youthful. She's just 12 o'clock in terms of her condition. I love this heifer on the go. That's where she shows off that athletic hind leg. She plants it with so much conviction and authority. Great in her feet. I think she's the best footed heifer out here in the lineup in terms of squareness of foot. She's tough in her outside heel. The squareness of her toe is exactly the way we want to see it. And then for a female that's equipped with some dimension, dial around to the profile, and that heifer has got a striking, captivating look here from the side that I'm a big fan of. Now, we talked about it before. More than anything, if I could upgrade her, I just wish she was a little further along in calf. Maybe at times she'll pigeon just a little bit up front, but that heifer's so elite structured, powerful, and great looking. Obviously, she's one that I'd sure love to have back home because I think you can do a lot of great things with her. The Hereford heifer that wins the second division, this one to me is just so elegant in her look from the side. Her stretch to her head and neck is extremely feminine, and she's a female for me that encompasses some of the things that I was talking about in terms of generating performance, but doing it in a moderate frame package. This heifer is going to weigh something because she's so long and she's got some width, but she's still the right frame size to be a cow. And we need to obviously keep in mind that ultimately this is a production business. We got to raise cattle that have got some performance, and this heifer is going to accomplish that feat and do it with just so much look and elegance here from the profile. I value the fact that she's further along reproductively. This is a breed that's really made some kind of improving and upgrading other quality of a focal point of their breed, and I think this heifer is certainly acceptable in that regard. I like how attractive she is in her hip and hind leg, and for her to be so long-bodied and so heavy-bred and stay strong and composed in her top line, folks, that's nothing short of just downright impressive. I like the length out of her hip as well. If we could upgrade her, I'd make her just a fraction shorter in her outside rear toe, and we maybe could see her just dialed back a little bit up front. But for heifer at this stage of the game to be that fresh and that elegant, obviously is really, really impressive. The heifer that wins the Red Angus, I don't know if she's maybe as elegant as a show heifer, but I think that she represents just a vehicle of rapid genetic progression because she's maybe the biggest population outlier in terms of just the robust turn to her rib cage, the power that she embodies from behind. And then I've always been a fan of making cattle stout and attractive in their hip and hind leg posture. To me, I believe in my experience, it's a trait that's pretty heritable, and this heifer does so to a T. She's not as ladylike in the feature to her head and neck. As mentioned earlier, she's the leanest heifer in the lineup, so maybe she doesn't have as much sweep down low. But I think if she had the same type of flesh of the cattle on either side of her, there probably wouldn't be the spread and depth of body that you might anticipate. Maybe just not quite as ladylike in terms of the feature to her head and neck. Then we get the Shorthorn who wins the last division. I mentioned before, that heifer, if you're just going to sit down and draw a picture of what proportional looks like, this heifer just balances out with just so much total just symmetry to her. She's dead level in her top line, very attractive in her hip and hind leg design. I like how long and extended she is up front. You know, she's carrying a little extra condition in her chest, and we'd certainly like to change this her through her udder just a shade. But again, she kind of caps off a remarkable lineup of cattle. And I'll tell you that I am envious of these young people, because they're going to have a set of females here that really are going to leave a mark and make a positive impact on a breeding program. There's no doubt in my mind about that. So I'm going to put the mic down. I want to thank everybody for the chance to judge, the opportunity to judge with Brig. I asked Brig to come help me out. I mean, folks, he's one of the best cattle evaluators in the country. I'd be a fool if I didn't ask him to come help me on this British drive. So we had a lot of fun. I'm going to give him one more look and then go select your champion reserve.
And your champion British is a Hereford, exhibited by Callie Harris and LaPointer FFA. And your reserve champion British is an Angus from Stiles Patton in Melam County 4-H. Beginning our Continental Drive. Starting off with our breed champion Charlet, coming from Carly Kate Rathman from Slayton, Texas in Lynn County 4-H. Carly Kate's plans are to graduate from Texas Tech with a degree in animal and food science at the top of her class. Her favorite hobby is a tie between showing, winning, and annoying her sister. She would also like to especially thank Fitz Genetics. The reserve breed champion Charlet comes from Creed Vineyard in Paradise, Texas in Wise County 4-H. Creed's plans are to attend Texas Tech and major in ag business. His favorite hobbies include livestock judging and bass fishing. The breed champion Limousine comes from Barrett Howe in Somerville, Texas, showing for Somerville FFA. Barrett's plans include to attend Texas A&M and study agriculture. His favorite hobbies include showing cattle, playing sports, especially baseball, and hanging out with his friends. The reserve champion Limousine comes from Jack Sullivan from Groveton and showing for Groveton County 4-H. Jack's future plans are to go to college to play baseball and to raise cattle. Jack's favorite hobbies include playing baseball, hunting, fishing, and showing cattle. Your breed champion Maine and Jew comes from Kennedy Brogdon from Waxahachie, Texas, showing for Ellis County 4-H. Kennedy's plans are to go to Texas A&M and join the livestock judging team and become an ag teacher. Her favorite hobbies include showing cattle and being at the barn hanging out with her cousins and friends. The reserve champion main and Jew comes from Kennedy Kaufman from Hitchcock, Texas, showing for Galveston County 4-H. Kennedy's plans are to attend Texas A&M, and her favorite hobbies include showing cattle and serving the Lord. The breed champion Scimitar comes from Anna White in Grandview, Texas, showing for Grandview FFA. Anna is going to be a veterinarian in the future, and her favorite hobby is gymnastics. The reserve champion Scimitar comes from Lane Fincher in Waxahachie, Texas, and Ellis County 4-H. Lane's future plans are to continue the legacy of her family-owned and operated ranch in Clark County, Clark Cattle Company. His favorite hobby include playing guitar. The champion ORB comes from Kyle Brown in Waxahachie, Texas, and Ellis County 4-H. Upon graduating, Kyle wants to attend West Texas A&M and major in agribusiness, and would like to then attend UT Law School. Kyle's favorite hobby includes showing cattle and being an ambassador and working with youth. The reserve champion ORB also comes from Kyle Brown from Waxahachie in Ellis County. Once again, Kyle's plans are to attend West Texas A&M and major in agribusiness and eventually attend University of Law School at the University of Texas. Favorite hobbies include showing cattle, being an ambassador, and working with youth. Ladies and gentlemen, your Continental Drive.
Well, I don't know what you guys are all feeling. We're discussing this, and the only reason why is it's tough. And I think if you could pick three, I think you could go to bed tonight and be comfortable knowing that you got three of them in there. And I think it's tough. And that's why throughout the day, I think I had to make some calls in every breed. And I don't think it happened in divisions as much, maybe I guess one division. But I had to make some calls in these breeds today that make my gut kind of turn over just a little bit, because there's some differences in these cattle, and there was some calls you could make on whether or not a calf's good enough or if a bred just needs to take her over. And so with that being said, it was difficult for me bringing them back out here. It was satisfying. We're just discussing the cattle is all we're doing, and trying to get it figured out in a way that makes logic, that makes sense, but yet is still genuine, or we genuinely think is right. Because I do think, obviously the Charolais were calls, the Limmies were calls, the Maines were a call, the Simmies were a call, and obviously the Keys, I think maybe she surfaced it a little quicker in that division, just off of some things that she did as a calf that's kind of intriguing. So I'm just going to briefly, like he did, go through these things. Again, very satisfied with what I ended up doing in the Charolais. I think this one's very genuine. So good and so true in her rib shape, so good in terms of her dimension, and just the way that she's presented to make a cow. Like that thing, is going to probably outproduce herself, because it'd be easy to make one that's close to being so good looking, a little more good looking with some progeny or with some mating decisions there. But I loved her foot shape. I loved her size in that division. And you get her out here, and I think she's a very, very good representative of that breed. And again, has some future in terms of just being a cow and being right in terms of her rib. And how you manage her from now till a big one determines how she does as a show heifer. And I truly do believe that. The Limmy heifer, and that was a call. She came into class, and she just hit me. I like her size. Smooth, dead smooth. You get her out in motion, you really, really appreciate this thing in terms of her athleticness, the way she handles herself on the go, and again does it as a big bred that still stayed extremely fresh in her build, stayed extremely fresh in terms of the way she's put together in her rib shape, in her hip, around her tail head. And obviously, if she was not fresh, she probably wouldn't move the way she does. Does she carry just a little more chest, ever so slight? Is she just the longest necked one for that breed in the world? No, but I think that's also why I liked her so well. She's an elite, but she's also very middle of the road everywhere, just in terms of how you could describe that one. In terms of her feet, she's very good, and her bone work's very mellow. And I do think one that's, for sure still a contender out here in my mind. The Maine, and I had to make a call on that one, and I was pretty comfortable with it when I did it, just in terms of getting back to the basics of that breed at 2. I think that one, again, earning potential and raising potential in one like this is very, very good. I think in terms of her feet and her bone work and the size of mass that she has down low, matches everything she has up on the top side of her skeleton. I like her moderate design, and I don't think that heifer's small at all. I think that heifer would weigh up, because she's just got so much tonnage and so much dimension and so much wedge, just in terms of her skeletal build. That to me is very, very, very intriguing, and very intriguing for that breed. And then for as massive and as powerful and as big boned and as good as she is in those areas, you can still get off from the side of that one and appreciate her, and appreciate the balance that she does have, appreciate the udder that she is developing, and know that one on down the road, in that particular breed, could probably make her mark, and will be sought after, after this show career is probably done, because of her build, because of her power, because of the things she does that the Maine Anjou breed was always known for, and again, she does it with a modern look. Incredible Simi, and that was a very tough pair, and still a tough call out here right now. It's just so hard to get a Simi that fresh and that high quality up through her front third, but still just be that mellow and that good in terms of her shape and her roundness and that size of foot and bone, and still athleticness is good enough on the go. You know, we talked about some differences, and you know, that thing gets out and reaches. She's maybe not perfect in her hawk when you study her from the side still, but when you get her out in motion, you appreciate it. She's so big-footed. She's so good at the ground. It makes up for that area and allows her to get out and go and allows her to do the things that one needs to do in that particular breed. And I do think that one will raise one someday. We got into the ARBs, and I mentioned it in class, and you know, this heifer did. You know, she surfaced very quickly in that class. There was not even a question in my mind that the quality was there, that there was enough of her, that her balance was that good enough, and that she still reads with lateness and maturity, and still reads as one that gets good and stays good. And again, and I truly believe that. You study this one, she's bloomy, she's stout enough, she puts together the right shape from a 3/4 angle for her age, but yet when you get off to the side of this one, she still balances up so nice. She still reads with some future. She's got a good foot underneath her. She gets out and elevates and handles her structure in terms of just her mobility extremely good. And again, you know, we come to a call here. You know, is this an elite? Yeah, I think she's also an elite and one of those that's out here. Is there a lot of future left in this female? Absolutely so. And I do think if everything is done right and handled right properly on this heifer, she could do those kind of things on down the road. So, you know, the call with her is she enough? Is she enough more for her age to make a big call? Or do you just be satisfied and try to just go and do what you think and have one that's a little further along and a little further along in her production cycle to go ahead and say, you know, maybe we should go that way. And so it was good. You know, John and I discussed this stuff, and we were just breaking them down and not nitpicking, breaking down the positives of these cattle. I want you kids to know I'm familiar with most every breeds, except for probably the Limmies with what's out here. My family raises those. And I want you kids to know that the quality of these animals here are God's honest truth, higher quality than the ones that I have shown in my lifetime. We've won State Fair with a Charolais. We've won the National Bull Show with a Charolais bull. I've won Junior Nationals with a percentage semi. We've had highly competitive purebred bulls with Big Deal. My family was known for manes for years and years and years, and obviously the origination of Mid-Continent Farms used to be Mid-Continent Chianina. So I'm at home with all these breeds, and that's why it's tough for me to make that major call. And it was just good to bounce some ideas off of his head, tell him what I was thinking, and just to know that there was two like minds doing that. So I appreciate you kids for being here, and I appreciate the work that has been put in to these females. I'm going to go out here and select you a Supreme Continental and a Reserve Supreme. And like I said, ending that with knowing I think there is 5 elites, and it probably comes down to even 3 in my mind that maybe just that trip the trigger, and it's hard to leave one of these out of the picture. So I'll go out here and select your champion and your Reserve Continental. Let's give these kids and these breeders and these family in Rodeo Austin a round of applause.
And your champion Continental is an ORB from Kyle Brown from Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve champion Continental is a Maine and Jew from Kennedy Brogdon in Ellis County 4-H. Beginning our Supreme Drive. Starting with your champion American at Brangus from Bram Christensen in Danbury, Texas. Bram comes from Brazoria County 4-H, and his future plans are to go to Texas A&M and study business. His favorite hobby is showing. The reserve champion American is an ARB from Jade Stone in Stanton, Texas, and Martin County 4-H. Jade's plans are to attend TSTC, and he loves showing cattle and farming. Your grand champion British is a Hereford from Callie Harris from LaRue, Texas, and La Pointer FFA. Callie's plans are to go to Texas Tech and become a teacher, and she loves cheerleading and showing cattle. Your reserve champion British is an Angus from Stiles Patton in Thorndale, Texas, and Melam County 4-H. Stiles' plans are to go to Texas A&M and pursue a career in ag. He enjoys hanging out with his friends, working cows, football, high jump, and livestock judging. Your champion Continental is an ORB from Kyle Brown in Waxahachie, Texas, from Ellis County 4-H. Kyle's plans after graduating is to attend West Texas A&M and major in agribusiness, and would like to attend UT Law School. Her favorite hobbies include showing cattle and being an ambassador and working with youth. Your reserve champion Continental is a Maine and Jew from Kennedy Brogdon from Waxahachie, Texas, showing for Ellis County 4-H. Kennedy's plans are to go to Texas A&M, join the livestock judging team, and become an ag teacher. Her favorite hobbies include showing cattle, being at the barn, and hanging out with her cousins and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, your Supreme Drive of Rodeo Austin 2022.
Again, just a few brief words here because this is important, and this is the supreme of all three that we've been allowed to judge. And you know, we went through a lot of cattle in the last 3 days on Thursday and on Saturday, and I think we did probably 100 more head today, they said, than we did on Thursday, and we're ending here on time and at a timely manner because of the help. The ring help, the guys checking tattoos, the show staff just kept things moving. And I think that's important. It's important when you have multi-breeds, you're doing 2 rings, we've got to share mics, that the in-between time, because we're going to be on the microphone most of the time because either he's talking or I'm talking. And the fact that they got these in here so efficiently, checked tattoos before they came back in division was important. So you guys here at Rodeo Austin, bring an incredible set of kids, bring an incredible set of females that they bring with them, and some backing, and obviously some volunteer help and some help that that's second to none. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of places that do it, but we were able to get through some stuff today. That's very hard to do and logistically hard to do. So I appreciate my time here in Austin. Very proud of where I come from, and very proud to be honored to be able to do such a thing like this. And so I just want to thank you guys for giving me the chance here to kind of do my breakout first ever heifer show here in Texas at a major event. So let's give everybody a round of applause that's in this building here supporting everything.
Well, thanks. Brig did a great job of expressing my sentiments as well. I want to thank everybody, Rodeo Austin. Sometimes we take these shows for granted. I can imagine that, if you get a chance, please thank any of the volunteers here. They're doing this for the right reasons. They're not doing it to aggrandize themselves. They're doing it because they believe in what these kids do. Most of our stock shows are in major metropolitan areas, and I promise you these people have got to fight all year long and advocate for showing livestock in order for us to continue to have these. And sometimes we probably forget that a little bit. I'll tell you the reason they do it is because they believe in this program. They know the type of impact they can have. I might be biased, but I think that showing livestock might be the greatest youth development vehicle that we have in the world. If these kids take what they learned in terms of work ethic and getting out of bed and decision making and actually being committed, and they take these same skills they took from showing livestock into the real world, they're going to have the world by the tail. I'd caught for about 10 years, and I can't tell you how many times I had employers call me and say, get us some kids that showed livestock. Those are the ones we know are dependable and can get the job done. So thank you for Austin. You've been outstanding to work with. Thank you for parents for letting Brig and I judge your kiddos. It's been a great fun. We're going to go out and select our champion reserve.
Your Supreme Grand Champion heifer from Rodeo Austin is a Hereford from Callie Harris and LaPointer FFA. And your Supreme Reserve heifer is the Angus from Stiles Patton in Melam County 4-H. That concludes our heifer show at Rodeo Austin. Thanks again to our judges, Dr. DeClerc and Mr. Stewart, for their time.